What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826 Round Table Talks. The narrative of the Ultramarines in the array is not long, and this part of the information comes from the scholar named Samuel Joe. As a person living in the 41st millennium, the latter obviously cannot investigate the history of 10,000 years ago with just a few materials. However, despite this, he still gave a few speculations in it. Quite reliable speculations. Humanity has countless enemies in the galaxy. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are enemies of the whole world. What's worse is that most of these enemies were originally our own kind. Yes, there is more than one traitorous Primarch. I was shocked by my inferences and discoveries. After all, so far, my research only concerns Robert Gilliman. At first, I didn't want to believe it, until I remembered the title given to him in the ancient book, the Chief of Rebellion. That's it. He may be the first to betray, or he may be the one who hurt the Empire the most among all the traitors. But no matter what, there must be someone who slid into the abyss of depravity with him. From this, I can't help but have a worse guess. Was Robert Gilliman a traitor from the beginning? From the beginning, he was the nail that chaos planted in the heart of the Empire. What he did, the glorious appearance, the exemplary legion, were all done for others to see? I don't know the answer. I hope that future generations can understand the truth from the dust of history. I am now 112 years old, and this is the limit of my life. Although several people have implicitly told me that they can pay for me to undergo more advanced life extension surgery or use divine machinery to replace my aging neurons, I am ultimately unwilling to do so. Not only because of exhaustion and fatigue with life, but also because those people make me feel uncomfortable. Their eyes are always cunning, reminiscent of killers in the shadows. Moreover, they have been urging me to finish the book and make it public. They said that this is to prevent the truth from being buried, but this urgency makes me have some bad guesses. I hope they are not. Otherwise, this proves that Robert Gilliman's legacy is still operating today, 10,000 years later, and his descendants are still endangering the Empire, and are deliberately trying to kill all of us and drag us into the abyss of chaos. The narration stopped. Unlike the Blood Angels, the array did not tell the details, and no one knew what the Ultramarines did. However, everyone present could infer something else from those few words. In a way, this is also a matter of experience. Poor scholar. The chemos closed his eyes. He is caught in a conspiracy, a typical teenage style. You think you are driven by free will, but you are always controlled by him. Free will does not exist at all. His life's work may become an accomplice of the demons. Shagatai Khan nodded slightly, agreeing with the Phoenix's statement, and also put forward a new argument. He mentioned the word legacy. Does this mean? I hope he is shattered to pieces. A voice full of hatred sounded, and Robert Gilliman, who used to be extremely rational and good at analyzing everything with data and knowledge, stood up with a roar. His anger caused a response from the magic, and fluorescent dots began to fly in the room. They arranged and combined, and soon formed a small storm. The pattern array made a slight hum, dispelling the destruction spell that Gilliman had learned without a teacher. However, the Lord of Ultramar was still furious. No, it was not anger, but a mixture of fear, resentment, shame, and hatred. His eyes were no longer clear as before, and the fire completely consumed him, making his roar like thunder. I will never do such a thing. In the name of Ultramar, no, I will never. He supported himself on the table with both hands and took a deep breath, but it still did not make him feel any better. Sit down, brother. Russ did not choose to mock again. The barbarian of Fenris now stared at Gilliman with a sympathy that was not in line with his status. He looked at him, and watched Gilliman sit down little by little, covering his cheeks with his hands, no longer making any sound, only his shoulders trembling slightly. For a while, no one in the room spoke, until someone who should not have spoken spoke. Sanguinius huddled in his chair, every feather trembling slightly. Unlike his pale face, His voice was very clear in the ears of his brothers. "Those accounts about me mentioned Ishtvan. Does this mean that something similar happened in another universe?" He raised his head, looking like a ghost, with red eyes. "Did I?" A cold guess came out of his mouth, with incomparable horror. "Eliminated them?" He did not specify who they were, as if it was just a vague image. Fulgrim smiled bitterly. He was an eyewitness, and he knew what they meant. Those loyalists who were unwilling to go along with their betrayed Gene-father. He wanted to comfort Sanguinius, but he didn't know what role he should speak. Just as he hesitated, the voice of the array sounded again. "The first part of the Ultramarines account ends here. The second part is waiting. Shall we start?" "There is a second part?" Guilliman raised his head suddenly, and everyone could see the tears on his face. Guilliman ordered hoarsely with hatred in his voice, "Continue, Robert." Vulcan immediately stopped him. "No, play," Guilliman said stubbornly and frantically. "I want to listen. I must listen. I want to find out what shameful blasphemy he has committed. I want to understand what shameful thing he has turned my blood and my sons into. I will kill him with my own hands." This time, no one opposed him, not even Jaghatai. The Chagorian looked at the Lord of Ultramar with sympathy, feeling deeply unfortunate for the misfortune that happened to his brother. So many atrocities suddenly fell on an innocent man, so much guilt. Jaghatai knew if he were Guilliman, he would probably have drawn his knife by now. Ultramarines, Part 2, begin. The array began to narrate again. Ionid Hill, Lord of the Red Warriors. Guilliman closed his eyes in pain. The Istvan massacre was a horrific atrocity. Even among so many crimes, it is one of the most horrific. The fact that fathers wanted to kill their sons will never be erased. The exact role of Robert Guilliman in the corruption of his brothers is unknown, but one thing is certain: he gained the support of the 9 legions and summoned them at a certain time to launch a great rebellion, and the first step was to purge their legions. So, a group of Ultramarines, numbering thousands, were sent to the surface of Istvan III. These warriors who were still loyal to the Imperium did not know that they had actually been sentenced to death by their commanders and their fathers. The official statement was that they made a mistake, and this landing was a good opportunity for them to prove themselves. Their helmets were painted red to identify them. These warriors knew nothing about the truth, so when the first round of bombardment landed on the ground, most of the loyal Ultramarines died within the first minute, and even their bodies could not be found. In a sense, this is a good thing. They don't have to bear the terrible truth. However, there are always survivors in any disaster, and this time is no exception. A group of loyalists survived, and they also have a leader. His name is Ionid Hill. Lehman Russ gave a loud cheer, and if he had any wine on hand, he would have started drinking immediately. Hill was not the only soldier who survived the first wave of bombing. He and his company escaped the terrible bombing in the underground cemetery. However, their good luck ended there. When these confused soldiers went to the ground to investigate the situation because of the unannounced bombing, everything they saw made them almost feel miserable. Even the company commander knelt on the ground because of despair. They had understood that this mission was not a meritorious service at all, and the red helmet did not mean that they needed to redeem themselves as before. This time, the glaring red was a sign that they needed to die. Hill did not fall into a brief madness and despair like the others in his company. He sobered up in a very short time because a stronger emotion dominated him, that is anger. Naturally, he took over the command of the company commander and began to lead his brothers to fight against those shameful traitors. Jaghatai rarely showed an appreciative smile. He turned his head and asked, "Robert, tell me, is this man the reborn fearless?" Guilliman didn't know what expression to use to answer. He nodded woodenly and showed an ugly smile. "Yes, alas, the loyal will have their rewards," Fulgrim said softly. "I believe he will survive, otherwise the array would not single him out." "I hope so." The voice of the Lord of Ultramar sounded like he had regained a little bit of rationality. However, those who knew him well could see that the fire of hatred was still burning in his eyes. The battle on Istvan III lasted for a long time. Hill fought side by side with his brothers, spitting venom of hatred at those shameful traitors, wielding a blade forged by loyalty, and spraying the flames of revenge. Hill killed many traitors, including his former commander. However, What really made him different from other heroes who fought was that Hill survived in the end. Everyone understood that their resistance was just a counterattack before death. They were few in number and insufficient in ammunition, while the traitors had everything, even the love of their fathers. So they decided that some of them must survive, at least one person must survive and escape, to tell the Empire about all the terrible things here, and to persevere in fighting against those shameful traitors in the future. Hill was identified on the list, and he refused. He just wanted to continue fighting them, but he finally changed his mind. After preparation, Hill took a few brothers from 4 legions to seize a rebel gunboat. In this way, at the last moment, relying on the technical expertise of an iron hand, the 20 of them escaped. After that, the last glory of the Ultramarines also disappeared. When they reappeared, Hill no longer called himself the Ultramarines, but the Red Seal Warriors. They are the loyalists of the rebellious legions, but also the helpless ghosts, drifting in the universe, forever hunting those shameful traitors, the brothers of the past. Ultramarines, 2, over. The array ended the narration. Iron Hands. Russ muttered, turning his head to look at Fulgrim. It seems that you and Ferris have switched sides this time. Phoenix did not even look at him, seemingly calm, but in fact, a storm was already brewing in his heart. Ferris, would Ferris, such a Ferris, betray? Jaghatai glanced at Gilliman and found that he seemed to be relieved at this moment, slumped in the chair. He closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curved downwards, and his face was still sad. The array mentioned that there are 9 legions in the rebellion, and 2 have been confirmed. Sanguinius pursed his lips and said hoarsely, "So, what about the other 7? He looked up at the ceiling, where an amorphous shadow was slowly moving. Noticing the archangel's sad eyes, it was silent for a while, and finally turned back to its original form. Korax, the Lord of Crows, stood calmly in front of his brothers. Russ whistled. "Oh, look, who is this? Isn't this the man who fought with the captain in close combat? How do you feel, Korax?" The Lord of Crows ignored him. The first person he spoke to was Gilliman. The latter was looking at him sadly at the moment, and after noticing his eyes, he gave him a miserable smile. "Long time no see, Korax." Robert Gilliman smiled miserably. "Have you heard everything?" "Yes." The Lord of Crows nodded calmly and sat down next to Gilliman. His tone was steady and rational, and it was hard to tell that he was being beaten on the ground not long ago. "What happened in another universe doesn't mean anything, Robert. You don't need to blame yourself for it. Look at your face. What are you thinking?" He frowned and scolded angrily. "What would your descendants think if they saw this? They regard you as a father and a guide. You must not show such a weak side." "Cheer up, brother." At this moment, the voice of the array sounded at the right time. Chapter 3, Raven Shadow Guard. "The information is ready. Shall we start telling the story?" Korax's expression froze on his face. "There is another 6K update." Chapter 827, Round Table Talks. For Lehman Russ, seeing Korax so angry was a pleasure. He grinned and looked at the Lord of Crows, staring at the emaciated face with deep cheeks and laughing happily. "Oh, Allfather." 4 words. He didn't say more, but Korax's cheeks were already red. The latter raised a trembling finger to Lehman Russ. "You'd better not." "Don't what?" Russ looked at him with a playful smile, and even raised his chin with a little provocation. "I didn't say anything. I didn't express any opinions." "Korax, are you going to shut me up like this?" In the end, Korax didn't let his anger explode. The Lord of Crows, who had learned a lesson from anger, leaned back in his chair. He took a few deep breaths and then said, "Begin." There was no emotion in his dark eyes, but I'm afraid everyone could feel the raging anger in him. Then everyone understood his determination. Warning: if you are reading this document, be careful. This document describes the most evil rebel legion. You need a will stronger than steel. Otherwise put it down now and apply for amnesia service. For those who insist on reading, please be aware that you will most likely be executed immediately after reading. However, if you insist on reading, I hope you can remember the following words. Please always maintain your faith in the Emperor and believe in the purity of your soul. The short opening ended, and the array even gave them some time to discuss in a very humane way. However, no one spoke. Even Russ stopped smiling, and instead looked solemn and serious. Considering the appearance he had shown so far, this was rare, very rare. There has never been such a description in the first 2 chapters. Shagatai said very slowly, the most evil. Even repeatedly warned the readers and asked them to always maintain their faith. The Chogarus raised his head and glanced at the Lord of Carouse, whose lips were trembling slightly. Continue. Unlike his trembling lips, Korax's voice was very clear. Go on. The Raven Guards are different from the other rebels. They are not even corrupted, nor are they trapped in darkness. In a sense, they are the darkness itself. Even those who follow the dark gods will be wary and fearful of them. Korax chewed on the word, and his pale skin flushed. He kept his breathing steady and tried to keep himself sitting here, so that he could continue to listen to this terrible story. But, when it comes to the Raven Guards, you must understand their prime arch, Corvus Corax. You must understand his tragic life experience and why he became this horrible appearance, a twisted nightmare. Gilliman put his hand on Corax's shoulder and said nothing. His power was transmitted to Corax through his hand, and the Lord of Crows calmed down a little, but only a little. Corvus Corax had a miserable and inhumane childhood. The planet he landed on was called Kavaha, an advanced forging world. Although technologically advanced, the oppression there was even worse. Except for a few technical bureaucrats who could enjoy a good life, everyone else was just a slave. Under such circumstances, Corax landed. He didn't have this name at that time, and the researchers who locked him up called him by the number on the incubator where he landed, which was number 19. Normally speaking, it is unlikely that a baby would be imprisoned and used as research material. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the bureaucrats on Kavaha have always wanted to make the slaves live longer. These poor slaves work in extremely serious pollution, which often causes them to mutate in various ways. At first, the Foundry Union didn't care until they found in an annual report that the materials for this year were more than 10 percentage points less than in the past. They were furious and immediately executed a group of slaves. Then they began to investigate the cause of the matter. In the end, the result presented to the Foundry Unions was not that the slaves were lazy, but that they died too many times and there were not enough people. So, the technical officers began to try a genetic therapy. They wanted the slaves to be able to overcome the harsh natural environment. That is, they wanted the slaves to live longer, but this was not out of kindness, but out of extreme exploitation and desire for wealth. Second, number 19 passed through the atmosphere unscathed. More importantly, the researchers discovered the energy of the subspace from the incubator. After research, they found that this energy could instantly contaminate and distort flesh and blood, but number 19, a baby, was fine. So, they believed that their hope of making their wealth further lay in this baby. As long as they cracked the secret in his genes, they would have a large number of slaves who would not be easily damaged. With this idea in mind, number 19 eventually became an experimental subject to spend his childhood. Corax's breathing at this moment sounded like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. According to the records left on Kavaha, number 19 was subjected to many horrific experiments in the early stages of the experiment. He was exposed to extremely dangerous radiation, which could kill a person in just a few seconds. He was also soaked in concentrated toxins, and the experimenters even injected him with a tube during the process to observe his body's reaction in a dying state. The experimenters also tested his bones' tolerance to blades and the speed of his flesh and blood recovery. Under such treatment, many experimenters gradually stopped treating him as a human being. They even once released a dangerous beast into his room just for fun. What's worse, due to the 5 blood draws a day and the poor food, his nutrition could not keep up with his growth. Although the blessing in his genes gave him some strength, his image after he grew up was chilling. Because of not seeing the sun, he was terribly pale. Because of the experiments, he was covered with scars. Because of hunger, he was skin and bones. He was taller than anyone else, but like a ghost. However, according to his instinct, 19 vaguely felt that normal life should not be like this, so he tried to escape many times. His body was extremely weak, but he was a Primarch after all. He was able to break free from the chain around his neck and kill the guards. Because we were outnumbered, he even learned the skills of stealth without a teacher. Not only that, in order not to be discovered, he also possessed an invisibility ability that could be called a supernatural power. However, according to his own account later, it was not true invisibility, but it just made the guards unable to detect his actions. Unfortunately, although his will to resist was very strong, he was too weak, and there were too many enemies. Therefore, his resistance would fail every time. Not only that, after each failed resistance, he would face more cruel experiments and treatment. However, we can be sure that he did escape from the research facility once, but unfortunately, a hungry, tired, bleeding and helpless child obviously could not hold on for too long. He was soon captured again. Unfortunate fate. Vulcan, who had always stood, said, "This child is different from the Korax we knew." The Fire Lord shook his head. "The injustice he suffered is simply shocking." Russ bared his teeth to hide his anger. "These civilized people are more disgusting to me than the cruelest beasts on Fenris. At least the beasts kill for food, to fill their stomachs, while they—" He gritted his teeth. The array was indifferent to their discussion and continued. "Cold, ruthless, rational. Is it really so?" At least it knew the time left for them to discuss. What a cruel fate. Fulgrim frowned deeply, and this gesture did not reduce his beauty, but instead made him more charming. Unfortunately, the Phoenix was full of anger at the moment. He looked up and knew that his brothers all thought the same as him. Even Conrad Kurz did not have such a childhood. The Khan's voice was very soft, so soft that it almost didn't sound like his own. "Are you sure you can still listen, Korax?" The Lord of Crows only responded with a cold look. "If he is a traitor, then these treatments are what he deserves." "No," Vulcan immediately retorted, his eyebrows raised. "You have mistaken the cause and effect, brother. This child has never felt the good side of human nature, he has never felt love, and he has not even tasted a little kindness. Standing in this situation, how can you ask him to be loyal to the Empire and protect those who hurt him again and again?" From Korax's expression, Gilliman knew that Korax actually agreed with Vulcan's words, but he was obviously unwilling to admit it. "He is always like this," the Lord of Crows replied coldly. "Betrayal is betrayal. Betrayal is unforgivable and unforgivable. I will never tolerate this." Vulcan looked at him disappointedly for a long time, and the Lord of Fire Dragon sighed. "Let's discuss this issue later. Can you still hold on? Who do you think I am, Vulcan?" Korax sneered. "Go on." "Ha!" The end of his words was almost a sigh, although it was a sneer. Chapter 828 Round Table Talks. The cold voice sounded again, ruthlessly telling the cruel truth from another world, extremely dark and miserable. The technocrats finally discovered the magical effect of Korax's blood and made it into a serum that could prevent the slaves who worked in the pit all day from mutation. However, it also brought another thing. The slaves injected with the serum would constantly see the illusion of Korax being imprisoned and tortured, and experience the terrible experiments firsthand. Many of them went crazy and rebelled without hesitation. After several rebellions, the technocrats had to give up the serum in disappointment. So they began to continue studying number 19, hoping to amplify the benefits of the serum and eliminate the side effects. However, their beautiful dream could only last so far. The Imperial Army came to the planet, and the Lord of Mankind came to the planet accompanied by his son, Horus Lupercal, with a huge fleet. According to the analysis of the Intelligence Department, there are traces of a Prime Arch here. However, when the Lord of Mankind arrived, he found that the people here were not under the leadership of a Prime Arch. After several humble talks between the technocrats, they gave in, but also cunningly put forward conditions. They could return Korax, that is, number 19, and they could also join the human empire, but they required self-consistency. The Lord of Mankind agreed. But he didn't know one thing. When the technocrats took him to the operating table where number 19 was imprisoned and called him it, Korax was not completely unconscious. He had a little bit of consciousness, so he heard the words of the Lord of Mankind clearly. Cold words. "Number 19. I have been looking for him for a long time. It has been damaged, my lord. We don't know how important it is to your plan. Can you accept its appearance? He can complete his mission." "Really?" The Lord of Mankind's voice was firm, but when Korax heard that cold and indifferent voice, a spark of hatred still appeared in his heart. He swore that this person would pay the price. Return your vision to the round table. Robert Gilman smiled bitterly. It seems that no matter which world, our father is so ruthless. Fulgrim shook his head and expressed a different opinion. Angren once told me that the father over there treated him very gently and respected their ideas. Russ did not comment. He did not want to get involved in such a discussion. In his opinion, it didn't matter if he and his brothers were tools. He was happy to be the executioner, but he would not ask others to be the same as him. Leman Russ could always see through some things easily and keep them in his heart. Maybe just be gentle to him. Chagatai shook his head. I can't imagine a father with humanity, huh? Why did he scream in surprise? The reason is actually very simple. An old man appeared in the conference room and stood next to the Khan. He patted the back of the Khan's head and smiled. Chagatai, what do you want to say? For the first time in his life, the Eagle of Goros felt that he should become a mute. He paused for a long time and could not say the second half of the sentence. Russ laughed and wanted to say something, but the old man glared at him directly. Shut up, Russ. I know you have been laughing at your brothers. Don't be too proud. You are not much better. Oh father, what does this mean? The Wolf King looked at him in fear. Me too? The old man ignored his expression, but sighed, pulled out a chair and sat on it very tiredly. If you think he is the same as me, you are wrong. He smiled self-deprecatingly. He is more humane than me. He is more like a father than me. The reason why he calls Korax that is because he has to show a disguised and inferior character to those technical bureaucrats. Who can force the Emperor of Mankind to do this? The Lord of Crows asked softly. What kind of power can threaten you? Of course they can't threaten me, but they can threaten my son. The old man looked into Korax's dark eyes and answered slowly. If I don't agree to their terms, or show a little anger at your miserable appearance, then the hidden nuclear warheads will be launched. They will never see their dominance threatened. How can you be sure of this? The Lord of Crows asked rationally, as if the behavior he just substituted for that Korax did not exist at all. You are not him, and I am not the 19th. How can you know his thoughts? I have exchanged memories with him. The old man raised his right hand calmly, and a ray of golden light flashed. The next second, the scene changed. A familiar person stood in front of all of them. It was Horus Lupercal, but more energetic, plus quiet, plus their father said with psychic power, plus this is not the Horus you know. See, plus however, from Horus's expression, anyone can see that he is suppressing his anger. If this anger can be visualized, he is probably on fire. He just came back from the treatment room of the battleship, where his brother who had just been found was being cared for by dozens of excellent doctors. Logically, he should be relieved. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. This was the source of his anger. He saw the horrible scars crisscrossing Korax's body, and also saw his helpless and desperate look. He even screamed and dodged the doctors, just because they wore the same white gloves as the researchers. He was furious and almost cried. He wanted revenge, but his father refused to let him do so. Why, father? Horus asked the Golden Giant. Why did you agree to their terms? Because they threatened me with your brother's life, the Golden Giant replied. But they didn't say it directly, because they didn't dare. If I had sent your wolf down before, I'm afraid they would kill him immediately. Horus was silent for a while, and said, then, they have nothing now, but I have made my promise. The Golden Giant replied calmly. Horus sneered. He knew his father, and he knew that the Lord of Mankind would do what he had promised those tyrants and monsters, and would not show any so-called mercy. The corpses of those Terra monarchs who thought they could negotiate with him are still in the grave. They forced you to accept this unfair treaty. Horus almost roared in a low voice. And what they did to Korax, can you tolerate it? The Lord of Mankind interrupted his son. The satellites of Kawaha are equipped with a large number of nuclear bombs aimed at the surface of the planet. Horus was silent. He understood. Yes, that's what you think. If I attack them, then they will burn the entire planet immediately. There are no agents of Makador here, and no one can dismantle all the nuclear warheads before they notice. Tell me, Horus, are you willing to burn an entire world to bring justice to your brother? I will, Horus said, terribly firm. He knew this was not the right answer, and he also knew that as the Primarch he had to lock up the fate of the entire human race. But, Horus Lupercal said with hatred, I will, Father, I will do my best to ensure that the nuclear bombs are not launched. I am willing to take this risk. These beasts do not deserve to live, nor do they deserve to be part of our empire. They should burn in pain. The Lord of Mankind knew that he was not lying. He did not rebuke Horus for not considering the greater good, nor did he say anything. He simply sighed, and then the imperial majesty and desire for self-control disappeared. The mask was removed, replaced by an old and tired man. He smiled sadly. I have no choice, Horus. I have made too many compromises. I cannot break them here. The price of turning back is unacceptable. But, you said it well. The old man looked at his son with sorrow, his eyes almost crying, regret and self-blame boiling on his face. Do not forget your love for your brothers, he said hoarsely. These are the things that make you more human, not like me, my son. The scene changed again. They returned to the round table, and this time, no one spoke. I have been a bad father. Yes, I know, the old man said softly. I know I have been too hard on you, and have done too many foolish things. Gilliman bowed his head and said nothing. The archangel stared at his father, silent. Fulgrim smiled bitterly. Russ muttered, raised his hand and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Shagatai Khan sighed and looked at the ceiling. Vulcan shook his head. Korax asked, so? The Lord of Crows asked coldly, what do you want to express? Guilt. No need, father. We all know your ideals. I can say that we are here for your ideals rather than out of love for you. You love humans more than us. At least, you do. You showed us these things. What do you want to do? I don't believe that the wizard put these things out without your consent. Korax stood up and asked tremblingly, what do you want to do, father? Repent. I'm afraid it's too late. Do you want to be like him? No, number. I know I have no right to say this. But, how many times can you change us? But how many times do you choose to stand by and watch? I just like to torture the Emperor, especially that kind. In addition, do you know that Kidian sent me a leave note? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829 Round Table Talks. The old man did not answer the question in the end. Did he not want to? Or did he not dare? His sons all had their own answers. In short, after the old man turned into golden light and disappeared, the meeting room fell silent again. This time, they were silent for longer than all the previous times combined. The array also wisely did not disturb their thoughts. This so-called artificial intelligence constructed by complex technology is becoming more and more humane, and so is its initial version, the Array Center. The latter is evolving every day, and the countless humans on the Revenge are providing it with many observable emotions. One day, it will give birth to a true self. This also gave birth to another question. What exactly is the self? Robert Gilliman is now thinking about this question. Human beings are a huge whole. They have many things in common and many personal strengths. Gilliman is one of them, and what he is best at is thinking. He can use his vast knowledge base and terrifying analytical ability to instantly deduce the situation on the battlefield. He can even remember the name of an officer from the Ministry of Military Affairs he met 40 years ago, but he can't get the answer to this question. Here, he is loyal. There, he was a traitor. Why? Fate or character? Or perhaps, personal will is completely insignificant under the gaze of the evil god. Their self-righteous so-called self is just a plaything in the hands of the gods, and free will does not exist at all. A terrible idea began to take shape in his mind. If I can't decide all this, at least I can decide my own death. If you really think this is the only solution, then, Robert, I will be very disappointed in you. A voice appeared, not the distant cry from the psychic communication that seemed to come from the other side of the world, but a voice that actually sounded in Gilliman's ears, gentle and calm, with a bit of Shenyan's unique smile. Teacher, the wizard leaned against the wall of the conference room. No one knew when he appeared. He smiled calmly. Don't fall into the trap of nihilism. Thinkers like you will always fall into it, thinking about the so-called meaning of life and the boundaries of the self all day long." He shrugged. "I do think that philosophy is necessary, but the meaning of philosophy is to let you know yourself and live a better life, rather than becoming pessimistic and negative. Of course, I am not qualified to say this to you. I have jumped into it myself. Ah, I almost forgot to say hello. So, how are you feeling now?" He glanced around the room with a smile and nodded to each of them. Lehman Russ looked away uncomfortably, Fulgrim returned the sincere smile, and the Khan nodded slightly, his face still calm. Vulcan raised his hand slowly, as if he was still embarrassed by his last performance. Korax's performance was the strangest. The moment the wizard appeared, he actually tensed up all over, like a threatened beast. Gilliman was still in a trance, and Sanguinius, well, to be honest, he should have an artist draw his current appearance. Even a crappy third-rate painter who could not get into the art school and could only draw landscapes could probably draw a masterpiece. The wizard raised his eyebrows. "That's not necessary, Sanguinius," he said slowly. "Look, I'm a wizard by profession, not a professional psychiatrist. You can't all rely on me to see you. I usually have to spend time studying spells." Someone laughed secretly, and there was no need to say who it was. Everyone should know it. Phoenix didn't bother to glare at him this time, and simply coughed and stood up. He bravely took on this responsibility, and the Chemos people decided to break the deadlock themselves and continue this meeting that had completely slid into a weird development. Fulgrim said seriously, "The captain is right. Yes, brothers, it is difficult for most of us to have a normal childhood. Each of us has unspeakable secrets and a unique personality. Of course, you can also call it a flaw, but this does not affect our unity. 10,000 years ago, we fought together under the same flag and had occasional friction with each other. At that time, none of us thought that things would develop into what they are now." He smiled bitterly. Who could have predicted it would happen? Magnus? No. He also viewed the warp as a gentle entity, with inexhaustible energy and a possibility for the future progress of mankind. We must admit that only Father saw the danger and horror of the warp, but we must also understand one thing. The once fallen man now spoke in the most sober tone. He is also a person, at least in part. He did not reveal the truth to us, which was the limit of his humanity. Brothers, when I looked back and wondered if it was me who caused my shameful betrayal, I made an unexpected discovery. I saw a father who was at a loss, and a man who was fighting with himself. He tried to let his humanity overcome everything, but he failed in the end. The cold and ruthless rationality of the Eternal made him regard everyone as a tool to maintain the future of mankind, even himself. In his heart at that time, nothing was unsacrificable. And as tools, we naturally don't need to know the truth. He has his own arrangements for the warp. But do you want to deny his human side? Yes, he used us as tools, but he was even more cruel to himself. Yes, he never told us the truth, and even hurt our feelings over and over again with so-called rationality, but he silently arranged a place for each of us in his plan. I'm not trying to defend him, I'm telling you one thing, our father is the most complex psychopath in human history. What about us? Fulgrim pointed at himself. At this moment, he was noble and full of courage. I can start with myself. I used to be morbidly obsessed with perfection. I pursued it, craved it, and even worshipped it. But I have defeated it. Thank you, Captain. The wizard, who had just said that he was not a psychiatrist, nodded with a straight face, but did not say anything to undermine him at this time, but just shocked Fulgrim with his psychic energy. And you, Robert, the causal relationship between you and politics has been completely reversed. Now, it is no longer politics that needs you, but you need politics to prove the meaning of your existence. Gilliman looked up blankly, and after a few seconds, he instinctively frowned, wanting to refute, but was stunned. The lines between Fulgrim's eyebrows were becoming deeper and deeper. What you did on your 500 worlds, I don't want to mention it. It is a consensus among all of us that the Astartes should stay away from politics, but not you. You seem to be unable to see what an Astartes means to mortals. Think about it, brother. Don't you understand that they are extraordinary beings to mortals? No matter how much you want to hide this, you can't succeed. The Astartes are superhumans, machines created for killing, and superbrains are just byproducts. Yes, they can handle various government affairs at a speed dozens of times faster than mortals. Then what should mortals do, become slaves of the Astartes? I have never. Gilliman stood up eagerly. I have never thought of this. The 500 worlds of Ultramar are civilized and progressive, and no one is a slave to others. There are many words with similar meanings to slaves. Jaghatai said calmly, I respect you, brother, but on this matter, I agree with Fulgrim. Gilliman sat back in his chair dejectedly. Is there anything more frustrating than opposition from a brother? Yes, that is, you know that you are really the one who is wrong, and then you, Jaghatai. Fulgrim immediately turned his firepower and turned to the Khan who had just supported him. The latter raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke first. I know my own problem, so you don't have to worry about it, brother. Phoenix looked at him stubbornly for a while, and Jaghatai Khan could only sigh. Okay. He narrowed his eyes. I like isolationism and mysticism because I don't trust you, nor do I trust my father. I think his ideals will eventually collapse. This is an unexpected answer, Lehman Russ said slowly. I thought you just didn't like the crowds, brother, but I didn't expect you didn't like us. Don't get me wrong. I still like you, you idiot. The Khan laughed. I just didn't have confidence in us, but not now. He turned his head and nodded slightly to the wizard. Shenyan did not accept the thanks. He shook his head helplessly. The theme of Fulgrim's speech was nothing more than hoping that his brothers could rely on their own strength to overcome the mental defects from the past. But so far, the only two people who have done this have intentionally or unintentionally involved him. This is based on the premise that he said he didn't want to be a psychiatrist anymore. That old man should really pay me. Muttering, the wizard took over the topic started by Fulgrim and ended it in just a few sentences. Let's stop here, Fulgrim. Your brothers have suffered enough stimulation today. If you are interested in the matter of another universe, you can ask the array yourself. Alas, I didn't expect I would say this, he said with a stern face. Word by word, if anyone feels that they have mental problems, you can come to me. Sanguinius, you come with me. The archangel did not respond to the semi-commanding tone. He stood up in despair and followed the wizard out of the meeting room without saying a word. The remaining people looked at each other, and finally Korax spoke first. If you don't mind, the Lord of Crows said with his eyes closed. I want to listen to this story alone. Blood dripped onto the ground. Lorgar could no longer remember how many times he had bled, but the person he hated, despised, and even hated always stood opposite him, without any retreat. Terrible persistence, just like he used to be. What have you done? He asked, using the same voice as Lorgar. Tell me. Don't even think about it, Lorgar replied weakly. I refuse to communicate with an unbeliever. You want to know my past? No, you don't deserve it. Even the teachings of God are divided among people. People like you, he shouted weakly and full of hatred. You are only worthy of burning in the hell. The man smiled, and his face, which was similar to Lorgar's, had a completely different expression. It was so firm that it was shocking and frightening. He looked at Lorgar with contempt and said coldly, don't you realize it, believer? You are already in the hell you mentioned. Let me make it clearer. The God you mentioned personally sent you here. Don't even think about lying to me. Lorgar spat out a mouthful of blood, and hatred burned violently. How can a true God abandon his followers? You have been abandoned 3 times. They are not true gods. Really? Ah, your madness and shamelessness really impress me. I have never seen a madman like you. It seems that my definition of religion is correct. It is a spiritual drug that can destroy human will while comforting them, so that they will fall deeper and deeper. Seeing you, my determination has become stronger. The man shook his head. No matter how I try to convince you, you can find an angle to cut in and deceive yourself without hesitation. Your mind is impeccable, Lorgar Werlan. This is the last time I call you this. You are not worthy of using this name. I will take it away. Suddenly, Lorgar felt a fear, then the urge to laugh, laughing because of fear. You want to take away my name? Lorgar laughed loudly, and his laughter seemed so empty and miserable in the darkness. I'm very curious. How do you do this? It's simple. It's a scientific question. A hand with golden light stretched out from the darkness. It was a strong right hand with calloused palms. And it was holding a war hammer. Lorgar knew this war hammer. The Illuminator, the owner of the war hammer, said calmly, "Do you know about concussion? People's brains will have neurological disorders after being hit hard. At this time, their memory will have problems, and they will passively forget many things. And what to forget and how much to forget, this is not something they can decide. Similarly, how much you can forget and what you can forget are not up to you to decide." The Illuminator shook up and down. "It's up to me. Your body still has the characteristics of the Primarch, with good recovery ability and excellent toughness. So I will continue to hit your head with this warhammer until you forget your name. Of course, you will also forget your pathetic and ridiculous beliefs." Since coming here, Lorgar Warlion screamed sincerely for the first time, but not for the name he was about to lose, but for his beliefs. Hopeless. The master of the Illuminator sighed and raised his arm. "Today I will update once, touch and make Gundam, and continue to update 10,000 times tomorrow. At present, surfing the internet is a bit dangerous for me. I often searched for erotic pictures of the Sisters of Battle not long ago, so I saw an erotic picture of Fulgrim 2 days ago, and today I saw an erotic picture of the Emperor, which is really confusing. Big data is actually the essence of Slaanesh. Well, to be honest, it's well drawn." Chapter 830 Psychological Treatment. Preaching may only be useful in certain circumstances. Humans are stubborn by nature, and it is wishful thinking to expect to change their ideas with a few words. Fortunately, humans are very good at receiving orders from others. Sometimes, you only need to tell them to do this without explaining why you need to do this. Is it simple? Simple, but also ironic, because a point of view is born from this. That is, the best way to protect humans is to prevent them from knowing the truth. This point of view is extremely one-sided, but it is not without reason. For example, now, Sanguinius knows, so he is fidgeting now. "I won't ask you how you feel, Sanguinius. This question is meaningless, and I can get the answer from your face." The wizard smiled. He stared at the overly pale face of the Primarch. "But what are you afraid of, Sanguinius?" If there was a choice, Sanguinius would probably not choose to sit opposite the wizard. The latter's gaze is not comfortable, even on weekdays. Not to mention the glare now. The pain like a needle prick made the Archangel lower his head. The pain came from the outside world and from his heart. He was ashamed of the weakness he showed. "Genetic defects." After a long time, he spoke. "The Blood Angels have always been troubled by their own defects. The Black Rage has disappeared, but the bloodthirst still exists." Shenyan waited patiently for the next words. "Fighting is the purpose of the Astartes." Sanguinius leaned back so that the shadow cast by the chandelier would cover his face. He knew that this was useless for the mage, but he wanted to do it. "My sons are no exception. Yes, they are now fond of art and full of humanity, but that was my effort after my return." Before I returned, Sanguinius smiled bitterly, "the beast has completely devoured them. They were even more bloodthirsty and crazy in battle than the World Eaters who came later. I corrected all of this, but I could not change the power hidden in their genes with my will. Soon, the curse was revealed, even for the new soldiers who joined the Legion." He stared blankly ahead, where there was nothing. He was so lost in thought that his tone was so soft that it seemed like he was talking in his sleep. Continuous anger, loss of reason, and deprivation of humanity. In the end, they will succumb to this anger. I have been trying to find a solution. I started working on this during the Great Crusade, but there was no progress. And then, Sanguinius paused for a moment. The firewood in the fireplace in the study crackled, and the desk and chair were safe and sound. Only the heavy bookshelves were empty. The mage sat opposite Sanguinius and slowly looked away. He raised his right hand, and as his fingers rubbed together, dark blue light spots emerged, turning into tiny lightning dancing between his fingers, and in the next moment turned into pure flames. He was waiting, just like a hunter waiting for his prey to enter the hunting range. Finally, the Archangel who knew nothing about this still spoke. "I once met a demon of Slaanesh. He told me that if I chose to embrace chaos, then the curse on my offspring would be eliminated once and for all. It was just a little bit, And I agreed. He bowed his head deeply. It was just a little bit, and I would be like him. I would watch my sons turn into ugly monsters. Yes, the curse was lifted, but the price was to become monsters. Monsters are naturally not afraid of curses, they are the curse itself. It was just a little bit. Baal Sanguinius's voice was very light and thin, like a whisper in the wind. He covered his face with his hands and stopped talking. Very good, so this is why you are afraid, playing with lightning and flames. The wizard nodded. You have the courage to say it, which is rare, but I want to make a completely opposite evaluation of you, Sanguinius. You are too cowardly. The archangel raised his head with tears in his eyes, his face full of shock and confusion, and a little anger brewing in his eyes. He didn't understand, and didn't understand why he got such an evaluation, but he was willing to listen, because he was Sanguinius, and he Shenyan laughed. That's it. He laughed and said, damn it, it's this damn look. Why can't you stand up and release all the anger in your heart? Be brave, Sanguinius, and stop pretending. I don't understand. Of course you don't understand. Alas, yes, you are Sanguinius, the most glorious man in the empire, the one who sacrificed himself to save the empire, a hero, an angel, the perfect man in mythology. But are you really? Shenyan stood up and walked slowly behind the archangel. He raised his left hand behind his back, and a complex magic circle appeared silently. Everyone respects you, everyone loves you, so you must become what they imagine you to be. You must be gentle and polite to everyone, you must restrain yourself in battle, you must stay calm at all times, and even do things you don't like to do. Do you really like handling government affairs, Sanguinius? No, you don't like it at all. You only do this out of love for your brother. I appreciate this, but I also want to point out another reason why you do this, a reason you didn't say. You do this because you have to be Sanguinius. Sanguinius is gentle and kind, so he will definitely help his poor regent brother, even if he doesn't like it himself. The mage lowered his head and whispered in Sanguinius' ear, why don't you dare to show your true self? Angel, there is a reason why Korn is so fond of you. Yes, don't deny it. We may lie, but the evil god will not. He can see the anger and desire for battle in your heart, and he also knows that no one among your brothers can compare to you in this regard. Ha! The world thinks that Sanguinius hates violence and war, but they never think that if a person really hates the art of fighting, how can he master the art to the highest level? You live in a magnificent palace, Sanguinius, filled with statues of your gods. You are wrapped in them, so you also cover yourself with a layer of gold paint, trying to become the embodiment of divinity. Tell me, Sanguinius, in your long life, have you ever really revealed your true nature completely? The archangel sat there in silence, like a statue. From the wizard's perspective, he could only see a slightly trembling back. The bloodthirst is a genetic defect of your heirs, but it is also yours, Sanguinius. Sons naturally inherit the characteristics of their fathers. You inherited some things from him, and your sons took some things from you, such as the talent for fighting, the skill with weapons, kindness, enthusiasm, humility, and of course, the bloodthirst. The wizard grinned. I want to make a bold guess, Sanguinius. The essence of the Primarchs is the warp creatures, the psychic creatures. So, could it be that something in your subconscious mind has involved these descendants of yours at the genetic level? In other words, could it be that the person who caused them pain is you? The overwhelming anger turned into golden flames visible to the naked eye and began to burn on Sanguinius's wings. They did not ignite his wings, but ignited the wizard's chair. The flame spread rapidly and expanded to the entire room in just a few seconds. Shenyan did not feel distressed, and even whistled. Some things, you feel distressed the first time, but you get used to it the second time. The chandelier above his head fell to the ground with a bang. Sanguinius slowly stood up and turned around. His face, which was always gentle on weekdays, was now bulging with veins and extremely hideous. Yes, that's it, the wizard laughed, extremely satisfied. At the same time, his left hand behind his back made a gesture, making the effect of the spell more violent on the archangel, who roared and threw a punch. After a loud bang, sorry, oh my god. How could I? Sir, are you okay? Sorry, Sorry. Sanguinius came back to his senses and apologized helplessly, even bowing several times. His face flushed red, and his expression was very flustered. Well, Shenyan touched his cheek, but didn't say anything. Sanguinius's punch was fierce and fast, and it also carried a huge amount of psychic energy. Really? Who said he didn't have psychic talent? However, this is actually nothing. With the current physique of the mage, he would be fine if he stood there and let Sanguinius hit him for half an hour, and he could even drink coffee while being beaten. Moreover, if he hadn't removed those constant protective spells in advance, Sanguinius would not have been able to touch him at all. In other words, the reason why Sanguinius could hit him was because he allowed it. The ignorant archangel still felt a strong sense of guilt in front of him, which was really pitiful. Otherwise, how can you say that mages are not good people? Let's call it even. After all, I did say some excessive things. Then, the first phase of psychological therapy ends here. I will arrange the second phase in a while. Standing in the ruins, the mage snapped his fingers, and the burned study began to recover rapidly, returning to its original appearance in just a few seconds. But there was still nothing on the bookshelves. Empty. Psychological therapy? Wait, there is a second phase. Yes. The mage nodded with a smile. How is it? Is the effect good? It feels good to release all the anger, right? By the way, the second phase will not be so easy. Sanguinius looked at him in disbelief, not caring about the second phase at all. His voice even trembled. You just let me hit you for this. Hey, don't be so self-indulgent. Shenyan rolled his eyes. I did this because your absent-minded look was too annoying. If someone else comes, I'll beat him up. By the way, he pointed at his empty bookshelves and looked unfriendly. After you leave, if you have time, go tell that raven that I'm not done with him yet. Frankly speaking, Robert Gilman didn't want to work now. His mind was a mess. Work, bullshit. He wanted to smash the personal terminal in his hand to vent his anger. The regent stared at the personal terminal in his hand with a bad face, and his right wrist was already suspended in the air. After keeping it for several seconds, he still put it down. A long sigh. Is there anything worse than hearing the terrible story? Yes. After listening to it, you still have to work. Government affairs, government affairs, government affairs, endless government affairs. Even if it's a clone, it's useless. The two clones share the same senses, so you still have to use your brain. Several times he wanted to try to rest and work at the same time, but the clone who was resting got up after lying down for a few seconds and worked with the clone who was working. The efficiency was even faster. He closed his eyes and leaned back. He forced himself to divert his attention. The population on Terra Space Station was increasing day by day, and many of them were chapters and naval fleets who had received orders to come. The manpower needed for the Vengeance expedition was almost complete, but there was still some time before it could start. First of all, it was a very troublesome task to completely change the equipment. After seeing the power of the new equipment, the chapter masters had gone completely crazy. This adjective was actually an understatement. They argued with the officials of the Military Affairs Department every day about this matter, asking for more of this and that. They used all kinds of means. Some talked about their qualifications and contributions, some vividly described how difficult it was for them, and some even deliberately painted their power armor old to talk, just to get 2 more pieces. What's worse, there was no shame at all, and he reported it as full strength when 700 people came. The officer in charge of statistics was dumbfounded when he saw the list. How come there are 24 veterans named Elite here? That guy even said with a straight face that they were all the same name. When the report was placed on Gilliman's desk, he almost got angry to death. The reason was simple. This was a successor group of the Ultramarines, and the Navy was the same. The Behemoth-class battleship parked in the Terra Space Station made them all red-eyed. Several captains of the combined fleet did nothing every day and wanted to have a meeting with him to discuss this matter. Each of them used very elegant words, which was completely different from their usual appearance. Thinking of this, Gilliman opened his eyes. He actually still had doubts in his heart, but some of the characteristics of being Robert Gilliman had brought him back to his senses. He picked up his personal terminal and planned to deal with the equipment issue completely today. which was also a holiday for his brain. Compared with the cruel darkness of another universe that made him suffocate, dealing with government affairs was a rare pastime. Today is 15,000, and tomorrow is also 15,000. Don't ask. The answer is that I lost the bet. Chapter 831 Space Station Miscellanea. This is unfair. Facing the roar of an Astartes is terrifying, especially for mortals. However, Hyrule, an official in the Military Affairs Department, has long been accustomed to it. He sighed, patted his ears to let the modified organs inside continue to work, and then he spoke weakly. Captain Viner, the Sons of Allah have received 300 sets of weapons that meet standard specifications for land titans. Weapons such as new bolters will be delivered to your base immediately after manufacturing is completed. Hyrule paused for a moment and then said, "So, I don't understand. Where is the unfair point? The accusation you made is quite serious. We have been very strict in cracking down on corruption internally recently." "Emperor, please don't slander me. Then why can the Nova Marines receive 500 sets?" Viner Ticleos glared at this official who was very thin to him. Although the roar was indeed a bit rude, in general, the current situation was still in the normal inquiry process. The guards standing at the door did not react at all. They have been used to it these days. According to statistics from a certain gossiper, 2 of the 3 chapter masters would draw because of the equipment, and the remaining one had a problem with his throat. When it comes to such a crucial issue as equipment, no Astartes can remain calm, because they have 475 people. Chapter Master Vino, although it is a bit against the rules to give 500 sets, you should communicate with our logistics department about this matter, instead of coming to me. After all, this decision is not made by me. Your logistics department asked me to come to you. Ah, that was their mistake at work. Okay. Chapter Master Vino, do you have any other questions? This calm attitude made Vino dumbfounded. He had never seen such an official. When the Inquisition was still there, the Inquisitors he had seen did not talk to him like this, but the mortal in front of him who looked like he had lost all hope in life did it. Vino even felt that he might be eager to be beaten so that he could go on vacation. His extraordinary observation ability allowed him to see this expectation on the latter's face. "I will come again tomorrow." In the end, he could only leave after leaving a word. When he walked out of the door, the person he least wanted to see was waiting for him by the door. This person was none other than Baden Dovro, the current chapter master of the Nova Marines. He was slightly taller than the average Astartes, and at this moment, he was smiling at Vino as he walked out of the door. "What was the result, Brother Vino?" Baden asked with a smile. "You'd better not show off your bargain here to me," Vino said gloomily. That official was simply neglecting his duty. How could he allocate you 25 more sets of new battle armor without review? "You are slandering me, Brother Vino." Baden Dovaro showed a look of surprise, and the fierce look brought by his high cheekbones was also covered by his smile at the moment. It was a kind of pure happiness, happiness that came from having something that others did not have. He talked incessantly, that Hyrule is a very responsible official. He must have gone through a strict review before allocating us 25 more sets of new armor. After all, I spent 4 hours to make him understand one thing with emotion and reason. He is now very clear that our Nova warriors are very keen on close combat, and the technical sergeants in the regiment are not well trained, so our power armor is often damaged, and some monks can't even use the belt. He agreed to give us 25 more sets of new armor. "Hey, don't leave." "I won't leave. I won't leave and stand here to listen to you show off. Am I sick?" Vino returned to the station where the regiment was assigned with an angry face. The think tank waiting at the door knew that the negotiation had not been successful again when he saw the expression of his own regiment leader. He shook his head helplessly. "Captain, have you failed again?" "Don't ask me about such obvious things next time," Vino said gloomily. He did not choose to enter the station, but leaned against the door and sighed depressedly. "Damn it, I just wanted 20 more sets." That guy just wouldn't give in, and their logistics department was just as bad. "I ran around there, and the time on the road alone consumed a full 2 hours. The think tank said coldly beside him. "You may not know, but the Sacred Terra space station has a short-distance transmission function. In other words, You can just speak and let the array send you to where you want to go. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I told you, Chapter Master. I told you the day after we arrived at the Terra space station, the think tank said calmly, but you were busy watching the introduction video of the Land Titan and told me to shut up. So I obeyed your order. Vino's face twitched. Forget it. Why didn't you change your clothes? Could it be that the 300 Land Titans we should have were also detained? Oh, that's right, Chapter Master, the think tank explained calmly. This morning I asked the array if they could provide me with some tools to make some small changes to this brand new set of power armor. The array replied that they have the relevant functions in our base. He raised his hand, knocked on the metal door, and smiled. I have to say, Chapter Master, the separate workshop can do almost any modification. And just a click of the finger, my Land Titan is undergoing some cosmetic modifications. Vino frowned, not excited about this matter, but questioned his think tank. Are you thinking of making the chapter's emblem movable again? Vino's face immediately darkened. His chief think tank is good at everything, but he likes to make the chapter emblem on his shoulder movable. When meeting with outsiders or fighting, the emblem is nailed, but if it is just worn normally, he will turn it upside down. You may ask, what's the big deal? Witch's Tarts doesn't have some quirks. There are those who like to steal things, but what's a movable emblem? Yes, it's really nothing big. However, the emblem style of the Sons of Orler is the reversed U of the Ultramarines. Looking at the guilty look of the chief think tank, Vino narrowed his eyes and said, tomorrow, you will represent me to negotiate with the people of the Military Affairs Department. I tell you, Orf, if you can't reach an agreement, ask them to add 20 more sets of weapons and equipment. You don't have to come back. What happened to the Sons of Orler is just a microcosm of this expeditionary force that is about to take shape. Terra Space Station is a huge place. Although there are many people, it has never been as lively as today. Astartes, Astra Militarum, and Imperial Navy from various chapters pass through here. Of course, there are also the smallest and most mysterious guards. Only a few of them will come here, and they don't stay for long. They only have 1 or half a day off. They usually don't show up, but if they do, it means that they have important things to do unless that day is their holiday. And today is Lictor's holiday. He decided to go to a hidden bar that is only open to guards to have fun. He pushed open the black metal door and walked in. His expression could not be described as relaxed, but rather something between calm and relaxed. This was the most relaxed expression he could make. This nameless bar was specially opened by Wenzen, and there was no need for a bartender or stocking. The interior decoration was quite simple, and it could be said that there was no decoration at all. Apart from a bar counter and some seats, there was nothing else. The bar was quite lively today, and there were actually 2 people besides him, one of whom was the current Marshal of the Imperial Guard, Trajan Valorous, and the other was, frankly speaking, the moment he saw that guy, Richter had the urge to turn around and leave. But that guy saw him first and raised his hand enthusiastically. Ah, isn't this the former captain of the Shield Guard whose name we abandoned? How are you these days? Not very well. I am very disappointed to see you alive, Mogris. How could I fall down like this when I haven't finished the magnificent masterpiece describing the second defense of Terra? Mogris, the poet, responded in a literary manner. Don't get me wrong. The title of poet is a mockery of his way of speaking, not a compliment. Everyone in the Imperial Guards is troubled by him, and this damn poet is also very good at fighting, even in the Imperial Guards. So, what else can they do except endure it? Calling herself a magnificent masterpiece when it's not yet completed? Ah! With a sneer, Lictor came to sit next to Trajan, and the array immediately served him a glass of strong liquor according to his preferences. He raised the exquisite glass and drank it all in one gulp before speaking. Are you taking a break today too? Lictor's attitude was quite casual when facing the current marshal. Trajan didn't think anything was wrong, and nodded calmly. To be precise, I'm going to take 3 days off. Lictor raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Why? 1 day is a rotation. 1 day is the reward given by the master for killing a keeper in the webway, and the other day is a physical examination. Trajan sighed. He once volunteered to sacrifice his life as temporary body, allowing a great being to cross half the galaxy and appear in Terra through him. This incident brought quite serious side effects to his body. Even the superhuman body of the Imperial Guards could not remain intact under such power, not to mention that the person also released several powerful spells. Trajan should have died, his body and soul were destroyed, but someone said no, that being forcibly reborn him. This is a good thing, he is now stronger than before, and can even use some strange abilities. But it also brought some troubles. He had to come to the Terra space station for examination every once in a while. What are you going to check this time? Lictor laughed. Bone strength? Ah, that was the content of the last inspection. I won't ask. Good luck, Trajan. Thank you. How about you? How are you doing recently? Me? Lictor, the former captain of the Shield Guard Company, who was kidnapped by the Infinite Trazyn in a battle whose records have been erased, sighed deeply. You know that there are many Astartes on the space station, right? Of course. You also know that there are many Eldar on the space station, right? Trajan's expression became a little strange. He roughly guessed which direction things would develop, and Lictor's melancholy expression just proved this. Several members of the war group who often fight with aliens or have hatred with the Eldar almost broke out into a riot when they met them. If it weren't for the array that stopped everything, I'm afraid the Imperial Regent would have to face quite serious diplomatic problems now. He shook the wine glass and stared at the ice in the glass, with a very hopeless expression, explaining to a group of fanatical Astartes why there are Eldar on Terra is a rather daunting problem. If it is a successor chapter of the Ultramarines, it would be fine to just bring out their gene father. But, if not, that would be terrible and require more words. In short, compared to this difficult task, Lictor would rather go back to the webway under the throne to slaughter those endless demons. If that doesn't work, even if he has to do some clerical work, okay, that's it. I wish you all a good rest. Don't look at me like that, Mogris. If you dare to write a farewell poem, I will break your legs. I swear, this really makes me sad, brother, the poet said disappointedly. Trajan frowned. So anxious? You just drank a glass of wine. I have to be anxious. Although today is a day off, I will not rest for the work at hand. I must let these Astartes understand as soon as possible that this Eldar is a temporary partner, not an alien to be killed. Haven't they discovered that the official name of the array for them is Eldar, not alien? Lictor shook his head as he spoke, obviously very dissatisfied with the current situation. So far, there are still 4 warbands that have had conflicts with the Eldar in the list on his hand waiting for him to explain the situation. There is a long way to go. This is what he thinks. But not everyone is like that, such as the Imperial Navy. Many naval forces do not even know the purpose of their transfer here. Many middle-level commanders even excitedly thought that they were selected as the new equipment test force after seeing the Behemoth class. After all, good things are always given to them first. However, the captains who know the inside story are not so happy. In fact, they are very distressed at the moment, and there are naturally many reasons. Anyone can complain about it, but if you want to ask about the common one, then there is only one: the Son of Vengeance, the Lord of Ultramar, the Regent of the Empire, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, His Royal Highness Robert Gilliman, did not want to see them at all. This made them very worried. There are 2 more chapters. It depends on whether I write slowly or quickly. If I write quickly, I will not divide the chapters. This chapter is a bit slow because I had a meal. The power of technology is really shocking. I will never bet again. I never thought that Tobao image recognition could recognize the Getter robot. Chapter 832 Space Station Miscellanea. How can we get the Regent to agree to this meeting? Asked a captain. He had a straight mustache, a pair of green eyes and a long face. These things combined made him look quite shrewd. We have tried everything, another captain replied. He had a calm face, a broad forehead and a hooked nose. He was the kind of boss that the Navy least wanted to see. There was no other reason. He looked too stern. If such a person became a captain, he would probably enforce military discipline. From a big perspective, this is a good thing, but unfortunately, it is not for the Navy. Enforcing military discipline means that things like eating secretly or sleeping late at the logistics department will no longer happen. The Navy does not like this. Although the Navy is not the rumored young master soldiers, They still like a relatively comfortable life, otherwise how can they mock those starchy army? You know, this is a great pleasure for the Navy, he said. I guess we can only hope that His Royal Highness the Regent will change his mind. How can we change the mind of a god? Just sit there and wait, Emperor. I've sat there long enough. I feel itchy all over if I don't kill some aliens, greenskins or chaos traders every day. It has taken me 32 days to get to the sacred Terra space station. I can't wait any longer. An irritable old man shouted, even patting the table in the conference room. His voice was very loud. He had white hair and several crisscrossing scars on his face. Despite this, he was still strong and intimidating. It is worth mentioning that there was a cane leaning against his chair, which was brown-red and had a very smooth handle. There is nothing we can do except wait, Captain Manfrith, unless you want to openly defy the order of the Regent. Mobilize your fleet to leave the sacred Terra space station, and go to the war again. I have no objection to this, but the Regent may not. A female voice sounded, but it was not very gentle, but rather rough like stones rubbing against each other. Her accent was quite strong, with an untamed wildness. This lady was stronger than the tallest Captain Manfrith, with long gray hair tied behind her head, and she had nothing on her body except the medals that proved her honor. Humphrey, Manfrith snorted coldly. Don't bother, Captain Elena. You should worry more about whether the wolf cubs under your command will run out to have fun and ruin your reputation. The lady called Elena narrowed her eyes, and her blue eyes were obscured, and the atmosphere suddenly became stiff. She spoke word by word. I have no intention of interfering with the soldiers' entertainment activities in their spare time. Also, your choice of words makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Is this some kind of accusation? Seeking pleasure? They will only carry out appropriate entertainment activities within the scope permitted by the Emperor and the Terra space station, and will never forget daily training. Elena said sternly, if you think your soldiers are more dangerous than a pack of wolves waiting to hunt, then come on, Captain Manfrith. Let's meet in the ring. Please calm down, Captain Elena. The man with a mustache who had spoken before spoke again, pursed his lips and shook his head. Although as colleagues, our relationship is not very harmonious, and this is our first meeting. However, this is the eve of an expedition. We are honored to stand here and are ready to be part of this great battle. We should remain united, right? I agree with Captain Rudolph. The hook-nose nodded calmly. I, Albert of Herxima, also think that we should remain united, in front of the Holy Emperor, in front of mankind, and in front of the coming dark threat. We must and should remain united. Only in this way can we win. Manfrith reluctantly apologized after a few minutes, and Aliona accepted it. The atmosphere returned to normal very reluctantly, and returned to the issue they were discussing, that is, how can they talk to Robert Gilliman about the ship? No navy could not be tempted when seeing the ship. I am afraid that more than half of them are willing to die for the ship, or engage in hand-to-hand combat with 10 enemies at the same time. I think we should wait. Yes, wait. Albert calmly repeated his suggestion. His Royal Highness the Regent will not fail to summon us. When that time comes, it will not be too late to mention this matter to him. In addition, I have a question. I wonder if you have noticed it. Manfrith curled his lips and said in an impatient tone, don't keep me in suspense, kid. You can call me Albert of Herxima, or Albert Lagamaris, or call me by my rank. But please don't use the word kid. Albert first said a few words about the address seriously, then frowned and uttered his question. My question is actually very simple. Don't you think that the number of our navy is a little small? Indeed. The shrewd-looking Rudolph took out a pipe and lit it. In the smoke, he leaned back in his chair and said, 4 fleets. If the scale of this expedition is really as grand as the rumors say, then our troops are nothing. Manfrith smiled disdainfully. Maybe some lazy butts are still on the way. Ha, I know it very well. These young people now don't know the importance of obeying orders. 1 or 2 of them forget everything after the war. They want to establish military merits but will only lose their lives in the end. He seemed to have something to say. After all, the 3 present were not as senior as him, nor as old as him. And Elena, who had a direct conflict with him, was the youngest of the 4. The lady who seemed to come from a bitter cold place bared her teeth dangerously, I advise you to be careful with your words, old man. Finally stop pretending. It really makes me uncomfortable to hear you say those flowery words. You she-wolf. Manfred grinned. Your last move was really good. The destroyer blocked our way, and the cruiser arrived at the battlefield one step ahead. Damn it, my fleet got nothing afterwards. You are too slow, old man. Just rest at home with your lame leg. Aliona sneered. Don't interfere in the affairs of young people. The old man, whose pain was touched, stood up with his hair and beard all standing up. His fierce face made him look like a beast about to roar. However, the voice he used next was very low. I am loyal to the Empire. When I was carrying a gun and fighting with those damn pirates, you didn't know where to drink stinky wolf milk. Talking to me like this, who do you think you are? Take back your words. Aliona stood up with a glare at him. Otherwise I will make you understand what the cold wind of Fenris is. Then, she uttered a long string of Fenris dialect. The tone was so fierce that people didn't need to learn Fenris language all night to know that what she said was not good. Manfred also sneered and fought back, and his words were so vulgar that they might make some people feel uneasy. This time, Rudolph and Albert did not persuade them. They looked at each other and sighed in tacit understanding. What else is there to persuade? A grumpy old man, a typical Fenrisian with a bad temper. It would be good if he didn't fight. So, when the recorder sent by the logistics department pushed open the door and entered, he saw this scene. The poor official's expression froze. He never thought that the captains of the Navy would quarrel at this time. If it was the commanders of cruisers or destroyers, he could understand it. They didn't like each other, so quarreling was nothing. What's worse, some even deliberately disgusted each other in combat and were severely punished for this. But the problem is, these four are all commanders of battleships. One or two of them looked like they wanted to kill each other, but the other two looked like they were watching a show. Cough, 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 cough. The young recorder coughed several times before attracting the attention of the two standing there. Then, he spoke immediately, fearing that he would be a step slower and let their quarrel continue. Can you two please sit down and talk properly? I am the recorder sent by the logistics department. You can call me Taz. Don't you have a last name, kid? The stern-looking Albert spoke first, asking gently. Yes, Captain Albert. Taz nodded. But that's not the point of the question. I just want to inform you that from today on, I will act with you. In the name of the Almighty Emperor and the Reborn Primarch, I can go anywhere on your ship and interview anyone. I have the right to act independently and record everything I see. Please forgive me, I must remain loyal to the Emperor. After saying that, he performed the eagle salute. His hands crossed in front of his chest, revealing the eagle chains tied to his wrists. The gray robe made him look extremely simple. The captains returned the greetings one after another. Albert said solemnly, I have no objection, but I have a question. You are too young, kid. Have you ever received relevant combat training? Of course, Captain Albert. I passed the combat training with full marks. Taz laughed, and his smile was full of pride. He should be proud. A child so young and with a tender face became a recorder at this age, and a recorder who passed the combat training with full marks. He definitely has the right to be proud. This means that he is definitely not a burden that needs protection on the battlefield. This is very good. Very good. Of course, any recorder sent to the Astra Military Morris Tarts actually needs to pass this training. The training requires the trainees to be able to skillfully operate the light gun and the chain sword, know some military theories, and also know how to use some military machines. However, no matter what, it is very interesting that this child without a surname passed. Then, the recorder, who was still a child, spontaneously retreated to one side of the room. He took out a notebook and a pen from the cloth bag on his waist and began to quickly record the captain's conversation. Just as he said, he recorded everything without any deletions. Aliona said with anger, numbers are not a problem. We will be invincible. I admire your confidence, Captain Aliona. As the youngest among us, you have a very impressive record. Of course, I don't want to comment on your famous Fenris style. I just want to ask one thing. Rudolph, who had not spoken for a long time, frowned. Have you ever cooperated with other fleets before? I mean, fleets of our size. With battleships, cruisers and frigates. Do you have experience in large-scale operations? No, Aliona said frankly. My soldiers and I spend most of our time fighting pirates to prevent them from harassing the loyal people of the Empire. I rarely cooperate with others. When she mentioned the word cooperation, she also deliberately glanced at Manfred, who had a bad expression. The latter snorted coldly, but considering the presence of the recorder, he didn't say anything else. Okay. Rudolph shook his head regretfully. I want to recommend you some books, all written by heroes of the Imperial Navy, which are full of wisdom and experience of predecessors. You will definitely gain a lot after reading them. This will be of some help to future operations. Really? Thank you. The following conversation was relatively normal. At least no one quarreled with each other anymore. They exchanged experiences with each other, and time passed quickly. When the meeting ended, a day was almost over. At this time, Rudolph was walking side by side with Albert. The former was slightly shorter and the latter was slightly taller, but the former was more powerful in terms of aura. The she-wolf from Fenris is obviously used to being alone. Albert said, it has never cooperated with other troops. Is the rumor true? Be careful with your words, my friend. Rudolph touched the pipe in his mouth and shook his head. Although there are many rumors about the space wolves, you and I still have to be careful with our words. Besides, I don't think they will really go out with that lady to kill the pirates without reporting to the Military Affairs Department. But, haven't you heard the rumors from the Military Affairs Department? The serious Albert said with a little worry. Captain Aliona showed extreme familiarity with the Astartes brothers, and so did the soldiers under her command. I have to say that this sentence really surprised me. Rudolph took off his pipe, held it in his hand and smiled, stopped and looked at Holy Terra outside the porthole, and said softly, so what? I don't know whether they will participate in this expedition, but I don't care. Do your own thing, Albert. We are all loyal to the Emperor. In the process, it doesn't really matter. There is still one chapter. 3 chapters of 4K are 12,000, so write another chapter of 3K. The body is hollowed out ores, and I haven't finished the Black Gate Tower yet. Chapter 833 2 or 3 Things about Leman Russ, Part 1. Yes, the process is not important. If Gilliman could hear this, he would probably agree, but he would probably only agree halfway, and would add some strict qualifiers. Sometimes, the process is not important, as long as the goal is achieved. I disagree. Gilliman simply rejected his brother's proposal, and his tone was very firm. You can't swagger to the Terra space station at this time, Russ. Why not? Leman Russ's face was full of disbelief. I've been there 7 or 8 times. What did you say? No, I mean, I've been there a few times. Well, maybe more than a few times, but that's not the point. Why can't I go? Gilliman stared at him for a long time before continuing to speak. Because there are many warriors who came to participate in the revenge expedition. What do you want to do by running up there at this time? Let them see a stranger who is taller than them, covered in fur, and wearing Fenris's special ornaments. Well, I give you a suggestion. When you are discovered, just say that you are Rogaldorn. I want to have some wine, Russ answered honestly. That's it. In addition, I refuse to call myself Dorn, even if it's a disguise. What's wrong with you? It's only been a few days and you can't help it, no? I have someone sent you 12 barrels of wine. It's only been a few days, and you finished it? The Wolf King of Fenris nodded in a seemingly honest manner, and even grinned shamelessly. Gilliman immediately felt his blood pressure begin to rise rapidly. He took a deep breath, and then continued, then you just bear it. There is no wine supply. Don't even think about it, Russ. Fortunately, I had foresight and asked the array to keep an eye on you in advance. You are too cruel to me, Russ muttered. What's wrong with drinking? The war hasn't started yet. I drink to cultivate my sentiments. You uneducated guy. I'm uneducated? Robert Gilliman is uneducated? ! Gilliman dared to swear to God. At this moment he really had the urge to kick Russ in the face. He said with a gloomy face, what do you want to leave and let me continue my work? Unless you promise me. Impossible. Then I will sit here all the time. You continue to work. Russ shrugged indifferently. It's not the same as being in a daze anywhere, right? Gilliman smiled. Threatening me? Russ nodded. his face serious, threatening you. Lehman Russ, why are you always like this? Gilliman held his forehead helplessly. Honestly, brother, I can tolerate your many shortcomings, but I don't understand why you have to find a lame excuse to run to the Terra space station at this time. Do you really think I don't know what you want to do? I really just want to drink, Russ said aggrievedly. Keep making it up. Gilliman looked at him expressionlessly. If you don't tell the truth, I will never let you leave the glory of Macragge. The installed array can control all aspects of the ship through the cogitator array, including the opening and closing of the hangar door and the activation of the teleporter. You can't leave without my permission. After a long silence, Russ finally compromised. Okay, he nodded. You should know what I do, right? I mean, you should know what me and my wolf pack do, right? I don't know, and I don't want to know, Gilliman said. This has nothing to do with what we are discussing. Go on. I'll just assume you don't know. Anyway, Dad wants my legion to join this expedition, and they are on their way. I have to say, Dad's psychic power is really useful, and he can talk to them from such a distance. When he said this, there was a heartfelt smile on his face. So, you can start drafting a statement about Lehman Russ's return to the Empire now, brother. To be honest, I'm happy to see you working overtime. He even winked. You only said half of it. Robert Gilliman leaned back in his chair expressionlessly and said something that made Russ's face change a little. You have to meet someone else, right? Seeing that he was silent, Gilliman continued to reveal the truth he already knew, and his tone was slow, as if deliberately hitting Russ. A lady, from the Navy, the captain of a fleet. Do I need to say more, brother? No, Russ replied dryly. But how did you know? Gilliman raised his right hand and tapped his temple, his face calm. I am good at absorbing knowledge and storing it. How could I not investigate the life of the captain I appointed? The fact that she is a Fenrisian would only surprise me a little. But do you know the investigation and comments of the Military Affairs Department on her? Deep wrinkles appeared between the brows of the Imperial Regent. At this moment, he was not Robert Gilliman, nor was he the brother of Lehman Russ. At this moment, he was speaking to Russ in a political capacity. Investigation report. Alionin Anastasia, rank, captain, age, 37. The captain named Alionin Anastasia was born in Fenris. Considering her birthplace, it is obviously quite amazing that she can become the captain of a fleet. Captain Aliona has made great contributions and has shown amazing courage and determination in fighting pirates many times. She has a very good reputation among merchants and is said to have a very generous personality. Captain Aliona has a superb sense of war. She is proficient in rapid response operations and can completely destroy the enemy's hope of winning before the enemy can react. For some reason, Captain Aliona does not seem to like to destroy the enemy directly with salvos, but is keen on boarding operations after close range. This move seems to be for collecting spoils. For some reason, her troops have a very high success rate in boarding. After a series of victory reports, we sent a commissioner to investigate the matter. He disappeared on the way back and his whereabouts are still unknown. However, based on the little intelligence he dictated during the weekly routine calls, we can draw the following conclusions. Captain Elena is likely close to the Space Wolves due to her background, and she shows familiarity with their organizational structure. There is a separate hangar on her battleship that the investigation commissioner is not allowed to go to. Every time he tried to enter, he was stopped, but he still managed to get in. Inside the hangar, the investigation commissioner found a lot of evidence that could prove that she was working with the Space Wolves. Unfortunately, he disappeared without bringing it back. We have some speculations, but we dare not draw conclusions. In summary, Captain Elena is very likely cooperating with the Space Wolves while fighting pirates, and retaining the spoils and supplies to the greatest extent by means of close boarding. The Space Wolves participated in this matter, most likely to obtain some supplies. After all, their relationship with the logistics department is not good, and the supply once every 70 years is obviously not enough to satisfy them. We have no clear evidence to prove the authenticity of this matter. Considering the style of the Space Wolves, This investigation will be shelved indefinitely until a brave person is willing to sacrifice his life to obtain the truth. Gilliman's face was incomparably gloomy after reading the report from his memory in one breath. He looked at Leman Russ's wild face with his sharp eyes and said gloomily, "You really have a group of good sons, Russ." Leman Russ gritted his teeth. In the face of hard evidence, he could not refute Gilliman's evaluation. He knew that the investigation commissioner was probably dead. The contempt for authority was deeply engraved in the bones of the wolves at a certain time through his hands, not to mention the era after he left. Moreover, Russ had learned from books what the Empire had become in the past 10,000 years. He knew his sons, even if he had never met them. He knew very well that they would never have a good relationship with most of the administrative departments of the Empire. But, no matter what, this was a bit too much. He thought it was understandable to have a good relationship with a naval captain from Fenris to get some benefits. Fenrisans should help Fenrisans. If only this matter was exposed, Russ could still shamelessly say something to Gilliman to plead for mercy. But, if they really killed the commissioner who went to investigate, deep worry appeared on his face, making Russ look almost like himself. After a long while, the Wolf King said solemnly, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly, Robert, and I will give you an explanation." "Give me an explanation?" Gilliman laughed in anger, and that smile was completely unlike what he should have. The anger flowing made his whole face red. The Lord of Ultramar looked very scary at this moment. Rational people often don't like those who despise discipline. "You should give an explanation to the Military Affairs Department. This is a problem of your entire legion. It's okay for them to disobey that damn holy book. I know that what I wrote didn't bring any good results. But, murdering a military affairs department official? Murdering a military affairs department official who is loyal to the Empire? Who gave them the courage? They may not kill him." Russ tried to argue, but his tone was not very intense. "Really? Do you really know them? Do you know what they have done?" "You don't know, Russ. You have been in the warp for 10,000 years, and you know nothing about your current offspring. Don't lead the topic to a dangerous place, Robert." Russ breathed quickly. "You can say I am not familiar with them, but don't judge them. It is very sad for a son to lose his father." "Then go and solve your damn business," Gilliman roared. "Do your duty. Tomorrow is still 15,000. I am so tired of writing." Chapter 834. A few things about Leman Russ. Sitting in her room, Alone and Anastasia didn't know that she had become the subject of discussion between the two Primarchs. Terra Station had enough space to provide a separate room for everyone who came here. As a captain of the Imperial Navy, Alona was actually fully qualified to ask for a room that was so large that it was terrifying. But she didn't. She didn't like that kind of extravagant style. Fenris was a frosty land, cruel and ruthless, but it also shaped some unique characteristics of the locals. There, people who didn't know how to cooperate, endure, and save couldn't survive. The old and weak would even voluntarily give up some food to the strong so that they would have enough strength to go out hunting in the wind and snow. Having lived in such an environment since childhood, Alona actually hated the wasteful naval habits. Not only because she was born in Fenris, she only cooperated with the Space Wolves, but also because she couldn't stand the terrible habit of many naval officers who turned waste into instinct. All these reasons together were the truth why she was sitting in this simple one-bedroom room reading late at night. In her hands was a heavy book, one of the many naval hero combat experiences that Rudolph had recommended to her during the meeting. Alana had to admit that she had benefited a lot from just reading the beginning. She read carefully, not missing a single line, and even stopped from time to take notes. This was rare for the Fenrisans. When you were born on a dead world, being alive is all you can hope for. Literacy is an incomparable luxury. I'm afraid only the reservists of the Space Wolves will be taught how to read, and most of them have no interest in this course. During several chats, Alana learned from them that if they hadn't been beaten up at the time, they would never have learned how to read. How should I put it? Very Space Wolf style? Thinking of this, Alana couldn't help but smile. I have to say that she began to miss those rough giants. Although they were vulgar and did their own thing, they were much better than the hypocritical imperial bureaucrats. At this moment, someone knocked on her door. The captain, who was dubbed as the She-Wolf, frowned immediately. After doing this, she was stunned for a while. At this time, Elena realized that she was not on her own ship. So it was normal for someone to knock on the door at night. Maybe it was one of the 3 captains she met at the meeting. I hope it's not that hateful old man. Elena was very sure that if she saw him in private, she would rush over and beat him up without hesitation. She walked to the door and opened it, but what she saw was an ancient and heavy breastplate with a sky eagle shining on it. She was stunned. At this time, a slightly angry voice came from the door frame. "Hey, little girl, stop staring at my breastplate. Make way for me to go in." "Little girl!" Exclamation mark. Elena was furious. She was 2 meters tall and strong enough to fight the combat instructor in the Navy, but she had never been insulted like this. She cursed subconsciously. "What the hell did you say?" Regret followed, and she regained her senses, realizing that the person in front of her might be an Astartes, but what she said could not be undone. Unexpectedly, the Astartes, whose face was hidden by the door frame, burst into laughter. "You are quite interesting," he said with a smile, then stretched out his hand to push Elena away, bent down, and walked in from the outside. She was able to look up and see the man's face, and the shock that followed made her almost unable to stand. The reason was that his face was exactly the same as the portrait of Lehman Russ that the Space Wolves had shown her. "You huh?" Russ covered her mouth, closed the heavy door with his foot, and coughed. No, number. "I don't know how soundproof this place is, but if someone hears you, a naval captain, screaming here, we will both be finished. I don't want to make a big news." He blinked and laughed a little funny. This not so clever but quite sincere sense of humor made Elena feel a strong urge to laugh. Noticing that she had calmed down, Russ loosened his hand and formally introduced himself. "So, as you can see, Elena, I am Lehman Russ." "That's it?" Elena was stunned again. "What about the following titles?" "What about the long list of titles? Wolf King, Giant Wolf, Lord of Winter and War. Why don't you mention any of them?" Russ glanced at her, and with some instinct, he immediately figured out what the other party was thinking. He bared his teeth. "Do you really think so? I have to bring a choir to stand by, waiting for me to speak, and then sing hymns while reciting those damn titles? Forgive me." Shaking his head, Russ raised his hand and knocked on the ceiling. His height made it very easy for him to do this. As he knocked, the pattern array on the Terra space station also responded quite tactfully. "What do you need?" "Make this room bigger, okay? And give me a whole chair, the kind that is more comfortable to sit on, and 2 large barrels of wine, one of which must be a special wine of the original level." Russ said naggingly. "Let's see who will stop me from drinking this time." The pattern array responded to him immediately. In Elena's stunned eyes, the room expanded strangely, the walls extended, the ceiling was raised, the ground cracked, and a comfortable, huge sofa chair appeared behind Russ. Finally, with the appearance of some light blue light spots, 2 round wooden barrels also appeared in front of them, and the edge of one of the barrels was specially marked with red paint. "Aha!" Russ shouted excitedly, but he did not immediately run over to drink. On the contrary, he sat down first, and then gently asked Elena to move the chair to sit opposite him. When everything was ready, he finally spoke. However, Russ's first sentence was not about business, but about asking questions. "Are you reading a book?" Elena was stunned, then nodded. "Oh, this is really strange." Russ clapped his hands suddenly and laughed happily. "After so many years, there is finally a Fenrisian who loves to study knowledge." He chattered non-stop, reminding Elena of the old warriors she saw in the village when she was a child. They did not hunt on weekdays because they were too old, but they would teach the young people carefully. In their spare time, they would use this familiar tone to catch people and chat, and they would talk all day long. "You don't know, before I left, none of those kids wanted to read. They didn't even want to hold a book, as if it was covered with Nurgle's shit. Damn, they all ran faster than anyone else during meals. If you let them learn something, it's harder than climbing to the sky." Russ talked for a long time before stopping. When talking about the Space Wolves, his tone was full of pretended disgust. However, the moment the chat ended, his face changed, which was really unexpected. When he was serious, the temperament mixed with humor disappeared from him, replaced by an extremely wild and cold wind. Just looking at him, people felt their legs tremble. Ordinary mortals probably don't even have the courage to look directly at him, but Elena gritted her teeth, stared at him, and waited for the next step. "Elena and Anastasia," Russ asked seriously and slowly, "are you cooperating with the Space Wolves?" "Yes." "What is the purpose of the cooperation?" "Material, supplies, intelligence." "Explain in detail." Elena spoke very quickly and clearly. "We will stop in orbit of Fenris every 3 Terra moons, and the Space Wolves will send 5 Blood Claws and an experienced scout to my cruiser. My fleet is responsible for fighting pirates on the edge of the hazy segment field or clearing out those traitor ships. After the appearance of the Eye of Terror, our actions have been affected to a certain extent, but in general, the time of 3 Terra moons remains unchanged. They will act with us for another 3 natural months. During this period, we will engage in boarding battles with the pirates we meet, retain the materials and supplies they have looted to the greatest extent, and share them with the Space Wolves." Russ narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is the specific share?" 64, 6 for us, 4 for the Space Wolves. "I once hoped that they would take more, but when the news was passed back, the Wolf Lords refused." Russ nodded expressionlessly, but his sitting posture was a little relaxed. He said in a deep voice, "Go on. What's the intelligence?" "We will attack some traitors. Usually, their scattered ships are unable to resist our volleys. If a small number of Chaos Warband ships appear, we will chase them, adopt an interception strategy to force them to stop their ships, and use the ramming of the strike cruiser to board them. Because we are well equipped and have a large number of people, the enemy will have no power to fight back even if there are a few Chaos-starred traitors. The Blood Claws will kill most of the traitors, leaving only a few for torture and interrogation, and forcing some potentially useful intelligence." Well-equipped. Russ raised his eyebrows slightly. 5 Blood Claws and a scout certainly cannot meet this description. It can only be that the Navy under Elena is well-equipped. How can they say that the other party has no power to fight back? "Do you all have plasma?" "You didn't hide anything from me." "Elena and Anastasia, this is very good." "Very good," Russ said slowly, "but I have one last question, and I hope you will continue to do so." "I will tell you everything I know, my lord," Elena replied solemnly. "Did an investigator from the Ministry of Military Affairs go to your ship?" "Yes, my lord." "Did he find evidence of your cooperation with the Space Wolves?" "Yes, my lord." "Do you know about this?" "I know, my lord. He disappeared on the return journey." "What happened?" "The Blood Claws kidnapped him," Elena whispered. The scout did not agree to this, but the Blood Claws did not listen to his orders, but bypassed him and attacked on their own, using the destroyers in my fleet to kidnap the commissioner back. "And then?" Russ asked calmly, but his right hand clenched, and the bones creaked. "Did they kill him?" "No, sir, the Blood Claws did not do that. They just forced him to deviate from his duties and took the investigation commissioner back with them during the handover half a month later. I asked about this when we left, and the scout told me not to worry. He admired the commissioner's perseverance and courage in his duties, and he would not die." Russ was silent for a while, and it was hard to tell whether he was relieved or angry, or both. "Kidnapping the commissioner of the Military Affairs Department." Russ quickly figured out the key to this. Before he could speak, Elena spoke first. "This was undoubtedly a bold move, but the female captain could not care so much at this time," she said anxiously. "Sir, the Blood Claws may have done this for my fleet. They can't let the commissioner go back, but they don't want to really kill him." "I know," Russ said calmly. "Those 5 idiots may not think so, but they did a good thing. The Military Affairs Department knows that you have the unruly Space Wolves behind you, so they won't attack you. They kept you safe and didn't kill the innocent official." The Wolf King snorted coldly. From his expression alone, you couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy, agreeing or disagreeing. But Elena heard something from his seemingly calm tone, a little bit of relief and relaxation. So the female captain asked tentatively, "My lord, are you okay?" "Nothing." "How can it be okay?" Lehman Russ rubbed his face and said unhappily, "I still have to go back and talk things out with someone. Although what you did was not a matter of principle, if he really pursues it, the consequences will be very troublesome. After all, to put it in a big way. You are disregarding the law, to put it in a bigger way. It is a complete contempt for the laws of the Empire and a manifestation of disloyalty. Russ shook his head helplessly. To put it mildly, it's just that. It's nothing more than cooperating to make some money. Damn, it's not like they robbed their own people. Elena listened with her head down, not daring to say a word. Anyway, let's do it. Alas. Russ sighed for a long time, then stood up and walked briskly around the barrel. He grinned, raised his hand and slapped the lid of the barrel. A cracked hole appeared, and the strong and terrible smell of wine immediately overflowed. Elena fainted before she could say anything, and fell to the ground with a plop. The Wolf King turned around and realized something belatedly. The wine specially provided by the Primarch is poisonous to mortals. Even if it's just the smell, it's not something they can bear. Fenris curses. Array, send her to the medical room. 15,000, as usual. Try to code faster today. The RG Bull and Archangel Eyeball have arrived, and my heart is shaking with excitement. By the way, tell a bad joke. One of Dorn's hands is in the hands of the Imperial Fists. But where is the rest of Dorn? Yes, that's right, in the hands of the Bloodravens. Chapter 835 Sacrifice. Pain is not such an unbearable thing. At least, it is like this for Alexis of the Crimson Fist. He is familiar with it, just like he is familiar with every joint of his own. He knows how much power these joints and muscles can exert when combined, and how much damage the pain can cause him. Therefore, he can still bear it for the time being. But only for the time being. The roar of the chainsaw sword sounded again, and the last savage green-skinned orc was cut in half. Panting, Alexis slowly knelt on one knee. He had to take a breath to mobilize his strength. The wounds on his chest and abdomen had stopped bleeding, which was a good thing, but some of the bullets from the orc's guns still remained in his body. Every time Alexis swung the sword, they would sink deeper and deeper into his muscles until they became a terrible product twisted together. I am the same, sinking in the flying flesh and blood. Alexis thought so with a little trance, and then he immediately refuted his momentary weakness in the name of Dorn. After a few seconds, Sergeant Alexis from the Crimson Fists had recovered some of his strength. He could still swing his sword. The sky was filled with stars, and the night view of this planet was beautiful. Unfortunately, each of them was probably burning slowly. The blizzard was howling wildly, and hailstones as big as an adult's fist hit his power armor and quickly shattered. The sound of their shattering was pleasant, but it also obscured some of the sounds Alexis wanted to hear. The sounds of orcs. This time, there were as many as 15 orcs trying to attack his position. Alexis could feel their cruel and brutal gazes, but he was indifferent, raised his left hand, and fired repeatedly with a short submachine gun. The accurate bursts of fire gave him the upper hand in the battle, and 3 of the 15 orcs died at the beginning. The heads were shattered, and the smelly blood fell on the white ground. Alexis looked at the beasts that were still alive with disgust, and then threw down his bolter. He didn't care what the machine spirit would think. Now he needed some extra actions to boost his spirits. The chainsaw sword was activated, and the sharp monomolecular saw blade sounded again. In the snow and wind, he began to counterattack silently. The poor accuracy of the orcs' shooting did not cause him any trouble. In fact, he stopped a total of 7 waves of orcs. In these 7 waves, only one was hit in the weak point of the armor. All other shots were blocked by his heavy shoulder armor. However, they could make many mistakes, but Alexis was different. The servos of the power armor were running at full capacity, and the artificial muscle fibers burst out with unimaginable power, providing him with amazing speed. Alexis roared and swung the chainsaw sword, letting it accurately split an orc in half. Then, he stepped back, and his right wrist naturally rotated, allowing the sword to rise and rotate with it. A blinding fire suddenly erupted, and he easily blocked the sword attacking from the left. The orc grinned, as if trying to defeat him in terms of strength. Alexis rushed forward, and his left shoulder made close contact with the beast's face. The huge force made its face cave in immediately. It fell to the ground, and the last thing it saw before its death was a raised, bloody iron boot. "Come on, you filthy beasts," Alexis roared. "Don't even think about passing through here." The orcs looked at each other, and fear flashed. causing their momentum to waver for a moment. But soon, these beasts who didn't know what giving up was gathered together and rushed forward. They didn't know that this was exactly what Alexis wanted. He grinned, opened his free left hand, and the helmet eyepiece switched modes in an instant. The next second, a blinding flash bloomed in his palm, and the intense light made the orcs scream. They crowded together. Their steps were flustered, they bumped into each other, and some even thrust their weapons into their companions. If you are prepared, you can succeed. Alexis, who had already switched to the mode, gripped his chainsword tightly and began to quickly kill the group of confused orcs one by one. In just 40 seconds, the remaining 10 orcs were all dead. The adrenaline brought by the battle subsided, and Alexis felt a surge of fatigue. Not yet. He gritted his teeth, returned to where he had stood before, picked up the grenade launcher, replaced the magazine, and checked the firing function. He was lucky that the machine spirit was not disappointed by his previous rough treatment, and the grenade launcher was still working properly. Alexis hung it back on his waist, inserted the chainsword into the snow, and began to use the rough snow to remove the flesh and blood hanging between the blades. The saw blades of the chainsword are actually consumables, and they are basically replaced after each battle. The reason is simple. In high-intensity combat, the blade jamming is always a difficult problem for the monomolecular saw blade. As a last resort, the veterans learned many ways to prolong the life of the monomolecular saw blade in the process of getting along with this weapon. These methods will be passed down in the war group along with their experience, and accepted by generations of new soldiers. Human inheritance is nothing more than this. This is what we value most, Alexis thought. We will not forget the heroes of the past. We will not forget those who sacrificed for us. We will inherit their will, inherit their strength, and complete their unfinished business. He stood there and waited for a while. The orcs did not continue to come. Perhaps they were discussing countermeasures, and he did not care much. He needed to wait for orders. Not long after this thought flashed through his mind, a hoarse hissing sounded in the communication channel. "This is Pedro Cando, reporting to me, Sergeant Alexis. How are you?" "I'm fine, War Captain," the sergeant replied calmly. "I'm injured, but I can still fight." "What's the extent of your injury? Tell the truth, don't hide anything," Pedro said seriously. "In the name of Dorn, we won't lie." "The connection between the chest and abdomen of my power armor was injured by a stray bullet from the orcs. The bullet had strong penetrating power and entered my abdomen, but it didn't cause a penetrating wound. I can still fight, Chapter Master. Now is not a question of whether you can continue to fight, but we need to find a his orc psychic weak point for transmission." "Damn it, report to me, Sergeant. Are you still there?" "I'm still here, Chapter Master. The communication seems to have been affected to a certain extent." Alexis raised her head and stared at the night sky. She was still beautiful, but the sergeant frowned deeply, full of disgust. He knew that in this night sky, there was a layer of psychic energy from the orcs that blocked the convenient transmission function of the ship, so they had to use the airdrop pod to explore the situation of this planet. The old way will always work, but the reason why the old way is because it is outdated. Transmission is convenient, fast, safe and efficient. Drop pods are not like that. They enter the atmosphere, endure severe turbulence, and can only carry a small number of people. The Crimson Fists sent 3 teams, and the Black Templars also sent 3. The task of Alexis's team is to insert the transmission beacons in their hands into the appropriate places according to the instructions of the instrument, and combine with the transmission beacons in the hands of several other teams, gather energy to break through the limitations of the orcs' psychic barrier, and create one transmission gate after another so that support can arrive. It sounds like a not-so-difficult task. However, the orcs who came in front were just appetizers, and the real main force did not move at all. If those orcs found their drop pods, I'm afraid the mission would fail. At the same time, Alexis's team had no idea about the situation on the ground. In order to cover up the tracks and prevent the orcs who came to explore from leaving, Alexis decided to disperse the team. 5 people went to place the transmission beacon, and the other 5 spread out with the place where the airdrop pod landed as the center point, killing all the orcs who came to investigate the situation, and trying to buy time for the beacon squad. There was nothing wrong with his tactics, but the beacon squad seemed to have dragged on for too long. "Stay where you are and be careful, Sergeant. The fighting brothers of the Black Templars have suffered some losses. They were unlucky and encountered a large army of orcs. We are preparing to provide support for the Emperor and Dorn. Good luck, Sergeant." For the Emperor and Dorn, Chapter Master. The communication ended there. The wind and snow roared loudly, as if rebuking Alexis's killing. He stood silently, continuing to despise this cruel nature in his own way. The wound was still aching slowly, and Alexis was still enduring. He had to do this. For the Emperor, the Black Templars, drive out the evil. The priest chanted psalms in the communication channel to encourage his brothers. His voice was already hoarse, but he still kept chanting. Anjid followed him, chanting silently, "His will is my will, his anger is my anger, his hatred is my hatred. Oh my Savior, I ask you for iron strength, I ask you for iron will, I ask you for victory, and I will bring you the heresy." The Emperor's champion roared, "Death!" The black sword stabbed out, and one of the beasts that climbed up the rock face to fight them was pierced through the heart. Before it could cry out, Anjid kicked it down. More orcs climbed from the bottom of the rock face, fearless and endless. The sound of grenade gunfire was so insignificant among their roars, but it could also be heard from the depths of the cave in the rock face. It was bottomless, where the Black Templars fought, and behind them, unfinished tasks, and transmission beacons. There was no way back, which was good. To die in battle was the fate of the Astartes. And Jade continued to swing the black sword, and he chopped off another orc's head. As the fire flickered, their roars became even more shrill. The place they were in was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The orcs could only climb up, but there were so many of them that they could find a way up even if they died. 3 hours had passed since the battle began, and Jade tried not to think about the number, so that he would not instinctively analyze how high the orcs' bodies were piled up. And he did not have to remember that the cave was not too high from the ground. He only wanted to remember one thing now: swing the sword. That's all. And that's enough. Unfortunately, a one-on-one battle may result in a deviation in the outcome due to personal will, but in such a complex battle, his concentration alone was not enough. After all, this team only had 10 people, and soon, a mistake appeared in the area where a battle brother was responsible. An orc climbed up by stepping on his companion's head, but not to attack. He grinned and pressed a device on his waist. The crudely made blue backpack on his back began to emit a fierce light, and dazzling electric current burst out from it. Endless light and heat engulfed all of them. The pain came first, then the feeling of falling, and finally darkness and calmness. Cold and painful. People's memories are complicated. Some things you thought you had forgotten may just be buried under the seemingly calm sea of memory. Whenever you drown, they will stare at your swollen face through the dark water, hoping that you can drown here. Angiade suddenly remembered his childhood at this moment of blurred consciousness. The poor family, the mother who died early, the grandfather who died of hunger strike so that he could have enough food and a healthy body, and the father who later died in an accident in the factory. Their faces had long been blurred, and Angiade had forgotten them in these hundreds of years of battles. But now, he remembered, they surrounded him, looking at their loved ones, the continuation of their lives. A man who had become a cold-killing machine, a completely unfamiliar son and grandson. "Wake up, child," Angiade heard his mother say. "Your mission is not yet complete." The Emperor's champion opened his eyes suddenly, jumped up instinctively, and the first thing he did was to find the black sword. He was lucky to find it a few meters away. The night vision mode of the eyepiece was switched, and the surroundings were lit up. Angiade realized after a few seconds that he might have been blown deep into the cave. This place has not been fully explored by them, because this cave is very deep and seems to be connected to the underground. Angiade believes that they should not waste time on this. The main task is to place the transmission beacon as soon as possible and get it started. But now, he activated the communication channel. "This is Angiade, reporting to me." "Champion, are you still there?" The priest's voice immediately sounded from the communication channel, mixed with a few orcs' roars. "I need support. Check your radar." The eyepiece projected a radar, and the priest's signal appeared in light blue, just 321 meters in front of him. So Angiad, holding the black sword, crossed the deep cave and walked towards that side. The closer he got, the more terrible sounds he could hear. The priest's fighting voice and the orcs' voices became an echo here, like a desperate cry from the land of the dead, distorted and ominous. But he was getting closer after all. A few minutes later, Angiad saw his support object. The priest with a broken arm and blood dripping was waving his warhammer and fighting a group of orcs. He tied a device to his waist with the iron chain that bound the Emperor's prayer. That was the teleportation device. There was no time to ask why he appeared here with a group of orcs, and what the others were like. Angiad joined the battle directly. He didn't think these filthy beasts were capable of facing him with the black sword. He was right. 5 minutes later, the battle was over. Amid the pile of broken flesh, Angiad pulled the priest up. The priest panted, untied the teleporter and handed it to him. "Where are the others?" Angiad asked. "They have returned to the Golden Throne," the priest said simply. "The explosion killed 3 brothers directly. You were lucky, champion. You were far away, but you were also blown away and fell behind the cave. The 4 surviving battle brothers and I immediately chose to retreat to the rear, but..." He shook his head and said no more. Angiad gritted his teeth. For him, what disgusted him most about the orcs was not their cruel nature or their identity as aliens, but this illogical killing instinct. They can combine anything into a weapon of killing, regardless of whether it will explode suddenly. More importantly, they often succeed. How could it be possible to make a gun out of scrap metal and nails, and to make a terrifying electric current bomb out of an unwanted transformer and some miscellaneous cables? They died for what they deserved. Angiad replied in a low voice. "We must make their sacrifice worthwhile. Priest, I need you to come with me. We need to find a place to place the transmission beacon. In fact, champion, I have been fighting a guerrilla war with them for 7 hours before you woke up." The priest panted, and it became more and more difficult to speak. Every word exhausted all his strength. "I have some understanding of the terrain here, and with the best solution provided by the beacon, the installation site is here. You can start, champion. Good luck." He took down the Emperor's prayer, opened one of the pages and placed it on the ground. The blood-stained metal corners were dim, and the sacred book seemed to have exhausted all its strength. The priest's head tilted to the other side and stopped moving. "Priest?" Angiad was shocked and went forward to check. He then noticed that there was a huge wound on the priest's back, caused by a gun. The gunshot went in from the back and directly smashed his internal organs. This was one of the reasons why he was bleeding so much. He stood up in silence. His anger almost made him lose his mind. Angiad picked up the Emperor's prayer, wrapped the chain around his waist, and tied it up with a belt. "His will is my will, his anger is my anger, and his hatred is my hatred. My savior, I pray to you for iron strength. I pray to you for iron will. I pray to you for victory, and I pray to you for grace." The Emperor's champion chanted the prayer and knelt on the ground. The transmission device began to light up with a light blue glow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836 Sacrifice. Activate the heroic blades. Steve Rogers said so without any hesitation. "My lord?" Sicarius asked hesitantly. "Activate, Sicarius. Send 10 of them and let the Astra Militarum be ready." Haven't they always wanted to attack? Their chance has come, but now is not the time to care about the technology that the orcs may have evolved. With a little suppressed anger, Steve said seriously, "Miss Lyris's perception is finally correct. Once the Face-Steerer ship has been destroyed by us above this planet, but it is not there at all. Where else can it go except the ground? It's here. It can't even stay on its own ship. Why, Sicarius?" He pointed to the star map projected on the command table, and the force was so great that the air made a harsh sound. "Let the heroic blade support the monks of the Black Templar." "Frank, I'm here." A flat voice sounded, and Frank Custer slowly stood up. He was already fully armed, or rather, He was always fully armed. "What's the mission, Captain?" "I need you to do what you do best." Although the surface scan is not very effective due to the influence of this damn psychic barrier, their base camp can still be detected by the array. "The face tier is here." He pointed his finger at a certain place on the ground, and a line of numbers appeared next to it. Steve said calmly, "You don't need to kill that damn orc, but I want you to create as much chaos as possible. If you can, Frank, I hope you kill all the orcs except it. Go to the hangar. The airdrop pod is ready." The Punisher's mouth curled up slowly. "As you say, Captain, I think, no matter what means I use this time, I don't need to go to the military court." Steve was stunned for a moment, and then laughed dumbly. He humorously took up Frank's joke and even improved it a little. "There is no military court in the fight against aliens, Frank." A violent collision, and the fire exploded from the peep window. The airdrop pod is a very popular special combat equipment. However, usually only the Astartes use them. In fact, only the Astartes can withstand the terrifying pressure of the super speeding into the atmosphere. It's not that mortals can't use them, but you have to consider what will happen after you sit in it. If you are really brave enough to sit in it, the technical sergeants may shovel you out while cursing afterwards. Considering the integrity of the body, I strongly recommend that you don't do this. Having said that, although it is popular, it does not mean that the airborne drop pod is not advanced. Its failure probability has been maintained at less than 0.72 all year round. This is a very terrifying data. Almost all Astartes regiments have airborne drop pods. Under such a number, 0.72 can basically be regarded as infinite equals nothing. Considering what this thing has to do, a probability of 0.72 failure is simply the god of all machines constantly giving it a buff for 10,000 years. There was a slight tremor from the metal plate, and Frank knew that this thing began to accelerate. To be fair, he liked this design very much. It fell from the sky and entered the enemy camp with a huge explosion and shock. Nothing could be more exciting than this. However, he had to point out one thing. The person who designed the seat should be beaten up. This damn chair made him lean against the wall in an awkward position, and he couldn't even buckle his seat belt completely. With a gloomy face, about half a minute later, accompanied by an extremely loud noise, the hatch slowly opened and the smoke and dust. Frank knew that he had arrived at his destination. The roar of the orcs came from outside, and their voices even penetrated the smoke and dust. Frank put on his helmet and kicked the connection between the door and the body of the landing chamber. The huge force caused a long piece of metal to fly out. It whizzed into the crowd of onlookers, and a tooth-grinding puffing sound immediately sounded, accompanied by several screams. The Punisher showed a silent smile. This time, he didn't just bring a gun, he threw out 2 fragmentation grenades tied together. The thing was spinning, creating a huge explosion and a bloody rain in 2 seconds. In the chaos, the orcs' attention was drawn to the shadow that had slipped away from the smoke and dust. They didn't know what would happen if they missed this opportunity. 8 minutes later, the first orc killed by a sniper rifle appeared. 10 minutes later, the number reached 23. 15 minutes later, the orcs' rocket boys arrived at the sniper point, but what they saw was the prearranged induction bomb. Death has completely come, an invisible, and even imperceptible ghost hovering over all of them. You can't find him, you can't see him, and you can't even get close to him. Bullets were fired one after another, and no orc within the range could survive. The wind and snow were all over the sky, the rocks were steep, and the complex terrain made the orcs' pursuit a luxury, but death was always with them. Frank stared at the trembling orc in the sniper scope. It was obviously pushed out. There were dirty chains tied to its body. Those greenskins who were bigger than it probably wanted to use this guy as bait so that Frank could shoot and determine his location. It was useless. He turned the gun, without estimating the error and wind resistance, and shot the orc in the back. A flower of blood slowly bloomed. The guns produced by the pattern array were really easy to use. They could hit whatever they pointed at. The bullets were so fast that they seemed to be teleported into the enemy's head. Frank had fallen in love with this gun. He smiled and aimed at the orc who was trying to escape, pulled the trigger, killed it, and then started looking for the next target. Accurate, efficient, and ruthless. After a few minutes, the alarm he installed under the cliff notified him. Frank reluctantly put down the gun, put the treasure on his back, and then jumped down the mountain without any regrets. The jetpack allowed him to do this. Where he was originally, a composite bomb was ready to move under the white snow. A minute later, he heard an explosion. What could be better than this? Laughing silently, Frank Custer hid again in the ice and snow. There is no doubt that his next appearance will only bring more deaths. As for the orcs, I can say that unless Facieter Grok is willing to come out from underground, they can't do anything to him. But, is Facieter willing? The answer is number. It was beating the ground with the warhammer in its hand angrily. The reason why I used the word beating is because it was just venting its anger. Its movements were haphazard, and it almost hurt a few greenskins standing nearby several times. They quickly stood away, not wanting to make the boss angry. Unfortunately, Facieter, as the boss of this group of orcs, has many privileges, one of which is that he can find any reason to vent when he is unhappy. It glanced at one of the guys and threw the warhammer at him like throwing garbage. The guy was pressed down, his chest was sunken, and he soon lost his voice. Waste. Facieter cursed angrily, his ugly face full of anger. It didn't care about its warhammer anymore, and roared directly, "You are all a bunch of rubbish. I really misjudged you. You have been in this little place for 4 days, and you haven't found what Brother Gamal wants. You useless boys. You should all change your name to Rubbish Boys from now on." None of the boys around dared to speak. Even the psychic boys and technical boys with slightly higher status were like this. All of them were silent. Face-tearing was still not satisfied, raised his right hand and punched hard on the rock wall. The roar echoed in this intricate underground. 4 days. You little idiots can turn this place upside down, but you can't find anything. You are no more useful than shrimps and bean sprouts. Brother Gamal will be pissed off by you. Boss, a technical boy spoke up with courage, carrying a device that was obviously made of shoddy materials, and 2 silver antennas made of long metal pieces were shaking on the top of the instrument with its movements. Speak. Although the face-terror was angry, it still retained the most basic rationality, or rather, it had already felt a little relieved after killing a kid, so it was willing to listen to the kid's words, otherwise it would have directly punched its head into its chest. The guys on the ground reported that there was a ghost-like thing that was killing them for fun. The technical boy said tremblingly. They said it many times, otherwise, I wouldn't bother you. Graka's face twitched. It was very scary for a monster over 3 meters tall to make such an expression, especially when it was already in an angry state, which made people feel even more frightened. The technical boy who was speaking was almost scared to death when he saw its expression, but Graka did not kill it. On the contrary, the orc asked in an extremely rare calm tone, "Ghost?" Yes, boss. Ghost? Do you think I am a fard spirit or a brainless squig? Where in the world can ghosts come from? Graka roared again. Besides, even if there is one, Brother Go and Brother Mao are protecting us. How dare that weak ghost come here? Brother Go and Brother Mao kick it to death? I think you are really the stupidest technical boy in the world, and you still want to be a great technical master? Bah! Graka spitted with contempt. Get out of the way. If you keep talking nonsense, I will chop you off first. Find it for me. Keep looking. We won't leave if we can't find that thing. Brother Go and Brother Mal sent me a dream. If there is no such thing, how can I go to fight that canned boss? There is one more chapter. The last chapter. Chapter 837 Sacrifice. Helbrecht knew one thing very well. Being given power was actually a cruel treatment. He was given the title of Supreme Marshal, so he was responsible for the life of every Black Templar. Now, the array showed that 9 monks had left them forever and returned to the Golden Throne. He bowed his head to mourn briefly. His lips were tightly pursed, but his expression was not very sad. Death is commonplace, and no Astartes can guarantee that they will never have accidents. They rely on courage, discipline and faith to fight against terrible enemies, but sometimes these things will become dim and lose their effect. At that time, you need to burn your life, and everything is worth it, as long as the mission is completed. With a slight movement of his lips, and Jade recited an Emperor's Prayer familiarly. He did not do this out of his own beliefs. After all, he knew that his beliefs were no longer pure. According to the standards of the Black Templars, Helbrecht can actually be regarded as a heretic now. He recited it for them. Pure faith is such a wonderful thing. The Supreme Marshal sighed for this, attracting the attention of Sicarius. The lone second captain of the Ultramarines asked seriously, "Supreme Marshal Helbrecht, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, Second Captain Sicarius." "Wait, the data displayed by the array seems to have changed." Helbrecht's expression also became serious. He walked to the command table and raised his hand to point at the large projections. The redundant data was quickly removed, leaving only a few long strings of numbers that were constantly changing. They were being compiled quickly, and after just a dozen seconds, a line of text appeared. "Transmission device A3 is now available." "Great." Sicarius waved his fist excitedly, and Helbrecht also breathed a sigh of relief. Pedro Cando and Steve heard the voice and immediately walked in from outside the meeting room. The two looked at the line of text and could not hide the excitement on their faces. Staying on the ship for one more second, the possibility of death of the Astartes fighting below is 1 point greater. No one wanted this to happen. The heroic blades have been deployed, and they are entering the atmosphere. Supreme Marshal Helbrecht, try to contact the people near the A3 transmission device. This should be one of the beacons carried by the Black Templars, right? After confirming that everything is correct, we will start transmitting immediately. Steve began to give orders in an orderly manner, and even he himself was frightened by the sound of his voice at this moment. Once upon a time, he thought he would never do such a thing again. "Cyclius, take Miss Lilas to the teleport point in the hangar and wait. I will teleport with you. Before that, let her communicate with the array for the last time." Graka's location has not been determined yet. It would be best if it can be determined. We need to find a quick way to solve it once and for all. "Pedro, you stay on the ship and guard against other orc ships that may arrive. I give you all the authority and you have the right to use any weapon. If we get into trouble on the ground, I will call you." The orbital bombardment is already warming up and can be fired at any time. Steve took a deep breath. "Let's get started, gentlemen, let's take action." Sergeant Alexis of the Crimson Fist vomited a large mouthful of blood. He could hear the pharmacist in the team cutting his power armor for battlefield surgery. Instinctively, he wanted to stop the other party and told him not to waste time here. Alexis felt that he was already a dying man. Unfortunately, he couldn't raise his hands, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. The pharmacist quickly used the chainsaw to cut open the armor on his chest. The wound he saw was simply shocking. The shock numbed him for a moment. After a few seconds, the pharmacist came to his senses and quickly injected Alexis with a cardiac stimulant and various stimulants. The possible damage to his body was no longer a big deal. The most important thing now was to save Sergeant Alexis's life and perform surgery to remove the damn bullet in his body. "How long will it take?" The roar of the Battle Brothers came from outside the airborne chamber, and the pharmacist also responded with a roar. "At least 15 minutes. "Hold on." "Understood. 15 minutes. Ramses, you'd better keep the sergeant alive." "Shut up, you noisy frog." The pharmacist called Ramses cursed angrily, and his hands did not stop moving at all. After the anesthetic was injected, he immediately cut open the black carapace, skin, muscles and thick rib plates. After seeing the situation inside, he immediately took a breath of cold air. If it was someone else, Ramses would probably directly curse the other party for seeking death. The inside of Sergeant Alexis's chest and abdomen was simply horrible. The sharp, twisted, and rusty bullets made his internal organs a mess, followed by severe bleeding. He immediately raised his hand to pry open Alexis's eyelids, and his eyes had begun to blur. "Damn it, Emperor, bless him." Ramses took a deep breath, and the air with the smell of blood and gunpowder entered his 3 lungs, and then was deeply exhaled. Between breaths, he calmed down, holding the special scalpel steadily in his palm, pulling it out of the medical bag on his waist. And then the operation began. And Alexis? He was unconscious. He didn't know where he was now, and he didn't know who he was now. The memory was ruthlessly abandoning him, and the only thing left was a few residual images. However, they did not stay for long, and they also left him quickly. Memory is ruthless. You think you can remember many things, but in the end, you can only remember 2 or 3 things. When everything faded away, the man named Alexis could only remember one thing at the end: complete the mission. This idea is so stubborn and obsessive. It is like a tree that is deeply rooted in his heart, and no one can take it away. However, this is an abstract concept. Complete the mission. Whose mission should be completed? Alexis had the same question. Complete whose mission? This thought floated up, and then the faded memory quickly revived. Oh, complete the Emperor's mission. Why should I complete his mission? Who is he? You are the Crimson Fist. You are the son of Doran. He is the Lord of mankind, the protector of mankind. You must complete the mission he gave you, otherwise more innocent people will die. Why should I protect innocent people? The sea of memory was silent for a long time and gave him an answer. Because you are honest hearts. With a bang, countless memory fragments exploded into his mind. The terrifyingly large information flow instantly made Alexis scream in pain. Ramses, who was operating on him, quickly held him down, not understanding how the standard dose of anesthetic could make him feel pain in the middle of the operation. In fact, no one knew the answer, not even Alexis. He only knew that he heard a voice, a cold voice, a voice reminiscent of a towering castle. Who did this voice belong to? He didn't know, but he heard it clearly. The voice said, "Number. It's not time yet. I can't write anymore. Woo woo woo. I owe 800. I'll take a day off tomorrow. I've been working on my liver for 2 days and my kidneys are weak." By the way, Rogel Dorn has a famous saying, and it only has one word: no. Here's another joke about the regent from Station B. How did the Ultramarines explain the relationship between their father and the Eldar? It's very simple. The great Lord of Makrag, Lord of 500 Worlds, Son of Vengeance, and Regent of the Empire captured a female alien and prepared to use the Imperial Truth as a weapon to subject the alien to long-term physical and mental spurring in order to teach her to recognize the superiority of humans. Chapter 838 Sacrifice. I should cry, Mordrin Gyrodrei thought. Is that right? I should cry. They are all dead, so I should cry. Is that right? He smiled. The cold wind blew across his face. An orc raised his terrifying axe to chop at him. He smelled the smell of blood, the smell of gunpowder, but none of this could shake him. The blade extended, flesh was pierced, and he saw the orc's pupils slowly dilate. Mordrin Gyrodrei laughed again, twisted his wrist, and accelerated its death. For Doran, a war cry sounded in his ears, and a crimson fist pulled the trigger of his bolter. 3 bolt shells were pushed out of the barrel and drilled into the body of another orc. The bolt shells penetrated its layers of metal plate armor, leaving a large hole in its chest, exposing its bloody spine. Good shooting, Mordrin said softly. How many is this? 31. Crimson Fist replied coldly. How about you? 37. Mordrin smiled mischievously. Looks like I won? It's too early to draw a conclusion now. Crimson Fist looked back at him, while changing the magazine, and even raised his hand in the gap between the actions, and hammered over a fard spirit that was thrown by the orcs to die. Perhaps the orcs meant to let it come here to play a role. After all, it held a serrated blade in its hand. Unfortunately, the fart spirit itself didn't think so. It screamed and fell to the ground, trying to escape, but failed. Crimson Fist raised his foot and stepped down, and a streak of blood bloomed on the snow. Mordrin clearly heard the sound of the fard spirit's head being crushed into a meat paste by steel, and his smile was getting more and more prosperous. Okay, according to your opinion, what should we do? It's what I should do, Crimson Fist said seriously. Our mission has nothing to do with you, and I don't trust you. You call yourself the Raven Guard, but you look like a madman. If it's not an emergency. He pulled the trigger again, and the bullet accurately hit an orc hiding in the snow not far away. Mordrin took a quick glance and knew that it was a grenade boy, a special grenadier among the greenskins, who was smarter than ordinary greenskins. At least he knew that he should throw the grenade after removing the pull ring. I will even interrogate you first, Scarlet Fist said. Your power armor is obviously pieced together, and you don't even have a helmet. This alone is enough for me to doubt your identity. Ah, it's human nature to doubt. In fact, it's not just you. I doubt myself too. Mordrin smiled slightly sadly. But it doesn't matter, right? Scarlet Fist looked at him with disgust because Mordrin told the truth. This time, he didn't say anything else, but just moved forward a distance in silence. The howling blizzard greatly obstructed their vision, but considering the ratio of their numbers to the number of orcs, this was actually an advantage. Steel Boots stepped on the thick snow, and the Crimson Fist's battle brother named Alejandro continued to move forward in silence. On his belt, a metal object was swinging as he moved, covered with blood. It was the teleportation beacon, and the key to their mission. No, it should be said that it was the key to his mission. They were gone. The other 4 battle brothers of the Beacon Squad were all dead. They encountered an orc boss whose guns were extremely powerful. If it weren't for this guy who suddenly appeared and called himself the Raven Guard, Alejandro himself would probably have died at the hands of the orc. The thought ended here. The reading projected by the eyepiece was flickering slowly and steadily, which meant that he had been able to place the teleportation beacon. This was a good thing, but there was nothing around that could be called a cover. This was a plain, and there was only white as far as the eye could see. A snowflake fell into Mordrin's open palm. He seemed to casually say to Alejandro, who was standing in front and stopped, "Aren't you going to move on?" "There's no need to move on," Alejandro said indifferently. "Stand further away. I'm going to start placing the teleportation beacon." Mordrin took a few steps back as he said. The Crimson Fist placed the beacon on the ground, and it immediately began to work. A pale blue glow poured out from the cracks in the cube, and heat surged in an instant, causing the snowflakes and the cold wind to stop. In this way, it suddenly created a small stasis field in the wind and snow, where the wind and snow stayed, and then it began to emit a hum. Alejandro breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, 15 minutes. "So, we need to stay here for 15 minutes? Not us, but me," Alejandro said patiently. "This has nothing to do with you." "Maybe," Mordrin told him gently. "I am only standing here according to my subjective will. You don't have to say anything more, Imperial Fists. As for now I think they are coming." "It's the Crimson Fists," Alejandro corrected, taking off the bolter from his belt. He knew that the man in the patchwork power armor was not lying. They were coming. From the other end of the plain? From where they came from? From here. It was like a vast green ocean swallowing up the white snow. A rough estimate was that there should be hundreds of them. If it were just that, it would be fine. The real problem was the huge monster in front of them. Through the zoom function of the eyepiece, the Crimson Fists knew that it was an orc warlord. He would never make a mistake. He knew the habits of these things and how they named themselves. Alejandro's heart sank. 15 minutes. For an imperial citizen, 15 minutes might just be the time it takes him to walk out of his house and go for a walk in the park. For a worker in a hive city, 15 minutes was just a small episode in his work, not worth mentioning at all. However, for Alejandro, 15 minutes is now an almost impossible task. 15 minutes. Alejandro gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't want to die, you can leave now, Raven Guard. I will stay here for 15 minutes. "Well," Mordrin looked at him strangely and waved the power sword in his hand, which was a relic of a Crimson Fist battle brother. The latter must have cherished this sword very much during his lifetime, and even the guard was specially engraved with the Crimson Fist carving. Staring at the sword, the madman smiled calmly. "Don't worry, Imperial Fist," he said happily. "We won't die. My captain is here to support me." "What stupid things are you talking about?" "And, it's the Crimson Fist." Mordrin was not angry about his words. The patchwork armor made him look ridiculous, and the long hair dyed almost dark red by blood aggravated this impression. The funny-looking madman said in an amused tone, "Can't you see it? I can only see a madman talking to himself." Mordrin laughed loudly. He knew that Alejandro could not see his captain, nor could he hear what he said. But it didn't matter. He could see and hear. That was enough. The captain stood beside him. His armor was tattered, and there was a huge hole in his abdomen. He stood calmly beside Mordrin, assessing the current situation. "You need at least 30 lives to survive that thing." "But I don't have 30 lives." "What if I attack from behind, Captain?" Mordrin asked softly. His words and expression made Alejandro, who was standing beside him, feel a strong chill. At this moment, he suddenly believed Mordrin's words. His captain might really come. and he was standing next to Moldrin and talking to him. It won't work. The armor on it looks like it was taken off a tank. I'm afraid the power sword in your hand can't do anything to it. So, what about the Thunderhawk gunship? Some air support would be great. His naive words made the captain laugh. We are all dead, Moldrin, we are all dead, and so is our ship. It has entered the realm of the dead with us. So, there will be no more Thunderhawk gunships parked in the hangar, waiting to attack at any time. Is that so? Moldrin asked disappointedly. You are all dead? Yes, Moldrin. The captain stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and a strong smell of rust poured out. We are all dead, but the dead can also continue to fight. Death does not mean the end, at least for us. He turned his head. You are crazy, Moldrin, so you imagined our existence. But you are not completely crazy. The power of the warp has responded to you. Do we exist or not? It doesn't matter. The captain's voice was becoming lower and more weird. Remember, Moldrin, the premise of madness is rationality. You are crazy, but you still have the ability to think, so think carefully about how to help this brother from the Imperial Fists. It's the Crimson Fists, Captain, Moldrin chuckled. He is the Crimson Fists. How weird, isn't it? We have only heard of the Imperial Fists. I know, the captain grinned, and his body disappeared and scattered in an instant. The next second, Alejandro, who had been standing next to him, had his pupils shrink sharply. He saw it. In the snowstorm, in the raging blizzard, the river of blood was pouring out from the gaps in Moldrin's patchwork armor, falling to the ground and spreading rapidly. The pale face of the dead floated in it, and the most important point was that Moldrin's own face was also in it. Although the face disappeared quickly, Alejandro was sure that he saw it. What are you? Alejandro raised his gun. I am Moldrin Gyrodry, the thing that was once the Raven Guard answered. Then, he raised his hand. The ground began to tremble. In front of Alejandro's horrified eyes, Moldrin asked, 15 minutes, right? Okay. Without waiting for his answer, Moldrin said gently, then 15 minutes. Sergeant Alexis stared at the darkness in front of him silently. He didn't know that he had actually stared at this darkness thousands of times. He also didn't know that in the boarding battle with the Greenskins 37 years ago, he should have died, and the orc boss's axe did not just chop off his breastplate. Sergeant Alexis didn't know many things. He only knew one thing. This was Rogel Dorn's voice. He understood this instinctively, and the chaotic brain and the fragments of memory were emptied in an instant, as if someone had pushed them all off the table with a ruthless hand, leaving only Alexis's own consciousness. A clear consciousness. Not yet, Rogel Dorn said. The surgery is complete. You are recovering, Alexis, and your brothers are fighting hard. Not only that, do you remember the beacon team you sent out? I remember. There is only one of them left. He is fighting side by side with a ghost, and they are fighting well. Dorn's voice sounded like some appreciation, but also like not. But they can't hold on for long. A cold conclusion, an extremely bitter taste began to echo in Alexis' mouth, although he actually couldn't sense the taste at all now. This is the taste of psychic energy, Dorn said coldly. Get used to it. Use it well. Use it to destroy your enemies. However, the Primarch Dorn ignored his doubts and the questions he wanted to say. Rogel Dorn only said one sentence. The last sentence. It didn't sound like an order, nor like a father talking to his son, but rather like a sigh of a person. Don't expect me to come back, Rogel Dorn said softly, and then pushed him out of the darkness. Don't do that again. Huh. Alexis sat up and immediately felt the chill of falling ice. He stood up with gritted teeth, not realizing that his gray eyes were being filled with light blue light until an idea came into his mind. This idea came with his restored hearing. He heard the roar of the troops outside the drop chamber. The voice for the Empire in Dorne was so loud that it even penetrated the howling of the blizzard and reached his ears. I need a weapon. The psychic energy gently gathered in his hands. Alexis lowered his head and looked at the psychic energy that was gradually taking shape in his hands. He was not surprised, and even felt that it should be like this. He walked out of the drop chamber and raised his hand. The psychic energy immediately began to surge violently. They were bound by Alexis's will, so they could only become more violent but could not escape his hand. He raised his right hand high, and the psychic energy stretched out. In this way, He slammed the psychic spear hard on the ground without any instruction. Dorn's words still echoed in his ears. Get used to it, use it well, and use it to destroy your enemies. There is another chapter of 6K words. I will update 10,000 words for 5 consecutive days this week. Chapter 839 Sacrifice. And Jade was familiar with the black sword in his hand, just like he was familiar with himself. He wielded it lightly, but it could also be heavy when needed. He raised his hand nimbly, and blocked a sneak attack from an orc with agility that was not in line with his size. At the same time, he immediately turned his arm and hit its face hard with the end of the hilt. The huge force and the weight of the black sword made its face dent, and the broken bones pierced its cheek, and blood gushed out. Without bothering to deal with it, NJ turned around and slashed the black sword horizontally, killing the other 2 orcs who surrounded him. Their heads flew high, and their blood splattered on the rock wall. NJ did not feel happy about this small victory. He had no time to waste on such emotions. He just turned around again, rotated his wrist, and the black sword rotated with it. He has used this trick hundreds of thousands of times, and it always works well. This time is no exception. Relying on inertia and the force applied, the black sword smoothly cut into the neck of the sneak-attacking greenskin, and also cut its entire upper body. It fell to the ground, and the Emperor's champion retracted the blade, took a cautious stance, and slowly returned to the front of the teleporter. There were still 8 minutes before the teleportation was completed. He had killed 17 orcs in this small space. Their broken bodies piled up on the ground, making it difficult for the greenskins who came later to enter. Their blood and minced meat also provided some advantages to this battle. Angiad could rely on the special coating on the power armor boots to maintain balance in any adverse situation, but the orcs could not. They kept pouring in from the only 2 exits, but they were constantly killed. Now, this area has been blocked by their corpses, and only the open space around the teleporter is relatively clean. Come, Angiad calmly encouraged them with words. I know you are hiding behind the corpses of your companions, looking at me with fear. Come on, cowards and cowards, come out and face me. His tactics worked again. Orcs are not a very smart race. Most of them are stupid, but even the stupidest of them will not tolerate being called cowards and wimps. A roar came from behind the corpse, and a slightly larger greenskin stepped out on the corpse of its own kind. Angered could see that it was struggling to keep its balance. Can insults Grodd, it roared incoherently, and the sound echoed in the cave. Gerd will prove it to Can. Prove what? Angered asked. Normally, he would not try to talk to orcs, and even verbal insults were one-sided. He would not respond to their anger at all. The Emperor's champion had nothing to give these disgusting aliens except death. But now it was different. He needed to delay time any way he could. Prove that Grodd is not a coward. Not a coward. The greenskin roared. Cans are the ones. Cans brought people here to play with your gadgets. We gadgets. Oh, the Emperor. It's really torture to listen to him speak. And Jade frowned, and at the same time changed his stance, taking a more threatening posture. This caused Gerudo to scream. He did not take action for the time being, but patiently continued to extend the topic. This is the territory of the Empire. No, no, it's not. The greenskin jumped up in anger. Boss Graka discovered this place first. This is our territory. Cans are so shameless. 6 minutes and 13 seconds, and Jade glanced at the number projected by the eyepiece, raised the black sword, and took a step forward with his right leg. Really? Then let the blade talk to each other on our behalf. Greenskin, come and fight with me. The Gerudo rushed up courageously, and then was beheaded by a clean and neat spinning slash after 4 rounds. This was the result of Anjade's deliberate delay. The 18th. How many more, you damned aliens? Anjade kicked Grodd's head away with a flying kick. The reading told him that it would take 4 minutes, and 4 more minutes. It would take only 4 minutes to complete his mission. 4 minutes. The Emperor's champion sighed imperceptibly. He could already feel the ground shaking. He knew that a huge thing was coming towards him from the darkness. Moreover, it did not hide its intentions. Its roar echoed in the winding cave. Where to go, you damned slug? Speak clearly. Where should I go to see the Can? What? Go over there? Okay. Okay. After a while, An ugly face with joy poked out from the darkness. After seeing Anjade, it grinned. "Oh, so there is really a Ken here." 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Anjade raised the blade without saying a word. The orcs did not pay attention to his reaction, but just stretched out their right hands and swept all of the orc corpses in front of it to the other side. After the entrance gradually became wider, it entered the place with satisfaction. "I heard that a Ken somehow ran into the tunnel we dug. Is that you?" The orc grinned. "What is that thing behind you? Why is it still glowing?" "Forget it. I won't ask. Anyway, you Kans are always like this, saying nothing and not saying a word." Anjade didn't care what it said. At present, he only cared about the numbers jumping on the eyepiece. The orc didn't know what he wanted to do, and he was still talking and complaining. "Boss Graka brought us to this godforsaken place, saying that Goj and Mayoj asked it to do this. I think it has a brain problem, but this is a good thing. It was very normal before. Which orc doesn't have a brain problem? We all have brain problems, just like me. I like chatting with you humans." The orc laughed. "Yes, I know you are actually called humans, not cans or shrimps, but I just like to call you cans and shrimps." Anjade still didn't speak for 2 minutes and 31 seconds. "Hey, Black can you say a few words? I ran here with great effort, and I don't even know your name. If you don't tell me, how can I carve your name into my helmet after killing you?" The orc curled his lips, took off his helmet, turned around and showed Anjade some of the inside. In the flickering blue light of the transmission device, Anjade saw that it was densely engraved with names. "I killed a lot of cans," the orc muttered. "The boys call me Can Opener, and I like this name, so now I'm Can Opener Grunoka. And you, Can, what's your name?" Silence. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Anjade breathed in the cold air. Even underground, this planet was so cold. The breathing grid filtered out the blood and the stinking smell of the orcs. He stood there calmly, silently waiting for the transmission to begin. This stupid orc didn't know what consequences his behavior would bring to his tribe. Anjade showed a cold smile. "You are really quiet, Can. The Cans I saw before should have told me their names at this point, and then they would rush over to fight with me, as if they were very angry." The orc shook his head and put on his helmet again. It tilted its head curiously, looked at the transmission device emitting blue light, and even commented on the product of the pattern array. "This thing looks interesting." "Well, come on, Can, fight me. If you win, you can live longer." "The guys I saw were all cowards and ran away. But if you lose, I will take your little thing to the big tech to see. He will definitely like it." "No, no need." Anjade spoke for the first time. The orc's eyes widened in surprise. "What, are you going to tell me your name?" "No." The Emperor Champion smiled and raised his sword. Time jumped on his eyepiece. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a loud bang, a violent light burst behind him. The rock wall melted, even the thick rock layer above their heads. The magic changed their original form and shaped it into a wider space, more than 10 times larger than the original. The cold silver metal spread rapidly on the ground, and the blue light filled the entire underground cave at an almost crazy speed. The orc who called himself Can Opener Grunoka stared at this scene in amazement, his jaw hanging open, looking like an idiot. Even by the intelligence standards of orcs, it now looked too stupid. "My second brother, what the hell is this?" it screamed, and took a step forward excitedly. "I must take this thing to the big master right away." "Oh, no. Bring it here to see this thing." "I'm afraid you won't have this chance." Anjade sneered and took a step forward. The blue light behind him was jumping endlessly, and the voice that had been silent for a long time was heard again in the communication channel, full of anger. "Black Templars!" Helbrecht rushed out from the surging light. His body seemed to be covered with flames. The sword of the Supreme Marshal gleamed in his hand, and behind him were more silent black figures, the Emperor of the Candle. The explosion of the monsters. Can Opener Grunoka screamed. As the saying goes, when an idiot and a normal person stand together, the normal person will only become an idiot. Captain Carl didn't know who said this, but he felt that the other person made a damn good point. "I've told you 1,000 times, Sergeant, this thing only needs 4 people. He looked at the stubborn old soldier in front of him with a headache. The latter looked at the ground without saying a word, as if you found the floor tiles in the hangar very pleasing to the eye. 4 people. Don't you know how to count? All 10 hero blades are full. No matter how much you want to ride it, it's impossible. But, Captain, my training results are the best. The sergeant looked up. Logically speaking, shouldn't I have a place among the pilots? 10 mechas, 40 pilots. Their results are not as good as mine. I am the first, Captain. Why am I not selected? Because the sacred array says that you are mentally unstable. Carl almost burst into a curse. From the time he received the notice of the attack until now, the sergeant has been pestering him. No matter how he explained the reason, the sergeant simply didn't listen. He just repeated his training results over and over again. There's nothing wrong with my mental state, Captain. Damn it, Sergeant. Stop bothering me. If you have something to say, go and communicate with the pattern array. It's its judgment that says your mental state is unstable, and we do think so. You have a strong tendency towards self-destruction. If the heroic blade is a war mecha driven by one person, there will naturally be no problem. But there are 4 people on it. The captain glared at the sergeant angrily. I know you have been depressed since your order led to the annihilation of the team last time, but this is not a reason for you to keep making trouble unreasonably. My patience is limited. Corporal, you'd better. There's no need to be so harsh on him, Captain Carl. A gentle voice sounded, and Steve Rogers slowly walked towards here, with the flaming sword lying quietly at his waist. I remember you, Sergeant Jetnor, right? Yes, the sergeant responded in a loud voice, while straightening his chest. Well, I heard from Captain Carl that you have been pestering him. Is this true? Carl immediately became nervous and winked at Jetnor, signaling the latter to be smart and not tell the truth. But the stubborn sergeant nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Why do you do this? Because my training results are the first, sir. Whether it is the Blade of Heroes or Thundercloud, I rank first in both. My reaction speed and nerve connection are both the first. I don't understand why I can't attack. Array, why can't Sergeant Jetnol attack? A cold voice sounded above their heads. Sergeant Jetnol has a strong tendency to self-destruct. As a 4-person war mecha, the Blade of Heroes has a very complex connection system. The driver needs to have a sound mind, otherwise it is likely to cause the machine to crash and the death of people. You heard it all, Sergeant. Steve looked at him apologetically. But, do you really want to attack? Jetnol didn't say anything, but his eyes gradually turned red. My team all died because of me, sir, he said in a hoarse voice. I must avenge them. Captain, is what the sergeant said true? It is true, sir, Carl replied nervously, but that was not the sergeant's problem. There was a problem with the communication at that time. We needed to take down the orc's position. I understand. Steve nodded, looking at the lost, desperate, puzzled and angry soldier in front of him, and suddenly smiled. He remembered himself when the Avengers had just disbanded. At that time, he probably looked similar to the sergeant. Go drive the Thundercloud, Sergeant. I allow you to attack alone, Steve said softly. As a long-range specialized war mecha, the Thundercloud only needs one driver. You can give full play to your strength. Go, Sergeant. Don't let them down. There is also a chapter for 2K, counting the 800 owed yesterday. Add up to 3K. Chapter 840 Interlude, Second Treatment. Some souls leave indelible marks. Shenyan knew this, so when Rogaldorn showed up on the other side of the galaxy, he just glanced at him casually. Some people said that Rogaldorn was dead, killed in a boarding battle, overwhelmed by a swarm of world eaters, leaving only a severed hand. Regardless of how the severed hand was recovered by the Imperial Fists. Seriously, do you believe it? Those who believe it certainly don't know what Rogaldorn did. He killed Alparius, another Primarch, one of his brothers, and he sawed him to death with a chainsaw sword. He slapped Khan, yes, Khan the betrayer, Khorne's chosen, who almost killed Sigismund during the siege of Terra, and it was just a slap. He also severely injured Fulgrim, and although the latter was in human form at the time, they fought a sword fight. Fulgrim was one of the most outstanding swordsmen among the Primarchs, and sometimes he could even remove the one. Even if Robert Gilliman came, he could not be drowned by a group of world eaters relying on human wave tactics. Thinking of this, The wizard smiled. Considering Rogaldorn's famous character, he felt that this stare on guard was probably determined to run away because he could not stand the current situation of the Empire. If he stayed any longer, he would go crazy sooner or later. He probably foresaw this. Guilliman was almost desperate when he woke up after sleeping for 10,000 years. If Dorn had spent these 10,000 years awake, he might have been even more desperate. His character and methods would not be able to put the Empire back on track. And it might even make it worse. After all, Rogaldorn never lied. And it is well known that the Empire is maintained by lies. Thinking of this, Shenyan couldn't help but look up at Robert Guilliman, who was standing opposite him practicing magic. He asked curiously, "Robert, how many lies do you tell in a day?" Judging from his face, the regent's expression can only be described in one word: indescribable. Are you deliberately slowing down my progress in mastering this spell? Guilliman dispersed the magic power in his hand depressedly. "Why do you ask such a question?" "Because I am curious," Shenyan said casually. "Look, you are a politician. If politicians don't lie, how can they be good politicians?" Lies are not the only means to achieve the goal, Robert Guilliman said seriously. A speech to inspire people or doing practical things in obscurity is much better than lies. I have always told the officials of Macragge that they'd better not promise the people what they can't do. If you say it, you must complete it. So, have you lied? Is today a day to learn magic, or a day to torture me? Guilliman asked incredulously. "If you feel bad, I can call Korax here, and you can beat him up to vent your anger." "Don't torture me anymore." "Why should I beat him?" Shenyan shrugged. "To be honest, I was just asking casually. I don't mean every question implicitly." "Your father would do that. He is the one who likes to hide hidden clues in every action." Guilliman decided not to comment on this matter. He was silent for a while, and replied, "I did, and I just told a lie this morning." "Oh?" "I lied to Horace," Guilliman said. "I made him believe that the reason I didn't have dinner with him recently was really because I was working overtime." "I see," the wizard laughed. "You are so honest, my apprentice, so I can also reveal a little to you. In fact, I also told a lie today, and just now." What? Guilliman's eyes widened, and in just a few seconds he thought of the key to the matter, such as why his teacher was so obsessed with lying, such as his guidance of the topic. The Lord of Ultramar turned around and saw the person he least wanted to see, but expected to appear. "Horace," Shenyan laughed out loud, "today's magic practice is over. My apprentice, finally, I will teach you one more lesson. I have to go to work on another thing." He stood up and blinked. "Sometimes, what I say is not necessarily true." In Fulgrim's view, Sanguinius was obviously uneasy at the moment. He could hardly sit in the chair at all. He had to adjust his sitting posture every few minutes, and even sighed. Not only that, he, who never did much hair, actually tied a ponytail today. He was not wearing a robe, but a loose-fitting outfit that was more convenient to move. Phoenix read a book while observing his brother. After the Archangel tried to check his clothes for the 14th time, he finally couldn't help it. Sanguinius, huh? Sanguinius turned his head away in confusion. "Fulgrim, what's wrong? Can you sit quietly for a while?" Fulgrim raised the book in his hand, his face full of helplessness. "I'm trying to read this book of the holy words." Sanguinius asked incredulously, "What are you looking at this?" Phoenix shrugged and casually threw out a cold joke. "I plan to study the holy words so that I can tell Robert a bedtime story." "Didn't he say that he has been suffering from insomnia recently because of lying to Horace?" "As his brother, I have to think of something." The incredulity on the Archangel's face quickly turned into disbelief. Fulgrim didn't even need to raise his head to know what his brother was thinking at the moment. He explained helplessly, "It was just a joke. He really couldn't sleep, but even if I pretended to be depraved again, I wouldn't tell this to our brother who hates religion the most." "Do you mind telling me where you are going today?" "Psychological treatment," Sanguinius answered honestly. "To be precise, it is the second stage of psychological treatment. The captain asked me to go to him today and asked me to wear something that is more convenient for me to move around. I don't know why he asked for this, but I always have a bad feeling." Phoenix rolled his eyes imperceptibly. "The second stage? Forget about the special psychological treatment, But there is actually a second stage? Why does everyone like Sanguinius so much? It's so grand, as if it were some big plan. I think you have recovered a long time ago. The one who really needs psychological treatment should be Korax. A face with sunken eyes appeared in front of him. It was Korax he ran into in the corridor this morning. The latter was swaying when he walked, which was really worrying. According to Vulcan, Korax has been like this for several days. Not only that, Vulcan also felt that Korax might have been banging his head against the wall every night recently. The Fire Dragon Lord said this with a look of worry on his face. Then I wish you good luck, Fulgrim said casually, hiding his psychological activities very well. Sanguinius sighed. I think this is not a good idea, he said slightly melancholy. I punched the captain last time. Why are you looking at me like that? Fulgrim stared at him strangely, even putting down the book in his hand. Phoenix changed his sitting posture imperceptibly, leaning forward, looking very interested. Do you mind talking to me about this? You punched him? Where did you hit him? Sanguinius leaned back uncomfortably, on the face. Yes, but why are you looking at me like that, brother? Because I really want to know what the captain did. Fulgrim laughed. That allowed you to punch him, and you hit him. Did he say something? Nothing special, actually. Sanguinius awkwardly skipped the topic. Can we talk about something else, like Conrad's current situation or something like that? Seriously? You decided to talk about our brother who is far away in another universe dealing with an invasion of local native demons? Fulgrim picked up the book again, his expression uninterested. Don't you think that compared to those demons, he is more like the one who endangers the whole world? To be honest, it won't be long before we see him turning this place into a second Nostromo. You're too harsh on him. Conrad is just a little. The Bell Angel, who once personally threw Conrad Kurz in a stasis chamber into the cold space, uttered the second half of the sentence with difficulty. It's just that his mental state is a little bit not so good. A little? Fulgrim looked at him seriously. I have fallen before, brother. That's when I would do such a thing as skinning people, and Conrad Kurz has done this many times even before he returned to the Empire. Are you sure you want to defend him with the words not in a good mental state? Sanguinius hesitated for a while, and finally chose to give up. He wanted to say something else, but with the appearance of a flash of light, the arrival of Shenyan interrupted their conversation. Judging from his expression, the mage should be in a good mood now. Ah, Captain. Sanguinius greeted hurriedly. You seem to be in a good mood today, Fulgrim said carefully. Let me guess, our regent is making good progress in learning spells today. No need to stand up, Sanguinius, just sit down. No, Fulgrim, he is learning terrible today, and the progress is terrible. Shenyan laughed a little ruthlessly. But, yes, I am in a good mood today. Why? Phoenix asked with interest. The wizard laughed maliciously. If you go to Robert's office now, you will see a very interesting scene. I'm telling you, Fulgrim, if you don't go, you may miss a very interesting drama. Fulgrim stood up speechlessly, took the book and walked away quickly, without even a moment of hesitation. A total of 11,000. The update is over. Chapter 841 Sacrifice. Alejandro didn't know how to describe the scene before him. However, one thing was certain. Every time he saw Mordrin Gyrodry, he could feel a deep, horrible echo from a distant land. In these 15 minutes, he wanted to turn his gun around and kill this blasphemous monster countless times. His reason and education made it impossible for him to tolerate such a being standing beside him. But he finally held back. The mission was the most important thing now. Compared with Mordrin Gyrodry's current appearance, the orcs were actually kind and friendly. Dark red blood rolled endlessly, and pale human faces and incomplete corpses floated in it. The long river of blood kept rising and falling, turning into a man-eating beast or a force that could make the earth tremble. The way they killed the orcs was very simple, but it was chilling. The blood would wrap around their bodies and penetrate deep into the skin. When they left, nothing would be left in their place. The orc warrior seemed to be furious and almost mad. It tried to approach Mordrin and Alejandro more than once, but failed every time. The river of blood seemed to be able to predict its every move and always trapped it before it could move. Its body was glowing green, which seemed to be the reason why it was not swallowed by the blood river. However, Even if it could still hold on, it was actually irrelevant. Except for it, all the orcs were dead. Mordrin Gyardry's voice came from Alejandro's side, very vague and soft, but it was still captured by the Crimson Fist and the howling of the blizzard. 3 minutes left. The thing that used to be the Raven Guard said so. Can you tell me, Crimson Fist, what is your mission? He turned his head. His gray face was calm and peaceful, but it was very unfamiliar to Alejandro. What on earth are you? It doesn't matter anymore, the monster said calmly, and at the same time raised his right hand, causing the blood river to boil again, trapping the roaring orc warrior. Can you satisfy my little curiosity? No. Alejandro refused without hesitation, and even turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at the monster's head. He said sternly, "You are obviously contaminated by the evil demons of the warp." "I know, Crimson Fist." "Ah, there are still 2 minutes. The monster laughed. "I knew it a long time ago, but I just remembered it just now." "But, I want to know the same question as you. What am I?" He stopped laughing. "Am I Mordrin Gyardry, or his captain? Am I a mad Raven Guard, or am I one of the many souls who were unwilling to die, and were shaped into my current appearance by the power of the high heaven?" The monster was silent for a moment and shook his head. "It doesn't matter anymore. What happened to us cannot be erased, but this blood feud cannot be avenged. The murderers have long hidden in the depths of the high heaven." "Have you ever been betrayed, Crimson Fist? Betrayed by the people you regarded as brothers, and wounded by the blade from behind? If you haven't, I wish you never have to suffer this fate in the future. But if you really want to know who I am, I'm afraid I only have one answer." Alejandro looked at him breathlessly, his finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any time. No matter what this thing wants to do, he must delay as much as possible. There is still 1 minute and 21 seconds before the teleportation device is turned on. He heard the monster say slowly and firmly, "We were once the Raven Guard, the Crimson Fist, and we bled dry on Istvan." The monster turned its head, its body turned into blood and dissipated, and in an instant it was in front of the orc warrior who was 100 meters away. Alejandro's pupils shrank sharply, and he subconsciously turned the muzzle of his gun and followed, but the scene he saw made him put down the gun in his hand involuntarily. He saw a group of Raven Guards. They stood up from the river of blood. Their faces were pale and swollen. They were all dead, there was no doubt about that. No living person would have such terrible wounds. Their power armor was rusted and tattered, and their weapons were long damaged, but they were still in their hands. They stood here, standing in the blizzard 10,000 years later. Alejandro looked at this scene in disbelief. The next second, as if it was his hallucination, these people disappeared again. He began to feel a strong tremor that he could not help but feel, and a warm light lit up behind him. The teleporter had entered the final stage, but he did not look back. He just stared straight ahead, at the only person left, at the Raven Guardian in the ridiculous, patchwork power armor, standing fearlessly in front of the orc warlord, and raising his right hand. An armor-piercing grenade was flashing a dangerous red light. Alejandro lowered his head suddenly, and then he found that there was another armor-piercing grenade missing from his belt. When did he take it away? It doesn't matter. When the explosion sounded, the orc warlord also let out the last roar of his life. The armor-piercing grenade uses shaped explosives, which are usually used by fearless infantry to blow up enemy tanks. It has no chance of survival after being hit directly at such a close distance. Then, what about the other thing? No. The other person. The snow was flying and the wind was howling. He had no answer. Alejandro put down the gun in his hand. There was a dense sound of footsteps behind him. He did not turn around, but stared at the sunken ground not far away in silence. Is there really such a thing? He had no answer. Lyris Hesperax was trembling. She couldn't stay calm and rational in front of that man. Even just looking at his back made the Eldar killer feel the chill rising from the depths of his bones. Instinct reaction. Lyris Hesperax thought bitterly. This is my instinctive reaction. My biological instinct is urging me to stay away from this human. He is my natural enemy. Natural enemy. She chewed on this word and said nothing. Cato Sicarius stood beside her, fully armed, calm and composed. At this moment, she actually envied this Astartes. He was a human, so he didn't have to bear the terrifying psychic energy of that man. "My lord," Sicarius asked, "should we go directly to the location of the faced error?" Lady Larissa's intuition is finally correct. He looked back at the trembling Eldar: "Maybe this can be considered a chance?" High Marshal Helbrecht reported once 3 minutes ago that he and the Black Templars are already underground. Steve approached the portal and said calmly, "We just go directly there. Whatever Graka is planning, it will no longer work." "Understood, my lord." Sicarius nodded. He walked forward with the trembling Lyris and waited for the teleport. On the surface, their victory was a foregone conclusion. The orcs could not resist the huge wrath from the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars. They were good at fighting greenskins, not to mention Steve's leadership. Fighting under the leadership of a Primarch is not as simple as it sounds. The Primarch is the ultimate answer to war. Even if they do nothing, just appearing on the front line can bring victory. Everyone thought victory was coming, but unfortunately, war never changes its course based on personal will. Yes, Steve and his friends will win, but will the orcs really lose? Graka the Face-Tearer said that he came here because of an oracle. No matter how much his subordinates suspected that he was lying, Graka knew that what he said was true. The second brother of Gamal did give him an oracle. They wanted him to take his subordinates to join the human, recognize him as the boss, and kill all the Zergs and Octairs under his command. Graka had a different opinion on this. He was not very smart and had no far-sighted vision, but the orc-like cunningness allowed the orc boss to quickly find the key to the problem. Even if he was willing, would the human be willing? According to Graka's experience, this was impossible, so he told the second brother of Gamal about it. They were very impressed with Graka's wisdom. "This is questionable," and told it. "Then you should take your boys and run to the planet on the edge of the Octera sector. There is what you want there. We left a great treasure for you hundreds of years ago, which will make that human willing to take you to beat up those annoying bugs." Graka was overjoyed, and this joy even diluted the unhappiness of working under a human. The orcs' desire overwhelmed everything. To beat up the bugs in the entire Octera sector. How many fights would it take? Graka thought, "I will pretend to listen to this human, and when we really kill all the bugs, I will fight this human again. Isn't it wonderful?" After getting lost for a long time, it happily came to this nameless planet. Then, according to the instructions of the second brother, the psychic boys set up a psychic barrier, and took its boys into the ground and began to dig day and night. It's not that no orcs have raised opinions, but these orcs who raised opinions either had their heads hammered into their chests by Graka, or were suppressed by it by bringing up the second brother. Even the most troublesome and the most disobedient kid can't act recklessly under the eyes of the second brother. The orcs are a very stubborn and simple race. They believe in the second brother and will never betray. Of course, whether they will be deceived is another matter. It's not that there are no orcs who believe in the second brother with 4 arms, just as the Astartes firmly believe that they will eventually win. Graka also firmly believes that as long as it finds the big treasure that the second brother said, it can complete the task assigned to it by them. Then, it will become the most powerful, violent, cunning, violent, and terrifying boss in history. It will become the boss of the bosses. Unfortunately, Graka, who was full of joy, forgot one thing, that is, the god of the orcs is also an orc. Can the orcs really make a strict and comprehensive plan, or have they been planning it hundreds of years ago? There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 842 Pure. What is real besides anger? Sanguinius panted and swung the blade. He could hardly hold the heavy 2-handed sword. The scorching sun above his head intensified the pain. He even had to grit his teeth and exert force to make the sword cut into the enemy's body. The Minotaur screamed in pain and fell down. The body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. "Which one is this?" The voice of the mage answered his doubts in time. "The 47th, well done, Sanguinius. Thank you for the compliment, Captain, but can we stop and rest for a while?" Sanguinius inserted the 2-handed sword into the dark red sand on the ground and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "I'm afraid no one would believe this look if it was told to others. The Angel of Bao would sweat profusely because he killed 47 Minotaurs. Unfortunately, this is the truth." "Not yet, Sanguinius. You are far from your limit. The mage rejected him quite ruthlessly. It's normal for you to feel tired. After all, your current physical fitness is only at the level of mortals. The archangel smiled bitterly. If he could do it all over again, and let Sanguinius go back to 3 hours ago, he would tell Fulgrim with full gratitude and sincerity, "Thank you for your blessing, but I am afraid I need more, and more than just a little luck." 3 hours ago, when he walked out of the portal, the archangel saw not the familiar study, but a circular pit, with a seat and a huge crack for a light on the natural rock wall. The sun shone from the top and the crack, and there was a dark red sand pit under his feet. There is no doubt that this is an arena, and it looks like it has been there for some time. Sanguinius didn't even have time to ask the wizard why he brought him here, and he felt extremely weak. Then, Shenyan threw a two-handed sword in front of him, as well as the minotaurs that kept coming out. He didn't even explain why he did this, but just told Sanguinius that you are no longer the Primarch, you are just a mortal who is too tall. So, try to use all your strength. Sanguinius tried it, and then he found out that being a mortal was so difficult. He could no longer swing the sword with one hand casually like before, but had to hold it with both hands. He could not just kill the enemy with a light swing, but had to carefully look for flaws in their movements and stab the sword into their vital points in several extremely physically exhausting maneuvers. The 48th is coming, Sanguinius. Shenyan did not give him time to rest. Sitting on one of the seats on the rock wall, he snapped his fingers, and a minotaur appeared again. It was more than 4 meters tall, even taller than Sanguinius without armor. Sanguinius gritted his teeth and raised the sword, carefully posing a fairly safe opening posture. Past experience could no longer play a big role now, but Sanguinius's understanding of weapons could still give him some advantages in such a battle. For example, he knew very well that the two-handed sword was a weapon that emphasized defense more than defense. Therefore, this opening posture was actually quite deceptive. The minotaur was fooled, and roared, deafening, and chopped down the minotaur with the axe in his hand, and the whistling evil wind hit him violently. However, the archangel took a step to the side and rear at the most critical moment, and calculated the position of the axe blade with a millimeter difference. He was not even injured, but his clothes were slightly scratched. At the same time, he handed out the great sword. Stabbing is a very threatening move when facing an unarmored enemy. Ordinary flesh is naturally impossible to compare with sharp steel. As long as the body is stabbed, whether it is a vital part or not, it will cause great damage to the enemy. Moreover, Sanguinius's stab was deliberately aimed at the minotaur's chest and abdomen. As expected, the great sword penetrated deeply into it, and blood gushed out. The minotaur began to tremble and fell to the ground weakly. The pain from the biological instinct overwhelmed its fighting will. It was in so much pain that it could no longer move. The body instinctively wanted it to lie down and breathe. Doing so means death. Sanguinius retracted his blade, rotated his wrist, and with the combined momentum and strength, he chopped off the minotaur's head with a beautiful slash. The head fell, and applause broke out. "You fought well. Do you feel better?" Shenyan asked. Sanguinius looked at him blankly, and didn't even understand the mage's question at first. His mind had completely entered this simple battle, and he was immersed in it. The pure joy of fighting and studying skills even overwhelmed his desire for killing and blood. At the moment of killing the minotaur, Sanguinius didn't feel any pleasure. His muscles ached, his lungs were burning, and his vision was a little blurry, but he felt unprecedented happiness, a simple, pure happiness. It was like a crystal-clear gem. "What is this feeling?" Sanguinius couldn't help but smile, a little childish. "I have never felt so good before." "What is this feeling, Captain?" "Whatever you call it," Shenyan said. "It can be a sense of accomplishment, the joy of progress, or the feeling of a warrior's instinctive desire for battle being finally satisfied. However, it does not include the desire for blood and killing, right?" Sanguinius suddenly realized this. You are fine," Shenyan yawned. "Yes, you are fine. You finally realized that some people fight only to study skills and surpass themselves. Their enemy is their own heart, so they do not desire blood and killing. So you don't need to hide yourself anymore. If you want to find someone to compete, Go ahead. I know you have wanted to have a sword fight with Fulgrim for a long time. Fulgrim suddenly felt a chill. What's going on? He raised his head thoughtfully. Some intuition made him feel that something was wrong, but now was not the time to get to the bottom of it. Now was the time to watch the show. According to the wizard's words, he quietly came to the door of Gilliman's office. The two ever-victorious soldiers on guard looked ahead, pretending to not see him at all, and moved their powered halberds that were blocking the door. One of them even whispered a reminder when Fulgrim approached the door. Lord Fulgrim, there has been no sound in the office for more than 10 minutes. Phoenix turned around and asked, "Who is in there?" "That lord and our father." The other ever-victorious soldier answered uprightly. "We can't hear what is being said inside." "Can you tell us later? After all, we never saw you come today." Fulgrim laughed dumbly, but he also felt a little envious in his heart. Perhaps only Gilliman's sons could get along with their father so happily. He still didn't know how to face Saul Tarvitz. "Okay, I'll tell you what happened inside later. Stand back. I'm going to push the door open. It won't be good if Gilliman sees you neglecting your duty and letting me in." The two ever-victorious soldiers hurriedly took a few steps forward, and Fulgrim pushed the door open with both hands. The situation in the office surprised him a little. He heard from the wizard that there was a good show here, and combined with that lord mentioned by the ever-victorious soldiers, he actually guessed how things would develop. However, Fulgrim didn't expect that his guess would be so wrong. Gilliman sat steadily in his chair, handling government affairs. Horace, who should have been in this room, disappeared. There was no sign of him at all. "What's going on?" Fulgrim frowned, walked into the study, and closed the door at the same time. Gilliman greeted without even looking up. "Good day, brother. What brings you here?" "I just came to see you," Fulgrim said ambiguously. "You said you couldn't sleep well recently because of lying to Horace." "I don't want the regent of the empire to fall at his work." He deliberately raised his voice when he said this, while constantly observing the place where a person might be hiding in the office. Robert Gilliman raised his head, and there was no other emotion on his serious face, full of concentration on work. In one word, he is now upright. "This kind of thing is unlikely to happen, Fulgrim. But I am very grateful for your concern for me. So, tell me, your real purpose for coming here." "Can't I just come to see you? Do you think I will believe it?" Gilliman laughed. "Your purpose is too obvious. Besides, my hearing has not deteriorated. I can hear what you did outside the door." Fulgrim spread his hands innocently. "I didn't do anything, Robert. I just talked to your offspring for a while, that's all." "I'll just assume that you really just chatted with them." Gilliman shook his head. "Really, they are all so disrespectful, and they don't look as stable as they should be." Fulgrim looked up, thinking that he was not implying that he had nothing to do, and ran over to watch the fun. "Okay, let's get down to business, Fulgrim." Gilliman became serious. "Horace didn't say much. He has forgiven me after I explained to him why I lied. Although I am not working overtime, it is my duty as the regent of the empire to handle diplomatic affairs." Fulgrim's eyes were about to roll up to the sky. He sneered and asked, "Where is Horace now?" "He has teleported away." Gilliman laughed. "The short-distance teleportation of the array is really a good function, isn't it?" Tsk Fulgrim nodded reluctantly. In general, he was very disappointed that he didn't see the show. Although the Chemos people never admitted it, he actually cherished the time he could spend with his brothers in friendship. He had imagined such a day in the past, but he never thought it would really come true. Ordinary days always become extremely precious because you know that it will end at the right time. No one said it, but everyone knew that the revenge expedition was about to begin, and all of them had to participate. At that time, this beautiful happiness would become a luxury. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843, The Sin of Wandering Souls. Konrad Kurz didn't like his name. Never liked it, not for a moment. To be more precise, more extreme, and more in line with the complex personality of Konrad Kurz, he didn't like anything. He hated everyone, even himself. In his darkest thoughts, he even hoped that everyone would die and end it all. But no matter what, he was still called by this name for the time being. Mr. Conrad. Someone knocked on the door. With a fury, Conrad Kurz turned around and opened the door. His black hair fluttered. His pale face, thin cheeks and angry expression made him look no different from a ghost. But the child who called him was not afraid of him. She held up a huge plate in her hand with a shy smile. On it were a few pieces of precious white bread, a kind of red round fruit that Kurz couldn't name, and a large bowl of thick soup. Mom made a little more breakfast. The child whispered, "You went out to fight again and didn't eat well. You must be very hungry. My mother said that if you don't eat on time, you will be malnourished. You don't look very healthy." Koza's neck began to twitch like a spasm. The child's concern became a bone-eating poison, causing his face to twitch uncontrollably. Along with it, there was also a violent impulse, and he began to gasp violently. "No." Conrad Koz gritted his teeth and threw the impulse into the darkest corner of his humanity. "No, no, you can't do this." After a long time, he finally stopped it. He roughly pulled the plate from the child's hand and said coldly, "Don't make a special portion and send it to me in the future. Don't do this again, understand? I can live well without food, but you are different." "But, Mom really made too much," the girl said aggrievedly. "Lies." Koz widened his eyes, and the voice in his mind started again. The voice was gentle and peaceful, but it was filled with unimaginable malice. "This lowly mortal brat is lying to you. She deceived you. She is just like everyone else. Kill her. Kill her." "No." He squeezed the corner of the plate and it creaked. Just when he was about to completely destroy the poor creature, he came to his senses. Once again, Kurz rejected it. "Don't do this again, understand?" Kurz whispered, "You are still a child, you need nutrition. Ask your mother to stop doing this unnecessary thing." He slammed the door shut and cruelly threw the girl outside, fearing that he would hurt her if he was a step slower. At the same time, he also blocked the light from the outside, leaving only darkness in the room again. Kurz put the plate aside in silence and did not choose to eat. He was not lying. He really did not need food. In fact, Conrad Kurz had long forgotten what hunger felt like. Monsters are like this. He had been a monster a long, long time ago. He found a corner and sat down, leaning against the wall. The cold metal felt through his thin clothes and touched his back. This coldness was so familiar, just like the cold nights of Nostromo. He thought back to the days when he shuttled through the city. Those days, he shuttled through the pointed houses and the cold drizzle. He was often injured, sometimes by bullets, sometimes by knives. When he was not fully grown up, these things could still hurt him. Fortunately, he could recover quickly, and he could return to normal in a few hours from the wounds. This was good, but it was not good enough. However, the bullet was not easy to remove, and he had to pick the bullet out every time. It was painful, Conrad Coates thought, and his thinking about pain probably started from then on. Removing the bullet was a difficult task, and sometimes he would fail 3 or 4 times. He liked to do this on the top of a church at that time. The first time was often the most careful, but also the easiest to fail. The bullet was stuck in the flesh, and he had to use his fingernails to dig in the bloody wound, trying to find its position and take it out. Repetitive work is a test of patience. Every failure is accompanied by pain and frustration, and he has no one to share it with. Perhaps the night and drizzle of Nostromo noticed this strange man, but they can't speak. The night of Nostromo will only swallow you, and its drizzle will only soak those who are homeless. Countless crimes have been committed at night, and countless thugs have laughed wildly at night, sometimes with long-planned plans, and sometimes just a thought. Is human nature really so terrible? His thoughts stopped here, forced to stop by himself. You should stop, Conrad Kurz said to himself. Second chances are not for everyone. You should cherish them. Don't try to peek into the darkness again. Is that right? The voice of darkness came back, dark and soft, just like the tone he usually used to talk to people, hissing. This is how Nostromo speaks, far from gothic, soft, full of rapid hisses, torturous and graceful. Whether he is willing to admit it or not, Nostromo has left a deep and indelible mark on him. Do you really think so? Do you really think you can still live with a group of ignorant lambs? You once slaughtered them, tore them apart, and carved them with their bones and flesh. You don't belong here. You are a monster, Night Haunter. You are not righteous. You are just a killer, no different from a criminal. Conrad Kurz raised his hand and covered his head, trying to get rid of it. He failed. He couldn't get rid of this hateful whisper. After all, it was his own voice. How should a person get rid of himself? In the silent darkness, the aroma of white bread and thick soup floated in, but Kurz was unmoved. The girl's soft humming came from outside his door, and Kurz felt annoyed. Why didn't she leave? His reason did not give an answer, or perhaps his reason did not exist at all. Kurz closed his eyes, and a statue of flesh and blood appeared in front of him. It was a statue he carved with his own flesh and blood, blasphemous and ominous. The skull of the face was majestic and deep, the teeth came from 4 different men, the chin came from a soldier, and the skin was collected from 7 other people. As for the flesh and blood, he couldn't remember clearly. He only remembered that he chewed them to make them into a better form. Conrad Kurz would not deny this. Every time he thought of it, he shuddered deeply at his madness at that time, and fear. He didn't want to admit it, but yes, he was afraid. He made a face of his father with human flesh and blood, a bust to be precise. You should convict me, father, Kurz whispered to the non-existent statue. I am an inferior and cruel monster. You must convict me. Why don't you do it? Do you treat me better just because I am your son? No. The law should be equal to everyone, and I deserve to die. The statue did not answer, which was normal, because the statue did not exist. The flesh and blood statue disappeared in the sea of fire long, long ago, not to mention that he is now in another world. But Kurz continued, I can't foresee anything, father. It's never the same again. I can't see anything, including my death. Is this one of the disasters you have arranged for me? You made me, father, you made me so evil, made me a disgusting scavenger. I shouldn't be like this. Conrad Kurz said helplessly, I shouldn't be just a monster. I should be better. It is difficult for a person to recognize his own essence. Most people are weighed down by vague stories and the burden of life. They have never had the opportunity to stand up straight, look at the huge mirror in the distance, and observe their own appearances through its reflection. Conrad Kurz can. He saw it, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't know what was right. He only knew that this was wrong. He shouldn't have killed so many people, and he shouldn't have been indifferent to the kindness of a girl. But what should be done to be right? Conrad Kurz had no answer, so he continued to confess, to his imaginary father. Bloodlust is one of my desires, the Night Haunter whispered softly. I don't want to deny it. I do crave blood, and I also crave the feeling of a blade cutting through my flesh. I admit it. Remember, father, the story I told you, how I killed a woman who tried to commit suicide, and how I skinned her alive while she begged. She was in agony over the death of her lover, and she did nothing wrong, but I still killed her. No, I tortured her to death, and I liked the feeling. I lied to myself, I deceived myself, and made myself believe that I didn't like this feeling. No, it's not. I like it. Why did I kill her? Because I think her suicide will set an example for others to escape from suffering. They will no longer struggle and just think about a peaceful death. This idea is too extreme. Perhaps my depravity began from that moment, or perhaps I am destined to degenerate. I'm a monster, father. Conrad Kurz trembled and shed tears. Was there any repentance in it? No one knows. The Night Haunter whimpered and fell to his knees in a frenzy. He scratched the skin and muscles of his chest with his blade like nails. The bony ribs gave him a special pleasure. He exerted force suddenly, letting the narrow nails pierce his flesh. He tore open the muscles and destroyed the inside. Blood spurted out, splashing red winding marks on the ground. In pain, he burst into tears and laughed and cried like a real madman. Convict me, father, convict me. The desperate voice echoed in the house, but the girl outside the house knew nothing about it. She sat in front of the door and hummed the ballad her mother taught her softly. The soldiers and scientists passing by smiled softly at the child and greeted her. Conrad Kurz could hear all this, so he was more miserable. He didn't deserve it. He should suffer in the deepest part of hell. But his father threw him here. This world was in ruins and people regarded him as a hero. They respect him and like him, not fear and hate him. I don't deserve all this. Night Haunter thought. Once again, he begged aloud, "Judge me guilty, Father." The old man closed his eyes, tears streaming down his old face. Sad, he couldn't hear what Conrad Kurz said. The distance between the worlds was too far. But with a father's perception of his son, he could still perceive his son's current emotions. This reminded him of what Night Haunter had said 10,000 years ago. "You gave me the gift of prophecy, so why didn't you tell me its nature? Why did you let me suffer so much? Why did you make me an ugly monster?" The old man's thoughts began to move forward. No, not forward, but back in time. The spires rose high and pierced the swirling clouds. The city was dim and ominous, and hundreds of thousands of hazy lights emitted light on their rough building surfaces. This was the night of Nostromo, the night of the city of sin. Here, his son sank into it. Here, his son became a monster. Did I create all this myself? The old man asked himself. Did I make them what they are now? If I swapped Sanguinius's place with his, would there be a truly righteous ghost in the desert of Bao, or would Nostromo have a fallen angel? He didn't have an answer, but another person did, and this person was not very polite. Yes, Shenyan glanced at the old man. That's your question. The Lord of Mankind didn't speak. Silence means you are sure. Shenyan slowly turned a page of the book. So you'd better say something. To be honest, I'm still waiting to get Conrad Kurz back. If you can't give me some advice, I'll go now. It's not the time yet. Then when is the time? The wizard yawned. Not the time, not the time. It's so pleasant to chat with you. You have to cover up something that can be explained clearly. Why is it so difficult for you to tell the truth? The old man didn't answer. Telling the truth is not difficult, but it's another thing that is difficult. The hard part is to admit it. He admitted it. I was wrong, said the old father. And there is no going back. I want to apologize to him, but he can't go back either. He has done too many evil things. It doesn't matter, just let him atone for his sins. The wizard said casually, blood for blood, life for life. He thirsts for death, so give it to him. How about it? Fulfill his dying wish. The old man left without saying a word. Shenyan sneered and stopped talking. Instead, he began to read attentively. A father would never be willing to kill his son unless he really has no choice. So, does Conrad Kurz have any choice? End of update. Chapter 844. The Whisper of the Wandering Soul. Skilled cold weapon users are familiar with the vital points of humans. Even those who are not used to using cold weapons know that they should stab the neck or abdomen. However, to be honest, even if you don't choose these well-known vital points, just waving the blade in your hand casually, you may stab a weak point that you don't even know about. Humans are too weak. Without thick fur and fat protection, without sharp teeth and claws, the entire torso is a vital point, and no matter where you stab, it may cause fatal injuries. So, how can such a race become the top of the food chain? The answer is tools, wisdom and inheritance. Hit quickly, Conrad Kurz said. Zombies are very weak monsters. He paused and handed the dagger in his hand to a half-grown boy, who looked up at him in awe. It took him a while to realize that his action was to let him hold the knife. If you have to fight them in close combat, remember this. The only weakness of these living decaying creatures is their heads. He pointed at the zombie tied to a metal target not far away. The latter roared and looked over here. The orange-yellow eyes were full of malicious greed, which caused the night haunter to utter an unhappy grumble from his throat. Go and try it, Conrad Kurz said to the boy in military uniform. Hold it tightly, but not too tightly. Keep it comfortable. It doesn't matter whether you use the forehand or the backhand, as long as you can insert the blade into its brain. Its bones are not strengthened, but become very fragile because of this appearance. The child mustered up the courage to step forward. The night haunter discovered the child's fear with his extraordinary insight, and to his satisfaction, the child did not choose to give up no matter what. He walked step by step to the front of the zombie, then shouted, and stabbed it with a knife in his backhand. With a crisp sound of entering the flesh, blood gushed out. The zombie roared, and then stopped moving. Well done. Conrad Kurz heard his own voice echoing in the shooting range, which was surprisingly gentle, which made him not want to believe. Bring the dagger back, kid. The young boy did as he was told. He held a dagger in front of Kurz, his cheeks flushed, and nervously pointed the tip of the dagger at himself, then wiped it on his clothes. "Here, sir." Kurz did not reach out to take it at first, but stared at him seriously for a while. It was not until his face turned from ruddy to pale that he looked away with satisfaction. "Don't do such unnecessary things in the future. The blood of zombies is poisonous. Go change your coat and come back. We will wait for you." He watched the boy run away, and turned his head back expressionlessly. The underground shooting range is vast. It was not so big originally, but now it can accommodate 1,000 people. This is thanks to the machines that operate day and night. They work tirelessly, making the underground of the base wider and wider. 172 precious children stood solemnly in front of him. They were the appropriate age teenagers in the base, 15 years old, and had developed to a certain level, and were already capable of hurting others or themselves. At first, Kurz did not want to form a juvenile army, or a reserve force. He did not want to do this, but was eventually persuaded. The scientists silently endured everything in his rage and gloom, and the old and young faces argued with him fearlessly at the meeting. "Mr. Conrad, we haven't received any news from other resistance bases for more than 6 months. Considering such a dangerous and bleak future, I'm afraid we must consider forming a reserve force. In such a world, soldiers are always more important than scientists like us." Kurz remembered his roar at that time. He didn't want the children to go to the battlefield, but one of the scientists responded to him with a similar volume. "It's not a question of whether you want to or not, but a question of whether humans must stand up on their own." He remembered the man's eyes in his next words. "We don't know what you are, but it is obvious that you are definitely a creature beyond humans. God or his angels, we don't care, sir. We can't rely on your help for everything." He convinced Kurz, and this was the first time in history that a mortal roared at him but was not killed by him. Thinking of this, Conrad Kurz snorted nonchalantly. "Have I become too weak?" His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the kid running back. He returned to the team out of breath. Now, 173 children looked at him with their eyes, wondering what he would say next. Their eyes were full of expectation and trust. How ridiculous! A dark thought began to laugh wildly in his heart. They trust you, Conrad Kurz. They don't know that they are standing in front of a brutal monster, a murderer and a sadist. Do you want to tear off the spine and arms of each of them? Don't deny it, Night Haunter. Admit it and do it. Satisfy your desire. Kurz groaned involuntarily and raised his hand to cover his forehead. He turned away, not wanting these children to see his vulnerable and fighting side, but his extraordinary hearing still heard their tiny whispers that suddenly sounded. "Mr. Conrad has a headache again. What should we do?" "We can't help him. That's what my mother said. She said that she had seen some veterans before, and they were like this too. Sometimes they would involuntarily do some dangerous things and might even hurt others. I don't believe that Mr. Conrad would hurt us." "You should believe it, child." The corners of Kurz's mouth twitched, his muscles spasmed again, and his neck twisted nervously. He tried his best to resist the sudden surge of desire and hoped that he would not fall to his knees. The terrible visions of the past have left him, but the legacy they left behind is still there, and is deeply intertwined with Kurz's nature. It is not easy to resist it. But he turned around, and his expression had returned to normal. He raised a bony arm and pressed the button on the controller on his waist. Another zombie was transported out from the cracked ceiling and was also tied to a metal target. "Let's move on to the second lesson." Conrad Kurz spoke woodenly, his tone becoming a little difficult due to the previous pain. "Close combat is a choice that must be made. In most cases, you will use pulse rifles to fight. Their power is enough to kill these monsters." As always, he paused on the word monster. "But, unfortunately, it's too late today to have another round of classes." Kurz lied skillfully and despised himself deeply. "So, the class ends here. Tomorrow, an old soldier will come to teach you how to shoot and deal with these monsters instead of me." He threw the dagger and hit the new zombie accurately. Its head was firmly nailed to the metal target, causing the children to exclaim. Kurz said nothing more, but turned his head and walked away silently. He walked into the darkness, his expression painful and numb. Korax stared at the numb man and the light curtain indifferently, without saying a word, but Sanguinius sighed with regret. It's too late for him to change. At least he is trying, Vulcan said with pity. I respect everyone who has strayed and returned to the right path. We need to observe. Shagatai Khan calmly said a terrible word. None of us knows whether Conrad Kurz will become a beast in a few hours and slaughter all the surviving humans in the base, and use their flesh and blood to make his disgusting carvings. Perhaps you should have some confidence in him, Shagatai. Fulgrim frowned. He has taken the most difficult step, hasn't he? Phoenix looked around and said solemnly, before today, who would have thought that Conrad Kurz actually wanted to start over? I will not let emotion overwhelm my reason. The hawk must see further. Shagatai did not give in. Robert is not here today, otherwise he would agree with me. Kurz's humanity is extremely weak. The animal nature can always prevail on the scale in his heart. Keep watching, brothers. Sanguinius gently persuaded them. Since the captain has released this video, it means that he has a way to solve everything, right? If Kurz really intends to do something irreversible, we will go together to stop him. How about it? The Khan did not say more. Out of respect for the Bao people, he chose to be silent. However, that look still made everyone understand his true thoughts. The Eagle of Trungarus had no intention of hiding, and he disdained it. Fulgrim shook his head. It's not that he believes in humanity so much, but he knows one thing: without the interference of the power of the warp, the humanity of the Primarchs will inevitably overcome their shortcomings. He knows this because he has witnessed it. Conrad Kurz is no longer so crazy now, and the illusion has faded. Yes, he may still have evil thoughts, but Fulgrim was willing to believe him for once. Korax, who had never spoken, suddenly sneered, and the words he said had nothing to do with their current discussion. He hates me. The Fire Dragon Lord looked at him in confusion, not understanding what the Lord of Crows was talking about, until Korax spoke again. Conrad Kurz hates me, extremely hateful. Korax continued calmly, not because of anything else, but because I am too similar to him, and I have something he doesn't have. The sneer on his face grew bigger and bigger, but it was not directed at the pitiful and hateful person in the light curtain. My father gave me this gift, and the shadows bowed to me, and he is but a haunter in the darkness. I know what Conrad Kurz thinks. Every time I look him in the eye, I see envy, hatred, and, of course, more than he can say, admiration. What I really mean is that Conrad Kurz did not have to be what he is now. Korax's voice was as soft as that of a ninth haunter, but in more standard high Gothic without the constant hissing. The otherworldly compassion he showed shocked everyone. The object of his pity was truly extraordinary. The culprit has fled from us and will not speak to us. He is hiding in the warp doing something, not acting like an emperor. Officials are responsible for his documents, and Gilderman is handling his affairs. What is he doing? The mockery on Korax's face grew larger and larger, mixed with the sneer, becoming an emotion that made Vulcan's heart pound. The Fire Dragon Lord spoke hoarsely. Father must have his work. Yes, he always has work, and there is endless work to do, Korax said softly, so he ignored every opportunity to correct his mistakes. Is that really the case? Our essence is a mixture of humans and the warp, and the evil gods in the high heaven have been eyeing us for a long time. He paused here and looked at the faces of everyone else in the meeting room with a cold gaze. Then, he said, no, he didn't ignore it, but did it on purpose. This doesn't make sense. The accusations you made are too shocking and illogical. How could my father let his ideals be destroyed by such a ridiculous reason? Shagatai Khan was the first to refute. Be careful with your words, brother. If Russ were here, he would probably fight you. Then let that stupid wolf come. He may be willing to let his legion become an ignorant executioner like him. But my descendants and I will not. Korax sneered and clenched his right hand. 10 million lies, 10 million hidden truths. I will not find every truth, but I ask for his apology, otherwise I will never forgive. The conference room fell into silence, and then Sanguinius whispered, go on, tattoo. The light curtain flowed again. Without a mirror, Conrad Kurz could see how horrible his current appearance was. He should have a face as handsome as a god, but unfortunately, his black eyes, slender nose, narrow cheeks and high cheekbones ruined everything. not to mention the frequent muscle twitches. With a smile that came from nowhere, he laughed softly. The plate was still in his room. The white bread had begun to harden, and the thick soup had solidified into an unpleasant appearance. Grease covered the surface, and a disgusting smell spread throughout his room. However, what attracted his attention the most was the fruit called apple. It was dried up, but it had not yet rotted. Kurz reached out and took it, and his slender and sharp nails carved a familiar face on its surface. The cheeks were sunken, the corners of the eyes were drooping, and a few scars made this already terrifying face look even gloomier. Juice overflowed from his 5 fingers, and the night haunter laughed happily. "Well, Shivitar, hello, Shiva," he began to mutter to himself in the dark like a madman, and the object of his conversation was a rotten fruit and a simple portrait carved on it. "What should I do?" he asked. "I want to kill them, at least part of me thinks so. I want to kill everyone and then clean up the filth of this world with explosions and fire. As for myself, I don't seem to care much. But I also want to really start over." "Shivitar, is this still possible? I mean, after experiencing so many atrocities, can my soul really face these people without guilt?" His tone at this moment sounded like a wise man, but his face was extremely crazy. The person who spoke in the dark could not describe it with words. The complete madness was beyond the scope of language. "I used to tear flesh and blood, hold the ends of bones to carve flesh and blood statues. I also lay on corpses, remove eyeballs, take out brains and chew them carefully, sometimes for memory, sometimes just out of hunger and desire. Well, I miss that taste, but I also hate that taste." Conrad Kurz stared at the shriveled apple. "What should I do?" "Shivitar, Tovar, Wall, are you there? Can you hear me?" "Oh number, I forgot. You are all dead." He exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the apple turned into powder, and the core rolled from his fingers to the ground. Kurz closed his eyes. "Why don't I? Why am I still alive? Is this the beginning of another torture? Father, do you want to see if I can overcome my lowly bloodthirstiness? Do you want to see if I can always maintain this ridiculous heroic appearance for a long time? Then please take a good look, Father." The Night Haunter chuckled. "Then find me guilty." Vulcan cheered slightly, and the excitement of the Lord of Fire Dragons was beyond words. His dark face was full of joy. He won. "Short-lived," Shagatai Khan said melancholy. "Who can guarantee?" Alas, he sighed and leaned back in his chair silently, feeling ridiculous for what he wanted to say. Khan knew that in fact, he also hoped that Kurz could win, but he would not say it. "Glad to see that he has the same idea as me," Korax said with a hint of sarcasm. "It's ironic that one day I would be anxious about the future of Conrad Kurz." The Lord of Crows chuckled. "Do you want to continue reading, my brothers? You are all interested in his future, aren't you? Compared to him, I am more worried about you now." The Phoenix of Chemos spoke slowly. "Your eyes are sunken, Korax. You have realized your true nature, but your external performance can still reflect your inner heart to some extent. Are you still anxious about the illusion of another world?" "I don't feel anxious," Korax said stubbornly. "I just suddenly understand that poor guy." He pointed to Conrad Kurz in the light screen and said, "If he can always see such horrible scenes, then his madness can be forgiven." "Let's discuss this issue later," Sanguinius said tiredly. "So, do you want to continue reading?" No one denied it. "There is still one chapter." Chapter 845 Lord of the Night. The pulse rifle is a reliable weapon. It is easy to use, easy to maintain, has a large ammunition capacity, and is powerful enough, at least enough to deal with the ridiculous number of zombies. The demons that emerged from hell use them as vanguards to consume the manpower of humans. The latter sentence is the speculation of some scientists. Elf doesn't care much about it. He thinks that the reason why there are so many zombies is just because there are too many people. At the beginning of the disaster, someone said something on TV that when hell is full, the dead will return. Elf doesn't completely agree with his opinion, such as the guy's nonsense that humans are sinful and God punishes them. But he agrees with one of this bastard's points. There are too many people on the earth, so now they have to maintain high-intensity combat for 12 hours every day to clear out the brainless zombies that try to approach the base. Pulling the trigger, The mild recoil of the pulse rifle gave him a very comfortable feedback. Elf hummed a song and relaxed his mind so that he would no longer pay attention to the clothes and body shapes of the zombies. 2 months ago, he couldn't sleep because of this. He could only pass out if he wanted to sleep, so he had to resort to alcohol or drugs. If he didn't choose these good helpers, he could only see those people in his dark dreams before they became zombies. Men, women, old people, children, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he pulled the trigger. He pulled the trigger for those who are still alive. So, even if his conscience is uneasy, Elf will just pass it by and continue killing. He continued to hum until a black shadow came behind him. Elf sighed. My lord, you came to patrol the wall today 45 minutes earlier than usual. Are you trying to predict my actions? A soft voice sounded behind him, with obvious threats. I'm just trying to guess your daily movements. The security director reported that you haven't eaten anything for more than 5 days, and you stay indoors all day, even without going to the children's training. Speaking of children, the person behind him was silent for a moment. This is not something you should care about, he said coldly, and then asked again, how are they? Same as always, sir, just a little strange. The zombies are getting smaller and smaller, as if we have killed all the monsters in half of the African continent by ourselves. Elf joked, to be honest, I really hope this is true. Useless joke. Conrad Kurz commented coldly. His soft hissing voice made him sound extremely deceptive. I told you to pay attention to their every move. I have reported it to the intelligence department. The scientists are doing what they should do, my lord. Elf cunningly took the lead and did not give Kurz a chance to teach him a lesson. The Night Haunter did not kill him immediately, which was to the extent that some people would exclaim in disbelief. What else do you want? Very good, Kurz said. You have learned something. You need to be smart and efficient to serve me. You are efficient, Elf, but not very smart. Smart people will not interrupt me. Elf nodded honestly. Okay, my lord, I apologize. Apology is not enough. You have to pay a price. No. Conrad Kurz was forced to stop talking. He raised his head and squinted at the approaching black shadow in the sky. His extraordinary vision allowed him to see the whole picture of the black shadow clearly. He saw its rotten wings, the blasphemous lines on its body, the body with exposed bones and a small figure sitting on its back. The figure only showed a part of itself, not its entire appearance, but Kurz still caught some details, such as the religious robes it wore and the hood that resembled the one worn by a preacher. Start the anti-aircraft guns, Conrad Kurz said, with obvious anger. Shoot down that damn thing. How dare it offend my territory? Yes, sir. Elf saluted, and the soldiers began to mobilize the anti-aircraft guns installed on the wall in a tense and orderly manner. Kurz had something similar in his memory, but it was not as useful as this. The humans here were more rational in their approach to technology than the empire created by his father. At least their weapons did not have such a ridiculous and exaggerated appearance, but were full of the beauty of metal and machinery. The thick silver barrels quickly turned around. There were dozens of them. After a short warm-up, dangerous orange flames began to brew at the tip of the muzzle. The shells, which had no substance but were as hot as the sun, flew out, causing terrible wounds on the undead dragon, but that was all. The volleys of anti-aircraft guns had destroyed nearby mountains and the ground, but when facing this flying dragon, they could only slow down its movement. A thought suddenly flashed through Conrad Kurz's mind. It had already died, so it could not be killed. Is that so? He laughed, not very gently. His black hair fluttered, blowing in the wind full of blood. This calmness made him look like a real king for the first time. A rotten thing. Midnight Haunter said coldly. How dare you be so presumptuous? Prepare the plane. Elf will start it, and I will kill it myself. My lord, we don't have a plane. Elf said so after an awkward silence. Have you forgotten? This is a former army base. Kurz was not angry, at least on the surface. He turned his head. His high cheekbones made his calm gaze look quite majestic. So, are we helpless against this filthy thing? He looked around, and the soldiers lowered their heads in shame. Let him hover over the base. Let the abominable wizard on his back peek at our innocent people with his dirty and blasphemous eyes. There was silence on the wall for a moment, until Kurz spoke again. No. The Night Haunter said so. We must find a way to kill it, no matter the cost. No matter what the cost. I have a guess, my lord. Elf used this title to call him for the first time, and no one thought there was anything wrong, whether you agree or not. Whether you think Conrad Kurz's current mental state is qualified to be called so, but he is indeed the king of these people. He has no crown, so he is more noble. The king of the night looked at his soldiers gloomily and solemnly, without madness and bloodlust in his eyes, and was incredibly sober. Go on, elf, Conrad Kurz said as the undead dragon circled, speaking to a mortal too small for him. I allow you to make your guess. Incredible, Fulgrim heard himself say, and only realized after he said it that he seemed a little too happy. Phoenix stopped himself abruptly, rubbing his cheeks to make the smile disappear from his face. He has changed a little too quickly, hasn't he? This is a picture from the past, Fulgrim, Jaghatai analyzed calmly. Time jumps. The apple that the girl sent was still fresh in the last scene, but when Kurz finished teaching them, it became shriveled and almost rotten. You have to take this into account. Whatever he wants to do, I hope he succeeds. With worry, the fire dragon lord stroked the edge of the table and used his power to pinch it into an irregular shape. The table itself would not protest, and even if it had consciousness, it would probably not reject Vulcan's little art. If he fails, Vulcan sighed. I'm afraid we will never be able to welcome Conrad back. He will continue to return to the crazy path he has already deviated from, and continue to run wildly. I'm a little worried about the next scene. Sanguinius pursed his lips, took off a feather and held it in his hand. The gentle light made him feel a little excited. Those zombies and other monsters look no different from the poor civilians corrupted by chaos, but that flying dragon is not. He shook his head. We know very little about that world, but that monster can withstand the attack of dozens of anti-aircraft guns. What does this mean? Either its physical strength exceeds expectations, or it is protected by a power that does not belong to science. Korax took over the conversation. Considering the rotten appearance and inner nature of that thing, I am more inclined to the latter. Could it be true? Sanguinius looked at his brothers anxiously, hoping to get strong support. I hope not. It is very likely. Jaghatai calmly tore his little hope apart, and the angel glared at him angrily. Even if it's not, it's probably close. No matter what, these things need to be destroyed completely. The last three words were as cold as if squeezed out from between teeth, and the expression of the Chagorian was extremely cold. Go on, the array, Fulgrim concluded. Let's continue to watch. El felt that he was dying. It was not an illusion. He really thought so. I'm dying? He accepted this calmly, then raised his hand and grabbed the corner of the clothes of the person who was running with him. My lord, the activation code is 87,950. Simple, right? Shut up, the Lord of the Night scolded. You stupid reckless man, how dare you use cluster grenades in a narrow passage? I have to do that, my lord, otherwise those things will run behind you. They can't hurt me. The Lord of the Night said so, and then proved his words with a slash. The alloy sword made for him violently cut through the air, cutting a tall demon that was screaming and blocking the way in half in an instant. The latter's bloody upper body twisted on the ground, and its eyeless face stared at the direction they left. El felt that the thing was probably staring at him. Damn, what are you looking at? He wanted to curse with vulgar language, but he was in too much pain. Apart from communicating with Conrad Kurz, he didn't want to do anything else. Are we there, my lord? He asked weakly. Almost. The Lord of the Night answered quietly. Your guess is right. The rotten thing and its abominable master are indeed coming for me. The base is intact. It's still 5 minutes away from the hangar you mentioned. Stay awake, elf. I still need you to fly the plane. I'm an army, my lord. How can I fly a plane? Elf laughed, blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Before the fall of the 5th Air Force Base, you might have found some pilots here. Cough. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and continued with a pale face. Should I not have come here with you? The Lord of the Night said ruthlessly. Yes. But you followed, idiot. Well, compared to you, I am indeed a little stupid, but I am not so stupid that I can't see your transformation. His face became paler and paler, but his words became more fluent. I don't know where you come from, and I don't know what you have experienced before, but save your energy, mortal." The Lord of the Night cursed him with a derogatory name, but Elf knew nothing about it. He just continued stubbornly, "The people in the base trust you." "So do I." "He died." "Trust? Ha!" Conrad Kurz sneered, but did not stop, nor did he abandon Elf's body. He closed his eyes while running, was silent for 2 seconds, and then opened them again. His movements did not hinder his running speed, which was not worth mentioning for a Primarch. Sad? Maybe. He chewed on this seemingly ambiguous emotion carefully, and his gloomy heart suddenly realized the whole picture of the matter after a certain point. He had known this mortal for a short time, but he saw some similar shadows in him. Unlike Shivatar knew what he was doing, but was still completely loyal to him. It was more like Shang, who knew what his father was doing, so he was extremely sad. He had true justice in his heart, and this justice had been fighting with his love for his original master. In the end, justice lost. As always, justice always loses. Justice may not exist at all. The Lord of the Night quietly raised the sword and threw it out in the flashing red light. The huge force caused the metal door leading to the hangar to be roughly torn open, revealing dozens of planes in front of him, all intact. And there was no blood in the hangar. The demons are only interested in human flesh and blood, and have no desire to destroy these inorganic things. What a pity, Conrad Kurz thought. Then, I should do my thing. He came to the nearest transport plane, opened the rear door roughly, and entered it. The superhuman wisdom and knowledge in his mind allowed him to understand how to fly this plane in just a few seconds, and the wide space inside the transport plane also allowed him to stretch his back temporarily. The protruding shoulder blades cast a shadow, like a huge bat. The Lord of the Night put his servant in the driver's seat, pressed the start button, and the engine began to roar. 15 seconds later, it broke open the hangar door and climbed into the air very unsteadily. Conrad Kurz looked coldly through the window at the rotten dragon and the filthy creature wearing a missionary robe on its back, with sharp teeth sticking out of his lips. "I will kill you," the Lord of the Night said. "Fear, and then try to escape." The missionary couldn't hear his words, but still screamed. In the meeting room, the noble Primarchs were confused by this too abrupt development. Shagatai was the only one among them who had foreseen that the soldier might die, but even he had not expected that death would come so quickly and so dramatically. Reality is more unreasonable than the plays of third-rate playwrights, he heard Fulgrim say, his tone somewhat lonely and sad. If this were a play, the playwright would probably be reviled. The turn is too abrupt. Yes, but we are watching reality. A tragedy being played out in another world. Sanguinius closed his eyes. I hope Conrad's spirit can survive. I am very worried. I have given up hope. The plane obviously does not look capable of long-distance flights. The wings and engines are damaged. Our brothers obviously forgot to open the hangar door before starting the plane. Shaking his head, Vulcan sighed. How is he going to catch up with that damn demon believer? The most important point is, what will he do if the demons take advantage of this time to break into the base? No one said it clearly, but pessimism had spread silently in the meeting room, except for one person. Corvus Corax, the Lord of Crows calmly and indifferently wielded the blade of reason, dispelling the fog that covered the eyes of his brothers. Give him more trust. Corax folded his hands. Conrad Kurz may be a crazy killer, but he is not a fool who does not know what he is doing. Even when he committed those atrocities, he was clear-headed, which is one of the reasons why he is so painful. You seem to know him better than we think. Jaghatai cast a questioning look. What's the matter, Corax? He is very similar to me, the Lord of Crows replied in a stiff voice. I have studied him, that's all. Fulgrim saw Sanguinius's face secretly smiling, so he also laughed, and the smiles of the two made Corax sneer. Laugh as much as you want, he said coldly. He won't fail. The death of that foolish but respectable mortal will make him understand something he should have understood long ago. Human nature may make us degenerate, but it can also make us never surrender. If he could understand this earlier. He didn't continue, however. Everyone knew what he wanted to say. If is a very beautiful word. People will talk about him after making a mistake. They will talk about him in regret. They will use a tone of regret, a tone of guilt, a tone of anger, but not a happy tone. If is a beautiful word, but it is not a very beautiful reality. Saying this means that you have begun to expect the power of imagination to change reality, and the power of imagination happens to be the source of the power of the mage. I may take a day off tomorrow, not sure. I have to go back to the old house to have a New Year's dinner. I will try to write more tomorrow, and I will make up for the less the day after tomorrow. I said that I would update 10,000 words a day for 5 days, so that's 5 days. In addition, brothers, please give some comments after reading it. It's so painful to play alone. My hands are shaking without feedback. JPG. Chapter 846 Death of Night. Does justice really exist? Conrad Kerr thought about this question countless times, but he did not come to a conclusion. But he already had a similar theory, which was forged by a pair of cold and twisted hands with the screams and pain of the guilty in countless long and bloody nights, using his once crazy brain as raw materials. Justice exists, but it will not come to him. What he pursues is destined to be turned into fragile glass products by countless specious illusions, and will fall to the ground and become powder that is difficult to trace. And all of this was forged by his own hands. As for now, he only asks for one thing: revenge. The Lord of the Night's cold eyes transcended everything, and stayed on the rotten thing persistently and for a long time. The preacher on its back screamed indescribably, and the shrill sound soon disappeared in the wind. Its heart full of blasphemous spirituality was constantly warning it, and cold endings flashed before its eyes, full of despair and death. The flying dragon flapped its rotten wings and flew across the sky that had been covered by dark clouds for a long time. The sun had not appeared on the earth for a long time. The demons had used the blood of countless mortals to cover the existence of the sun as early as the first moment of the invasion. The cold night became a silent spectator in the following year, watching the death of humans with cold eyes. Now, it was about to watch the death of the preacher. The Lord of the Night raised his hand, and his sharp nails cut the top of the cabin made of composite metal materials with a hardness beyond steel. The wind rushed in and blew his long hair. They fluttered wildly, like the embodiment of malice and hatred. A pale face stood in the midst of these hatreds. "Your service is over, elf." The Lord of the Night spoke softly, letting his voice dissipate in the wind. "But I still want you to witness one last thing." He raised his head and closed his eyes. The pressure inside the cabin suddenly increased, and the instruments made a harsh sound. Elf's body closed his eyes tightly, but his head turned slightly due to the coincidental gravity. Now, his closed eyes just looked at the Lord of the Night. "Witness this revenge, and my rebirth." The Lord of the Night leaped out of the cabin. His bony arms suddenly opened, piercing the air in the rolling dark clouds, and darkness gathered around him. Bowing his head, the transport plane swayed and slowed down, about to start an emergency landing. Conrad Kurz did not look back, but just moved forward, in a way that completely violated the laws of physics. The darkness that he once feared was now worshipping at his feet, willing to become a force driven by him. How did he do it? Sanguinius asked, puzzled. No one answered, and frowning became a common feature of everyone in the meeting room after the scene ended. The Primarchs chose to answer the Archangel's questions in silence, which obviously made the latter very unhappy. "Since when did you become so taciturn?" Sanguinius folded his hands. "Say something, even if it's just a guess. We have to find out what happened to him." Shagatai Khan rubbed his brow. He had carefully watched every picture played by the light screen so far and analyzed every detail. From these details, he had already got a guess, but he didn't want to say it. Sanguinius looked over quietly. He knew the Chagurus very well, including his little actions. His gaze made Shagatai sigh. It seemed that he couldn't avoid it. The ability to predict, or the ability to see the possibilities of the future, is one of the hallmarks of our brother Conrad Kurz, almost as famous as his gloomy image and crazy personality. Shagatai Khan slowly said, "Of course, what he got from his father's genetic engineering and subspace combined surgery must not be just these." The Chagurus eagle cast his gaze on the Lord of Kraus, whose indifferent expression indicated that he obviously knew what Shagatai was going to say next. Take Korax for example. He is already an outstanding product of genetic engineering. Shagatai Khan used cold words to describe him nonchalantly. Vulcan frowned deeply at the coldness of his words. He looked at Korax worriedly, fearing that he would be angry, But the Lord of Crows had a calm face and even nodded in agreement. Or rather, each of us is like this. Normal humans don't have such a tall body, nor can they destroy buildings with a wave of their hands, or create a gust of wind when running. However, we are not just products of genetic engineering. At this point, Chagatai's face showed a bit of a sneer, and it was unknown who he was mocking. We are still creatures of the warp. Flesh and blood obscured this matter, so that no one discovered the truth for a long time. Even I could only see the smallest details. But Korax proved it all. You are no longer human now, brother. Chagatai stared at Korax with sharp eyes. You are now a creature of the warp through and through, a demon. Vulcan made a sound like a toothache, and he changed his sitting position imperceptibly, ready to stand up at any time to stop the possible scuffle. Fulgrim was indifferent, and even smiled and nudged Sanguinius, who was sitting next to him. The latter glared at him and turned his head to the other side. The Archangel was very unhappy with the Phoenix's suggestion, but he had nothing to refute. There were more people here who understood their true nature. And Korax, he clapped his hands in approval. Well said, Jaghatai. You really have a pair of hawk-like eyes. If you explain it from the perspective of that annoying mysticism, I am now indeed a demon, and a very powerful one. The Lord of Crows smiled. But that's not the point, right? He asked. The point is the power of demons. Yes. The Khan's expression was very serious, and his eyes were sharp enough to be a little scary. Korax knew very well that he was not coming for him, but for someone who made this decision. With a hidden anger, Chagatai said coldly, all creatures in the warp have their own special abilities, and we cannot be an exception. Therefore, Conrad Kurz may have some power in his soul that he himself does not know about. Of course, this is just my guess. He did not say anything in the end, and some feelings for his father made him unwilling to say more. Vulcan took over his work, and the Lord of Fire Dragon asked cautiously, so, is this good or bad for him? It's hard to say, brother, Korax replied. It depends on whether he can survive. Survive? Yes. The Lord of Crows stopped laughing, and was replaced by extreme seriousness. Our essence is not a kind power. Using it will make you intoxicated. If you cannot bind the power with your own will, then the power will become our master. He looked up at the light curtain pessimistically, considering Conrad Kurz's character. I am not optimistic about his prospects. Don't forget the base, Fulgrim reminded. Our brothers are now focusing on the servants of hell. If the demons take advantage of this time to attack the base, the Chemo's man said expressionlessly, I am afraid that Conrad will see what he least wants to see happen. No begging for mercy, only silence and trembling like a dead heart. The preacher looked at the Dark Lord in fear. The blasphemous spell still played its due role at this moment. It allowed the preacher to successfully glimpse his own death. To be precise, thousands of ways of death that were constantly changing. Conrad Kurz stared at it, and the undead dragon was still flying, not knowing that there was already a passenger on its back. A hateful betrayer. After a long time, the Lord of the Night said so. He spoke in Nostromo, and his soft hissing voice sounded ominously in the eternal night. Your form has been soaked to the limit by these blasphemous energies. I can see the victims' ghosts entangled around you, and I can hear their screams. The Lord of the Night reached out and pinched its neck, forcing it off the ground. The preacher heard his bones creaking, and he gasped hard, trying hard to breathe. Although he had seen his own death, he actually wanted to live if possible. This idea was understood by the Lord of the Night. The darkness wrapped around him told Conrad Kurz this message without reservation. He accepted the darkness's submission indifferently and issued an order like a true king. Dig into its memory. I want to see everything. His eyes began to turn black, with only a little white in them surging. The darkness came to him in fear, knelt down urgently, and offered the preacher's memory. With a click, the Lord of the Night broke the preacher's neck neatly. It died before it could even be surprised, and it didn't even have a chance to speak. It didn't know that the terrible truths buried in its memory had actually been betrayed by its own soul. The darkness might be entangled in its soul and provide it with some insignificant help, but Conrad Kurz was the true master of darkness. He said he wanted to see everything, and the darkness offered everything. Everything. No lies, no concealment, everything. even the fact that the preacher was sent by his superiors to observe him. Conrad Kurz frowned, quickly realizing the clues hidden behind this matter, and the darkness was whispering in his ear. Plus they are lying to it, my lord. Plus the voice of darkness is so soft, but so convincing. Plus it is a bait to make you angry. They have seen your existence through the things in hell, and the best of them want to make you the king of hell. Plus they will go to the sanctuary where your people are and kill everyone in it to offer a gift for the birth of the king of hell. In this way, they can fight against the master of destruction, the natural enemy of demons. Plus this cruel truth made the Lord of the Night shout in anger. He raised his hand, and darkness obeyed his call from all directions and turned into a pair of huge wings behind him. In an instant, he soared into the air, the corners of his clothes rustled in the wind, his black hair fluttered, and his dark eyes were filled with anger that people dared not look directly at. He soared up, and his speed was so fast that the things around him were blurred to a terrifying extent. He did not forget the flying dragon. The rotting body was wrapped in thick darkness, and when it dissipated, not even the bones were left. The picture ended abruptly here. It was unpleasant, but the person who ended it was Shenyan. When he suddenly appeared and forced the screen to stop broadcasting the images with his fingers, only Fulgrim protested in dissatisfaction. Why did you do this? To explain to you what will happen next, so that Robert's meeting room will not be in danger. The wizard shrugged. He stood among the group of Primarchs with his mortal height, but he did not look small. The first thing I want to say is that those servants of hell succeeded. Vulcan clenched the armrests of the chair tightly, and the metal creaked pitifully in his broad palms. Korax changed his sitting position stiffly. It was hard to say whether he did this because of this result or because of the wizard's arrival. Perhaps it was both. Jaghatai Khan looked as calm as ever, but his eyes were a little dark. Sanguinius was the one who reacted calmest, so calm that it was even a little unexpected. I don't believe it. Fulgrim was the first to refute. You can't just watch a group of mortals being slaughtered by demons. I certainly wouldn't, but I wasn't there. The scenes you saw on the screen happened a long time ago. The speed of time flows differently between worlds. The mage chuckled and made a bad joke in his unique sarcastic tone. Maybe Conrad Kurz is now a slave of hell. Everyone. I understand that your sense of humor is different from ours, and it's closer to Russ's unruly character. However, this joke may not be very funny to Russ. Sanguinius raised his hand hesitantly. So, Captain, please don't keep us in suspense, okay? I'm not keeping us in suspense, Sanguinius. Like I said, I'm just here to explain what will happen next. The first point has been said, so, the next point is the second, which is also the more important one. The Primarchs listened attentively. Even the stiff Korax forced himself to concentrate. There is an ancient legend in that world, but it is not circulated among humans, but among demons. The wizard raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The magic fluorescence appeared, and after a short delay, a figure in armor was formed. He was wearing a full covering helmet, so his face could not be seen clearly. He has no name. The demons call him the Source of Terror, the Lord of Destruction, and the Slaughterer with Fear. In short, there are many titles. There are about 700 different titles on the Hellseals I found, but most of them are similar. His title seems to always be related to destruction and massacre. Sanguinius frowned. Descriptions of destruction and massacre reminded him of the evil god in the warp who always tried to harass him. Compared with his brother's unhappiness, Chagatai keenly caught a few keywords in the wizard's words. Those Hellseals I found. His expression relaxed, and he obviously realized something. He didn't rest, eat, or speak. He traveled silently through hell for indescribable years, killing dozens of times in this twisted plane by himself. Even the most powerful demons couldn't stop him. He killed so many that the demons even began to believe in him, calling him the incarnation of destruction in hell. The wizard grinned. Anyway, the demons finally managed to seal him, leading him to the most sacred place in hell, and paid a very high price to calm his anger a little, and let him sleep in a sarcophagus. This legend is a bit too exaggerated, Fulgrim said. Although legends usually have exaggerations, this one is too exaggerated. The wizard shook his head. This is nothing. The real exaggeration is here. He is a human. Human, human, human? 3 different exclamations sounded, from Korax, Sanguinius and Vulcan. Shenyan nodded. Human, male, 1.97 meters tall. The Lord of Fire Dragon widened his eyes in disbelief. You mean he is immortal? Maybe he was once, Shenyan said non-committally, but now he has become synonymous with anger and destruction. His extreme hatred for demons makes him never stop. I mean it. This guy is like a perpetual motion machine. His motivation is to kill demons, and killing demons will make him stronger. He shook his head with amusement. In short, the demons can't beat him, kill him, or even trap him. The sarcophagus that sealed him was brought back from hell by a human scientific research team, and the demons followed closely, wanting to snatch the sarcophagus back at all costs and like crazy. The human side fought hard and thought that since they cared so much, there must be something very important to the demons in the sarcophagus. All these are not important. In short, he is the most important. I woke up after a long time ago, and it was in a deserted scientific research base. Just like that, the nightmare that the demons had escaped from for a long time has come back again. That's why they targeted your brother Conrad Kurz. However, even if their plan succeeds, Kurz should be able to survive for a while under the Destroyer. The descriptive words he used immediately caught Korax's attention. The Lord of Crows asked in a low voice, "Survive for a while?" Shenyan looked back at him, nodded in the latter's stiffness, and answered in a low voice with a rather evil taste, "Yes, survive for a while." "You mean, he is stronger than Conrad?" "Much beyond," the wizard said in a nonchalant manner. "Kurz is your brother, a noble Primarch. His power comes from your father's genetic engineering and the power of the warp, and the Destroyer can be regarded as the warp itself in some ways, even though the warp does not exist in that world." The Primarchs looked at each other, all expressing that they could not understand what he said, but at the same time they were also curious about this existence they had never met before. What on earth did Immortal go through to become such an existence? They had no answer, but Shenyan drew their attention back at this time. "The reason why I want to explain to you the existence of the Destroyer and what his power means to Kurz is because what happens later may be very difficult for you to accept." He chuckled and snapped his fingers. "Go on, Wenzin. Let's take a look at the death of Conrad Kurz. There is still one chapter left, and I came a little late. I had lunch at noon before rushing back. I have updated 10,000 words in 5 consecutive days since the 16th. I took a day off, and if you count today's update, it has been 4 days. That is to say, I will update another 10,000 words and add a sequel tomorrow, and this extra update will be over. I swear to God that I will never bet again." In addition, some readers seem to be unaware that there is a group for this book. I will post it again. 774,284,093. It is not a serious group. Please be careful. Chapter 847, Radkaz's Long Rebirth. Conrad Kurz once thought that the duty of protection would never be his again. He was wrong. He made mistakes in many things, although he didn't want to admit it, but deep in his heart, he knew that the mistakes he made were probably too numerous to count and too numerous to list. This incident was one of them, and the latest one. So, would the death of those mortals in the base replace this incident? Never. This was his answer. The Lord of the Night roared through the rolling dark clouds with a resolute attitude, and the darkness obediently opened a path for him in front. The flying demons who tried to stop him were pierced through the brain by the dark blade before they could get close to him. With the urge of rage, Conrad Kurz quickly returned to his territory. He saw that the dome-shaped metal dome of the base was blasted with a big hole, and red energy spread on the edge of the metal. Blasphemous symbols had been engraved on its surface. The soldiers fought desperately on the wall. The roar of pulse rifles never stopped, and the traps dug in advance were also used. The weak zombies were still at the forefront, but this time, the situation was different. There were not only zombies on the battlefield, but also dense individuals called imps. They were shaped like scarlet beasts, with extremely limited intelligence. Their status was probably not much different from that of zombies in the eyes of those high-level demons, but they were fundamentally different from zombies. Zombies were just corpses, humans transformed by the energy of hell. Imps were real demons. They moved quickly, had sharp claws, or greedy by nature, and would not stop until they achieved their goals. Their bodies could withstand several pulse rifles, and their speed greatly reduced the chance of being hit. They could even use the energy in hell to transform into throwing weapons and throw them out. The energy balls thrown out could transform dozens of people in an instant, turning them into brainless zombies. In the early days of the war, countless human defenses were penetrated by this thing. They are cannon fodder in hell, but they are deadly enough for humans. That's why, in just 1 year, there are only a few resistance bases on Earth, and there is only one left in Africa. And now, I'm afraid it will fall too. What if Conrad Kurz sits and watches all this happen? Will he? He won't. But hell moves faster. The dark clouds are rolling, and the appearance of demons in groups has caused a large area of hell's energy to gather. Scarlet light pierces the clouds, falls from the sky, and turns into dozens of portals in the air. Countless high-level demons pour out from it, and the ground begins to tremble. At the back of the young demons, there is even a titan demon as big as a mountain, slowly walking, with orange-yellow light flashing in its eyes, and malice floating in it. In the face of such an offensive, how can you reverse all this? Perhaps Innistart's Legion can do it. The 8th Legion at its peak can accurately tear through the demons' lines and destroy them through decapitation tactics and the cooperation of Thunderhawk gunboats. But it would be a tough battle. The 8th Legion was not so good at frontal combat. Besides, whether the bolt guns could work on these demons from other dimensions was also an unknown question. However, Conrad Kurz did not have a legion with him now. The legion he hated had already been broken into pieces, and only a few remnants were still lingering in another cold galaxy, and were forever marked as traitors like their fathers. Faced with all this disadvantage, he was silent for only 2 seconds, and then dived down. The sharp wings forged in darkness cut through the air, crossing the entire battlefield with a terrifying scream. The demons looked up and stared at their target, and the resistance soldiers cheered briefly for his return. Conrad Kurz felt extremely ironic about their cheers. He stopped on the wall, stared at the soldiers with blood on their faces, and ordered, "Report the situation." Civilians and scientists have all moved underground according to the predetermined backup plan. A soldier replied, "We are heading west where there are fewer demons. We have completed the task in the reserve plan, sir." Scarlet light illuminated his face, and the roars of demons and zombies came from under the city wall. The soldier remained unshakable and looked at Kurz with pride. He got what he wanted. Conrad Kurz nodded slowly. "Well done," he praised. "Now it's a new mission. Go underground and head west with them." Sir, this is an order," the Lord of the Night said softly. "My order. This is my territory. No one can disobey me here. Soldier, go with them. I will follow." "Really, sir?" "I have never lied to you." The Lord of the Night without a crown said so, and actually smiled. He rarely smiled at others with such goodwill, and the appearance of this smile even caught him by surprise. It happened too naturally, as if this was something Conrad Kurz would do. If he had not been tortured by illusions and had not witnessed so many tragedies with his own eyes, perhaps this is what he should have become: a king wrapped in darkness, not a monster with a taste for killing. The soldiers did not hold out for long. They obeyed his orders and headed underground. And now, Conrad Kurz was alone again. He thought he had long been accustomed to this kind of loneliness, but he did not expect that when it came again, he would feel a little uncomfortable. "Weak," he said coldly, judging his inadvertent emotional expression. His expression changed rapidly. For a short moment, the monster he once was back, but it changed again in just a few seconds. The desire for killing and bloodthirstiness was restrained, and the mania unique to mental patients was completely eliminated, leaving only a pure state. "Oh, don't get me wrong. He still wants to kill, but not to kill people. Hula!" He suddenly opened his hands, so fast that the air was shaken. Facing the increasingly dazzling scarlet light, Conrad Kurz, the former Midnight Wanderer, spread his wings towards the demons. As the wind began to blow, his black hair fluttered. He took a step from the wall and fell down arrogantly. A one-man war began. He looks nothing like the Conrad Kurz I know now. Fulgrim said so. The expression of the Kemos man was very intriguing. He and Kurz's relationship was not very good, Although Kurz initially understood the truth of the Empire under his guidance, after all, not many people could tolerate Konrad Kurz's unpredictable personality. However, Kurz did make efforts in this regard. Once, Konrad Kurz tried to confide in him and Dorn, trying to tell him how much those illusions tortured him. Looking back now, he really found the wrong person. Rogel Dorn was definitely not a good person to confide in. If you tell him your true feelings, you will most likely get a stiff answer. For example, monosyllabic words like and oh. For Kurz, this reaction can basically be regarded as Dorn hitting his head with a stone. And Fulgrim, he was actually corrupted at that time. None of us really knew him. The Lord of Crows said calmly, the real Konrad Kurz has never shown his face to the world, and he has never had this opportunity. Of course, there may be a few times when he did want to try, but we did not try to understand him. Humans understanding each other is the most difficult thing in the world. He sneered. Among us, the only person he hates is me, but I don't hate him. He doesn't know this, so he thinks that I hate him equally. He doesn't know that, except for the way he used in the war, I don't actually hate him. On the contrary, I sympathize with him, but I don't think he needs this kind of emotion. Brother, Jaghatai Khan pulled out a dagger from his waist and placed it on the table. The dagger has a very obvious Chagurus style, with a rough appearance and solid material. There is no disadvantage except that it is small for a prime arch. He picked up the dagger and showed it to his confused brothers one by one. This dagger is my childhood weapon, the Khan explained lightly. It has never left me. I always carry it with me. It has been reforged many times. Even my sons have expressed confusion about this matter. They won't understand, and neither will you. I don't need you to understand. And Konrad Kurz, he threw the dagger into the air, caught it casually, and let it shuttle between his fingers like a butterfly. He doesn't need it either. He is already a twisted blade, and there is no possibility of change, unless the forger himself is willing to reforge him. Bang! The dagger was deeply stabbed into the metal table. Chagatai Khan made a nasal sound, stood up, and said coldly, and it seems to me that the forger is obviously unwilling. He turned around and left with his head held high, leaving the dagger and the last words in the meeting room. May he return safely. After the Khan left, the meeting room fell into silence for a while. Everyone was thinking. Chagatai rarely spoke so many words in one breath. He was a man who believed that talking too much would lead to mistakes, and that a silent wise man was 1,000 times superior to a noisy fool. So, if even he started to talk about this at length, I'm afraid my father was really wrong. Sanguinius thought. He loves me, but he doesn't love my brothers equally. It's not the lack of love that is worrying, but the inequality. Shenyan interrupted them in time. The mage looked the same as always, with a calm look of confidence, as long as you ignore the smirk on his face. Gentlemen, are you still watching? He asked. The next part is the highlight. Konrad Kurz will fight the most magnificent battle of his life. I think. Forget it, Captain. The chemos rubbed his cheek tiredly. He stroked the narrow scar and sighed. I have watched for too long. Now, I would rather see the result directly. Is he really dead? Shenyan did not answer his question at the first time, but looked around and asked, you really don't consider taking a look? What about others? They all shook their heads. Okay, the wizard said with regret. He died, but not either. Is this an answer? Fulgrim complained half-jokingly. Can't you just make your words clear for once? Listen, Fulgrim. Shenyan raised the index finger, middle finger and ring finger of his right hand seriously. If I suddenly stop beating around the bush one day, then I am possessed by a demon. Fulgrim's expression looked like Korax, who was at a loss after being beaten up. He's dead, that's for sure. Even if he understood his own nature, he would not be able to exert his full strength in a place where the warp does not exist. However, this death makes me truly respect him, Shenyan said in a deep voice. During the entire battle, Konrad Kurz wanted countless times to abandon his hard-earned demeanor and return to the body of that bloodthirsty monster. But he didn't. The desire for killing and bloodthirst was not completely eradicated, but he used his rare humanity to suppress everything. He fought soberly to the end. When all the demons were slaughtered by him, the Titan demon was the only remaining enemy. It was as tall as a mountain, and Conrad Kurz rushed over without hesitation, killed it with his overconsumed body, and finally fell exhausted in the blood. "He's not dead?" Vulcan asked happily. The Lord of the Fire Dragon had been killed by the Midnight Haunter dozens of times, and many times were cruelly tortured, but he separated things very well. This matter needed a fight between him and Kurz to resolve, but the current situation had nothing to do with what had happened between them. Unfortunately, his happiness only lasted for a short time. Shenyan shook his head rather ruthlessly. Dead, the destroyer fell from the sky, and the demons used a well-designed sacrifice and the power of witchcraft to obscure his perception, making him mistakenly believe that Kurz was also one of the demons. Of course, he was indeed one. Excessive fatigue, serious injuries and all these factors combined made it easy for the destroyer to pierce his heart. Then, the mage spoke slowly and long, causing Sanguinius to put his hands on his wings again in a hurry. "Your father screamed in the warp like a toe with Panicia kicked the foot of the bed." He shrugged. "Anyway, he hurried over to ask me for help, although I didn't want to help him." After looking back at the cause and process of the incident through the replay spell, Kurz's death won my respect. So, facing the expectant eyes of everyone, he smiled and didn't keep it a secret, just nodded and snapped his fingers. The door of the conference room opened automatically without wind, and a gloomy man stood there, looking a little at a loss. "Bow." Sanguinius jumped up in surprise, not realizing that he had just grabbed a few feathers. "Come here, brother." Humphrey, Korax snorted coldly, turned his head and sneered. "He died at the hands of a mortal." Fulgrim breathed a sigh of relief. The long viewing was finally over, and there was a good result. He couldn't be more satisfied. Even Vulcan, who had an old grudge against Conrad Kurz, stood up and applauded. Seeing this, Conrad Kurz was silent for a while, and a word jumped out of his throat. He stood there stiffly, opening and closing his mouth, obviously wanting to say something, but couldn't say it no matter what. His pale cheeks were flushed, and after a long time, he whispered to Vulcan, "I apologize to you." The Lord of Fire Dragon smiled heartily, walked over and gave him a full hug. The power was so great that Kurz's eyes widened, gasping for air, and his bones creaked. "I accept it, brother," Vulcan said happily. "It's good to be back." The wizard smiled, opened the portal and left. He still had some things to deal with. To be honest, the biggest surprise of this trip for him was not Conrad Kurz's survival, but the hell plane of that world. According to the historical stone tablets he found, this hell was probably supported by the heaven in a religious sense. Its purpose is also to collect human souls and use them as energy. Such a familiar method. The update is over. Out of my selfishness, I gave Kurz a relatively easy ending. It was really selfish. According to the original plan, I actually planned to let everyone in that base die in front of him. As for tomorrow's extra, I haven't thought of the subject yet. To be precise, I have thought of several but don't know which one to write. How about you decide? 1. Rogaldorn on Sanguinius State. 2. The complete version of the family meeting, on the matter of our father should stay in a mental hospital. 3. The first day of the new year for the Imperial Regent. Chapter 848 New Year Extra. A few things about the Prime Arches gathering. Written at the beginning, slightly Olak. The characters are different from the main text, and the time setting in the extra is after the end. You are not grilling the meat the right way. Rogaldorn took a deep breath, and calmly continued to wave the spatula in his hand, turning the juicy steak over to make it heat more evenly. Wrong again. The previous side is not cooked yet. Dorn still ignored him, but his hand turned the steak over again. There is no doubt that his actions at this moment have nothing to do with grilling, and he is just being angry. Why did you turn it over so quickly this time? This is wrong. Are you done yet? Rogaldorn threw the barbecue spatula in his hand on the table, and then pulled off the chef's hat on his head and threw it on the face of Perturbo, who was nagging non-stop. His roar resounded throughout the open courtyard at this moment. 45 minutes. You have been nagging in my ear. If you have the ability, grill this damn meat yourself. Otherwise shut up. Perturbo was not angry. He took the chef's hat in his hand and said sarcastically, "A cook? What are you showing off? It's not me who lost the bet 2 days ago. Do I need to remind you?" Dorn's face suddenly sank. Seeing his look, Perturbo smiled slowly. Who boasted that he could beat me in a simulated attack and defense battle? Huh? Is it you, Rogel Dorn? That's why you are standing here grilling meat for all of us, right? Teeth clashed together, lips trembled. Dorn turned his head away, picked up the shovel without saying a word and continued to grill meat. But this time his action was somewhat resentful. Perturbo did not leave. He began to stand there and point and criticize Dorn with a smile. His words were easygoing and his expression was elegant, but he talked a lot. Every time Dorn made a move, he would say 3 sentences to point out the mistakes, and all of them were reasonable. Dorn was so angry that he couldn't refute it. This scene made Vulcan, who was in charge of the temperature of the furnace, sigh repeatedly. The expression of the Fire Dragon Lord looked like he had grown 4 wisdom teeth. The nerves of his front teeth were necrotic, and at this critical moment, he was punched in the chin. I am now worried whether our ingredients will suffer the same fate as last time. On the other side, Fulgrim, who was lying on a beach chair, said. He was dressed very casually, with loose beach pants, a flowered shirt on his upper body, and even a straw hat on his head. He looked like he was on vacation. Don't worry, Angren, who was lying beside him, said lazily. Vulcan is watching next to us. With him around, those 2 idiots can't fight. As he spoke, he actually yawned. His expression was extremely bored. Speaking of which, how long are you going to stay in the resort this time? Fulgrim asked with a smile. About 5 years. Angren yawned again and put the straw hat on his head to avoid the sun's rays. His voice became muffled, coming from under his hat. Finally, it's my turn to go on vacation. Humphrey, he sneered, he came much sooner than I thought. It's really interesting that there are still people who like to work overtime. That guy has been taking Khan around every day recently, as if he is Khan's original body. From a physiological point of view, he is. Oh, by the way, how is the other me doing recently? Fulgrim also lay down and sighed comfortably. The last time I saw him, he looked exhausted. Same old, busy working overtime. Angren's voice was so soft that it made people doubt whether he had fallen asleep. He doesn't even sleep much, and won't listen to anyone's advice. His sons even came to me to ask for help. He is running from world to world like crazy, and he is too diligent in determining the coordinates. Well, Fulgrim blinked strangely, and suddenly felt a little guilty about his current leisure appearance. He quickly comforted himself. Hey, you are not working. Didn't you just recapture a world some time ago? The quality of the people there is really good. Not only are they determined, but their technology is also well developed. The large robot they are researching looks a bit like Belisarius Kull's baby. What is it called? Gundam? His thoughts gradually became slow. Even Chemos's Phoenix would get tired sometimes. After all, he had just come down from the battlefield not long ago. It is not easy to forcibly stop the infighting between the 2 factions of humans who have entered the interstellar age. Although he succeeded, he also paid some price. Overwork is one of them. Fulgrim closed his eyes, imitated Angren and pulled the straw hat over his face, intending to take a short nap. However, Robert Gilliman's voice directly dispelled his sleepiness. Fulgrim, what's wrong with the report you submitted? The former Imperial Regent and current head of the Imperial Administrative Department angrily threw the 7th-generation personal terminal in his hand at Phoenix. Look at what you wrote yourself. Robert Gilliman, whose blonde hair has become increasingly faded since he became the head of the administrative department, waved his arms and shouted angrily. I have emphasized the standard report format more than a dozen times. Standard. You must include your troop logo at the beginning and the date and world coordinates of the report at the end. Your report has only 500 words in total, and half of them are just greetings and asking me about my health. You are really trying to make things difficult for me, aren't you? Aren't I just concerned about you? Fulgrim spread his hands, his face full of innocence. If you collapse from exhaustion, none of us can take your place. There are so many worlds in the endless starry sea, and countless administrative departments and officials have to submit reports and year-end summaries to you. To be honest, Robert, no one can take on this job except you. Gilliman looked at him in disbelief, raised his trembling hand and pointed at him tremblingly, and for a long time, he couldn't utter a word. All right, Fulgrim, don't go too far. The red giant walked over with a smile, his single eye shining, but that smile was full of the meaning of smoothing things over. "Didn't Robert just say a few insults to you in front of the teacher 20 years ago? What's the big deal? Do you remember it now?" "If he really only said a few words, it wouldn't be a big deal." Fulgrim glanced at Gilliman, who was very angry, indifferently, "but, he specifically said in front of the captain that I made friends with aliens." "What kind of aliens are cat people?" "Their skulls are exactly like human skulls. At most, they are a subspecies." "Yes, an all-female subspecies." Gilliman came to his senses and said sarcastically, "It's hard not to suspect something when you, a former Slaanesh demon prince, do such a thing." "Hey, what did I do? I have nothing to blame. As for you, I haven't told you about your marriage to that Eldar." "What a grand ceremony." Asking the captain to be the witness, facing the topic raised by Fulgrim, Gilliman sneered. "If you don't agree, you can also find one." "I won't stop you, Fulgrim, but I'm afraid you don't dare." "I really don't dare." Fulgrim also sneered. "Going to another world to secretly marry with the Eldar, I'm afraid only you can do it." The two then began a series of non-stop quarrels and attacks on each other. Of course, compared to those words in the Great Crusade long ago, the way they talk now can only be regarded as a way of communicating feelings, at best just a little special. However, apart from these, the black material thrown out and the words used to attack are more powerful than each other. Magnus froze his smile on his face when he heard things like Robert Gilliman curse the Emperor after drinking, saying he was an old bastard who didn't care about anything, and Fulgrim had a crush on a cat man but he had the will but not the guts. He was a coward. God has mercy on him. The Red King is not good at these things. Ever since he came into contact with the White Tower Council, he has been learning them like crazy. The last time he talked to anyone was 70 years ago. Even those cross-border mages who heard that he was a mage's apprentice and came to visit him didn't talk to them much, especially the elves. He didn't even open his face. Magnus remembered those warnings about the elves very well. In other words, he is not very adaptable to socializing now, let alone dealing with such a scene. Angren, who was lying on the side, stood up helplessly and staggered to the other side of the swimming pool. He found an inflatable mattress and simply lay on it, ready to take a nap here. He had a good idea, but Leman Russ, who had been here since early morning and regarded himself as the owner of the swimming pool, did not agree. "Yo!" Russ laughed and swam to his side, but still had some sense of propriety and did not directly splash him with water. "Isn't this our Angren? You are finally back. How have you been recently?" "Can you leave me alone for a while, Russ?" Angren replied weakly. "I just want to rest now." "Why do you look like you have mental breakdown after being away for 17 years? Our chief executive has been working every day for more than 80 years and he doesn't look as tired as you. You didn't run into that weird world again like last time, did you?" "Hey, was there a robot called Gaeta in the place you went last time?" "Yes," Angren replied in boredom. "There are many models that can evolve, and there are things like Gaeta lines." "Oh my god, Russ, if you want to know these, why don't you read the report yourself?" He took off his straw hat and said angrily, "Let me be quiet for a while." Leman Russ, who was soaking in the water, smiled evilly, and without saying anything, he pulled Angren down with his backhand and swam away immediately. A few seconds later, everyone heard the roar of the Lord of Red Sand. "Leman Russ, wait until you get into the medical cabin, you damn stupid wolf. You can catch me first." Russ's laughter also spread far away, even to the ears of the two people sitting on the balcony on the second floor of the open-air courtyard. One of them snorted coldly, "It's him again. Leman Russ. Why is it always him?" The other person also complained. The two have similar voices, both are equally soft, but one of them will have some unclear hissing in his pronunciation, which seems very special. "Alas," Kalvis Korak sighed, "it's always like this at every party. He always makes a mess of the scene." Conrad Kurz, who was sitting next to him and drinking by himself, sneered, "He should really be thrown into that arena world and locked up for 100 or 80 years. This may be a reward for him. Bat, just let him stay there alone. There are always many ways to transfer all the other gladiators." Raven. The two sneered in tacit understanding, and their equally dark eyes were full of malice at this moment. As time passed, their relationship had improved, and they could even sit together and drink. But some things would not change. For example, their attitude towards Liam and Russ. There was no other reason. Russ was really too noisy. He would make a mess of the party every time, which made Korax and Kurz very unhappy. Each of them had a mission, and it was not easy to spare time for the party. Although these two twisted people would not say it clearly, they were the first to arrive at every party. What? Oh, it's easy to ask where the mission came from. This has to start from the complete melting of the subspaces of the two worlds. After that, the wizards used the relationship of the White Tower Council to obtain a permanent cross-border point, and the prototype of a human empire across the multiverse slowly emerged. Of course, the reason why it is a prototype is that people are needed to promote the progress of the plan. Therefore, the Primarchs who were found not long ago once again embarked on the expedition, but this time, the scale of their expedition was much larger and they had to be much more careful. After all, there would be no help at any time this time. It is no exaggeration to say that this is probably the craziest plan they have ever seen, and this plan can only be thought of by the person. Unite all humans together to face the endless enemies in the endless sea of stars who are eyeing them. It was unheard of before that the humans of one world were attacked and the world closest to them immediately went to help. But it also made them very excited. Who can refuse such a thing? They once vowed to fight for humanity, and the border cannot limit this promise, even if it is separated by a world. Nowadays, the first rule of the United Human Empire is, we bless and protect all humans. They put this first and will never change it. Any alien race that tries to touch this rule will be devastated. Of course, if you are willing to join the Empire, that's another matter. Conrad Kurz shook the wine in the glass and looked up at the parasol above his head casually. Speaking of which, I didn't see Leon and Sanguinius in the courtyard. Do you know where they went? They were cutting meat in the kitchen. It's their turn to be responsible for this task this time. Well, there are 4 bastards playing mahjong. 4. No, don't tell me Horus has joined them. Didn't Alperius say he wouldn't come back this time? Kurz seemed a little surprised. Hey, how do you know who is Alperius and who is Omega? Horus was dragged over by Lorgar. Our brothers from another world seem to like this kind of game very much. Even if there is one less person, they will drag one over. Of course, I don't know what's going on with Mortarion. I haven't seen him for a while, Korax answered casually, and at the same time changed his sitting position so that his legs could get some sun. It will be dinner time soon. They should be preparing the ingredients. By the way, who will be responsible for washing the dishes today? I hope it's not me. Kaz closed his eyes and said sadly, shaking his head, do you remember Vulcan's expression after washing the dishes last time? Even he couldn't stand it. It's Russ's fault for eating too much. He is simply a bottomless pit. He drinks a lot and eats a lot. Korax also shook his head. I have to compete with everyone in drinking and chat with everyone. I think this time will not be much different. Kaz silently agreed. Thinking of this, the expressions of the two began to become gloomy together. Lehman Russ's way of competing in drinking is to come to you with a bucket of wine, and when you finish drinking, you will get another bucket. If you can't finish it, you will fall to the ground and be photographed. In this process, the person who competes in drinking will undoubtedly become the focus of the party, and the two of them just don't want to be the focus of the hell. Otherwise, they would not choose to sit here and drink under the parasol. However, the time to hide in the shadows is not long after all. The sky, which was originally clear, was suddenly covered by a spaceship. The belly opened and shone a blue light. The dusty Shagatycon jumped out of it, followed by Ferrus Manus. The two looked tired and even wore power armor. They landed lightly, and the airflow from the bottom of the armored boots made the heavy landing disappear into thin air. Shagatycon raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Bring wine, my brothers. Ferrus and I have recovered 3 worlds in one go." The tired look could not suppress his pride. Ferrus smiled behind him, not as wild as the Khan. The heroism of the Trogorians is often revealed only at this time, but Ferrus is not like that. After returning, he became very quiet, but even stronger. He didn't talk much, but just acted and did things silently. as if he wanted to prove something to someone. This motivation has never disappeared. Their return interrupted the quarrel between Guilliman and Fulgrim. Both of them were good friends with Ferris, and now they came forward together to greet them. Of course, the consequences of doing so were predictable. Ferris looked at the two men in confusion as they suddenly stopped, stared at each other, and sneered. He was puzzled, while Leman Russ had already rushed over excitedly, holding 2 bottles of prime arch-grade wine in his hands. Jaghatai Khan smiled and stretched out his hand, wanting to accept his brother's kindness, but out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Angren running towards them. Without any hesitation, the Khan immediately dodged and even helped Ferris. Just like that, they watched Angren's face full of anger collide with Russ, who flew far away, laughing wildly and knocked over Dorn's barbecue grill in the air. Cook Dorn himself did not react much, and even had an expression of finally free on his face. Instead, Perturbo, who had lost the pleasure of torturing, shouted angrily, "You two idiots!" The melee began. Dinner. In the large and simply decorated room, 19 chairs were casually arranged around a huge round table, and 18 distinguished Primarchs sat together without any order of seats. Who was the vacant chair reserved for? No one knew. The steaming dishes, most of which were pure meat, in order to take care of a certain wild wolf, were served to the table one by Vulcan, who was smiling. From his smile, you could tell his mood at the moment. No one asked him to do this, but he insisted on doing so. Of course, not everyone was in such a good mood as him. Angren had a sullen face, and sat in his seat with his arms around his chest without saying a word. Even though Russ was grinning at him, the Lord of Red Sand did not respond at all. Leman Russ grinned not only because he wanted to provoke Angren, but also because he had to do this to relieve the pain after being punched several times in the face by the angry Perturbo in the melee. For Perturbo, there was not much time to torture Ogildorn openly. Russ had ruined everything, so he naturally had to return the favor. Leman Russ did not care at all. While being beaten, he even had the mood to shout for help to Lionel Johnson, who was cutting meat in the kitchen, saying that the angels of the eternal heaven had invaded. The Lion King immediately rushed out with 2 kitchen knives still stained with meat, and Sanguinius followed closely with a machete for cutting ribs. Then Horus, Mortarion, Lorgar and Alperius, who were playing cards on the second floor, jumped out of the window holding the dismantled chair legs. There were even 2 IOUs on Horus' forehead, indicating that he owed money. Except for the 2 people, Bat and Raven, who could see the whole situation, everyone in the house rushed out. As a result, Leman Russ was beaten up for the first time in history. He was obviously enjoying it. Judging from his smile, he probably planned to find an opportunity to do it again in the future. He was not just being beaten. The cunning Wolf King took the opportunity to do a lot of dirty tricks in the melee. Otherwise, how do you think Robert Guilliman got the black eye? The administrative director was really in trouble this time. He was already very angry about the quarrel with Fulgrim. He planned to go back to the living room to continue working overtime to deal with the so-called Chaldean heroic spirit summoning. As a result, he was affected by the crowd on the way and got caught up in it. Before he could figure out the situation, he was punched in the face. It was hit right in the bullseye, and his right eye was black and blue. The administrative director was furious and joined the battle. He did not forget to pull Fulgrim, who was standing by the swimming pool, in. Phoenix's face was fine, but his ribs were aching. He didn't know who was so cruel. He punched him hard with both fists. Seeing that the atmosphere at the table was a bit dull, Vulcan rolled his eyes and thought it would be better to make them more active. The Lord of Fire Dragons quickly thought of a topic, but he was obviously not aware that his ability in this area was very poor. He was like a slave who was warned to clear mines. He dug a mine with a shovel. Of course, the mine exploded, but it also had an effect. Well, I say, brothers, do you think it is necessary to invite Father to this banquet? Of course not. What did you say? For the sake of Olympia, let him stay in his chair. Unclear bow swear words. Perturbo, take your hand back. It touched the soup I made. Oh, sorry, Sanguinius. Hey, idiot. What did you say? You incompetent cook. You can't even take care of your own grill. My job is war, not cooking. Besides, it was Russ's fault that the damn grill fell down. Huh? Russ looked up with a confused look on his face, holding a huge hind leg in his mouth. Someone called me? Lionel Johnson sighed. No, no one called you, Russ. Keep eating. Oh, Lehman Russ lowered his head and continued to eat heartily. When there was food, he was easy to talk to. Next time at this time, you'd better not speak, Vulcan, Conrad Kurz gently reminded, with an elusive emotion flashing across his pale face. Many of them are still full of resentment towards that man. Korax glanced at him. You are not much better, Bat. You don't even want to call him father. Conrad Kurz snorted coldly and reached out to take a perfectly roasted leg of lamb. After genetic adjustment, the hind leg of the Inner's lamb, which has become delicious and huge in size, exudes a fragrant aroma. Even for a Primarch, it is a rare delicacy. The Lord of the Night stared at the delicacy for a while, then reservedly tore off a small piece with his other hand, chewed it for a while, and swallowed it with satisfaction. His overly elegant eating style made Shagatai Khan shake his head. He picked up the prepared meat cleaver, and dozens of silver lights flashed. He calmly held a large plate of chopped lamb ribs, placed it in front of him, and then ate it wildly. Horace couldn't help but smile, and then sighed. All this was too unreal for him, especially after learning that there was another self. However, beyond his expectation, after meeting, they did not have much resistance to each other. Mortarion caught this sigh. He looked very quiet in his robe and hood. What's wrong, Horace? I just didn't expect that we would have such a day. Horace smiled and responded, don't you think this is a bit too psychedelic? It's like a dream. Our future has never been so bright. Mortarion did not answer the question, but shook his head sadly. He lowered his head, as if mourning someone. After a long time, he said, I really wish he was here too. Yes, Horace sighed again. Lorgar on the side didn't say anything, but silently poured them a glass of wine. This golden words messenger was completely different from the impression they had of Lorgar. He is a man of few words, preferring to express his will with actions rather than words. He is a staunch materialist who firmly believes that all gods are false liars who only want to obtain human souls. Who do they respect more? The answer is self-evident. As for the original Lorgar, he has been buried well. Horace would take a day every year to worship his pitiful, hateful, and stubborn brother. Of course, this process is often accompanied by the screams of the two scums hanging on his grave. The banquet officially began, and after eating and drinking, it was Russ' turn to compete in drinking. But somehow, he didn't seem to be in the mood today. He just kept glancing in the direction of the chair, as if expecting someone to suddenly come. Don't look at it, Angren said in annoyance. He can't come, let alone the old man. Even if he comes, I will kick him out. At least let him in to eat something. Lehman Russ, who only obeyed their father, did not refute Angren's words at this moment, but whispered a cautious suggestion. What to eat? Angren sneered. I don't even want to see him before his work is done. When talking about this topic, the atmosphere became dull again, and this time, Vulcan did not dissuade him either, but sighed silently, his expression sad and depressed. They thought of a person at the same time, a person who created this dinner party. He should have been here, but he was not. If I had. Anyway, I hope he can return safely, Sanguinius said softly, his eyes sad. We also hope that our father can finish his work quickly. He is indeed a little slow. Even you say that? Rogaldorn snorted coldly. I am really shocked. Stand up straight, Angel of Baal. Do you think he will be happy to see you so sad? No, he won't. He stood up angrily. He will only laugh at you and laugh at your weakness one by one. Don't pretend that he is really dead. He is just sleeping. Didn't the tree man from the White Tower say that he is still alive? As long as there is enough energy, he can be revived at any time. Don't act like you know him very well. He will never laugh at us. Perturbo glared at him. He may be harsh in words, but he has never really laughed at any of us. Watch your words, Rogaldorn. Oh, what else do you want? Dorn sneered. You think you can beat me just because your hereditary mental illness has been cured? The Lord of Olympia's cheeks suddenly tightened. Vulcan stretched out his hand and shook his head at him, signaling him not to be angry. Someone would persuade him. Don't try that again, Dorn, Fulgrim said tiredly. Provocation is no longer effective. We are ashamed of him. Do you understand? All of us have received his kindness, but we are powerless to do anything about his sacrifice. Again, the chemo's man gradually closed his eyes and punched the round table hard. Again, who doesn't want him to do that? But who can stop him? Who can? I can't, Angren can't, Gilliman can't, our father can't, no one can. Can we not discuss this matter anymore? Horus sighed. Things would not have come to this point if we must trace the root cause. Source, brothers, this incident was caused by the temporary return of our father's humanity. If he hadn't sent our brother who was pulled out of the nail to another world, how could the evil god there notice the clues left behind? We asked him to have humanity. He has it, and he started to change a long time ago. No one would have expected this to happen. No one wanted it to happen. If we blame him for this now, aren't we asking him to return to his inhuman and cold appearance again? The voice of the wolf shepherd god with a star body was soft, but every word was deafening. So, don't discuss right and wrong. Don't argue with each other about this matter, and don't get really angry. We should cherish what he left behind and take good care of it. When he returns, give him a surprise. Of course, Dorn, although your words are not pleasant, you are still right about one thing. Horus laughed helplessly, dispelling the stagnant atmosphere. Perturbo's inherited mental illness that has been cured is indeed from our father. So, now we are going to start discussing whether he is mentally ill. Conrad Kurz laughed with interest. Then I will go first. He does have it, and he has an extremely serious split personality. Agree. Korax followed closely and nodded expressionlessly. And bipolar disorder. Robert Gilliman pondered for a while. I don't know much about mental illness, but he must be very irresponsible. When he said this, he touched his hair that was almost turning gray and thought thoughtfully. Our father was farsighted. Sanguinius tilted his head. But those who are farsighted are often not good at speaking. He can give speeches to the soldiers, but he always remains mysterious to us or others, and is unwilling to tell half a word of the truth. I'm not sure if this is a mental illness, brother, Mortarion asked. His speech was rare, and it attracted the attention of many people for a while, which made him smile uncomfortably. Fortunately, Conrad Kurz and Horus supported him calmly, giving him the strength to continue. He had changed too much, so that people felt a little strange, but anyway, he continued to speak. However, from what I understand, he can actually see through people's minds. He has lived so long that he can do this without psychic powers, but he never explained to us the details that caused the misunderstanding, but let it develop. Mortarion shook his head. A bit like autism? Lionel Johnson curled his lips. He didn't want to participate in this kind of discussion, but at this moment he couldn't help but correct his brother. It's not like he is. Russ looked at him in disbelief. Lion, what's wrong? How can you? Russ stuttered. That's my father. Just listen. Don't get involved. He spoke more and more quietly. Father can't say anything if he did something wrong? Lion asked unhappily. Mistakes must be corrected. Any mistakes are like this, and so are anyone. He is our father. So what? Do you want me to favor him? Don't make it difficult for Russ. Ferris rarely interrupted their conversation, his voice hoarse. He trusts you, so he thinks you will stand on the same front with him. The lion snorted coldly. He wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth and remained silent. Russ has always been promoting that he and Lionel Johnson have a good relationship. The latter has never admitted it, but he has never denied it. As for whether it is good or not, perhaps we can get a glimpse from here. So, how many kinds of him are there? Alparius asked with interest. Or Omega? No, maybe it's still Alparius. Wait, which universe is Alparius? Is it? Forget it. Just call him Alparius. You can't use mortal standards to demand a person who has lived for who knows how many years. Shagatai Khan said slowly. What if there is? What if there is not? The past cannot be retrieved. We have been shaped into what we are today by our own experiences. The mistakes he made have been made up by another person. It's really good luck. His words attracted a wave of echoes. Angren nodded slowly and raised his glass to the Khan, who accepted it calmly. So, Horus, the one who started the topic, spoke again. The final conclusion is that our father is indeed mentally ill. Does anyone want to refute this conclusion? No one objected, not even Horus. He lowered his head guiltily and drank a glass of wine without saying a word. I am curious why he has a mental illness. The Golden Word's messenger, who had not spoken a word, suddenly brought up this matter. Judging from his expression, he was really curious. As you all know, I come from another universe. The father I know doesn't have such serious mental problems. He does show alienation sometimes, but most of the time he is very reasonable. That just means you are too lucky, Perturbo said indignantly. We have such a father. He knows everything, says nothing, and watches us sink into pain. I think he deserves to sit in that chair. The Lord of Olympia became more and more excited. What normal person would do this? He has lived for so long, is so shrewd and wise, but he can't even handle the simplest problems. What kind of father can do such a thing? When he said this, he selectively ignored the mistakes he made. Although this is normal, it also made Drogoldorn sneer at the side. Forget it, Perturbo. You are not much better than him. You are the most like him among us. Okay. Horus immediately interrupted Perturbo's precasting with foresight, and then glared at Dorn. He coughed, stood up, and said, So, who will wash the dishes today? The noble Primarchs looked at each other. Although they had extraordinary strength, outstanding wisdom, and super-psychological trauma that had been treated, these supermen all chose to stand up and run. Horus was the fastest runner because he was the first to stand up. They left the house and walked, swam, or talked in the courtyard. They didn't have much time to get together, so they cherished this short day. Today was just a precious moment in the long-term war. When these 24 hours passed, they would once again devote themselves to this endless expedition. However, this time, no one complained. This time, they were willing to do this for humanity. They had changed and become different. Some became better, some became what they should have been, and some made up for their regrets in another universe. It was a pity that the person who made all this was not here. In the empty banquet hall, a golden light flashed. An old man walked out slowly, and no one noticed his arrival. He smiled and chose not to sit on the extra chair, but patted the back of the chair. Soon, he whispered, and then disappeared again. First of all, I know what you want to ask. It's not bad end. The mage can't die. Why should I let him die, right? 18 Primarchs are not easy to write. Even when writing this extra chapter, I felt a headache. Warhammer is such a grand IP that it has expanded my plan of completing the book with 2 million words to 2,600,000. At this rate, it may take a long time to finish the book, but I am very happy to write it. Thank you for reading this. I wish you a happy new year. In addition, this is today's update. I can't write another 10,000 words. The extra 10,000 words scheduled for today will be moved to tomorrow. By the way, I didn't expect so many people to choose to. I originally wanted to persecute Gilliman. See you tomorrow. Chapter 849, The Long Rebirth of Conrad Kurz. Eternal Heaven is a haunting opponent. To be more specific, they are basically the most threatening in the long list of enemies of the wizard. Even the evil gods in the warp are not as good as them. Those 4 evil gods can't invade the world in the endless sea of stars and turn all intelligent creatures into pigs to be slaughtered in the farm. From a certain perspective, the level of Eternal Heaven is probably the same as that of the White Tower Council. The latter is also capable of doing what they do, but the lazy cross-border wizards don't want to do it. Floating in the endless sea of stars, Shenyan's expression gradually became a little solemn. He couldn't spare his hands to deal with these damn bastards for the time being. He could only hope that their drifting bottles had not yet floated into this universe. Otherwise, the enemies to deal with at that time would be a group of the most vicious angels in the multiverse. He knew that this time, Eternal Heaven would definitely take real action. However, it was not that there was no way to make things difficult for them. The Destroyer, Robert Gilliman, put down the personal terminal in his hand and planned to have a good rest. He was tired, very tired. Dealing with all aspects of the Revenge Crusade was simply exhausting for him. Just talking about this task might make some people back off. He had to mobilize the naval fleet and have them go to Terra Space Station to join up. However, these naval fleets were not idle before they were mobilized. There were no idle soldiers in the Empire, only soldiers in war or waiting for war. He issued orders to these fleets, so they left the star regions where they were originally stationed, or stopped their patrol missions at hand and came to Terra Space Station. What about their original missions? Someone must take over. Some of them might be easier, such as fighting pirates and smugglers. For this kind of mission, some troops with less combat experience and less sophisticated weapons and equipment can be sent to mix it up. And the garrison missions near several Forge worlds. The Imperial Regent smiled bitterly silently. He stood up and walked to the porthole of the study, staring at the scenery outside. His window just framed a ring of the Terra Space Station. From here, the beautiful silver building just gently rapped it on the Terra that was gradually becoming a mixture of blue and green. It was a very pleasant sight. Guilliman felt a little refreshed. Whenever he was tired, he would come to see this miracle. For him, this kind of thing made him extremely relaxed. If nothing else, it was because of the meaning behind these views. They were telling Guilliman with their silent existence, "Hey, although tired, your work is effective, and the Empire is getting better and better. This is enough." He continued to stare for a while, shook his head, dispelling the last trace of fatigue, and returned to his desk, intending to continue handling government affairs. If he had time, he should be able to finish these tasks before 8 o'clock tonight. In that case, he would still have time to have a long-awaited dinner with Horus, Primarch. An ever-victorious soldier pushed open the door, performed the eagle salute meticulously, then walked closer and said in a voice that Guilliman could just hear but not too loud, "Lord Sanguinius sent a message. He hopes you can stop what you are doing and prepare." "Prepare?" Guilliman raised his head in surprise, frowning. Prepare for what? He wanted to stop working and take a rest, but in the end, weren't these things something that only he could do? The ever-victorious soldier was wearing a helmet, so Guilliman couldn't see his expression, but he still heard a hint of embarrassment in the former's hesitant voice. "He hopes you can go to the banquet hall immediately." I see. Guilliman sighed, nodded and let the ever-victorious soldier go out to continue his work. The regent put down his personal terminal and raised his head. "Array, show me the situation in the banquet hall." The newly installed array on the Macrag's Glory quickly responded to his request. With a slight hum, a light curtain slowly unfolded in front of him. As it unfolded, Guilliman's expression also fell into stagnation. In the center of the light screen, a figure appeared unbiased, although it was much cleaner and still looked very restrained. However, it was undoubtedly Conrad Kurz. "On my ship." A brief anger swept over, but Guilliman did not let this anger penetrate his reason, but let it disappear at a very fast speed. He had realized that there was a certain inevitable connection between the news of Sanguinius and Conrad Kurz's appearance here. But he stood up and straightened his collar seriously. Only a madman and a person who was looking for death would choose to stay on a ship with Conrad Kurz. He must go over now to ask about this matter clearly. Conrad Kurz pricked his palm with the nail of his right thumb to pass the time. He did it very secretly, and no one noticed that he was doing it. He sat in the main seat of the banquet hall with a stiff expression, and his eyes seemed to be focused on the void. He didn't want to look at anyone. He didn't even want to come here. But Vulcan told him kindly and gently, "If you don't come, I will give you another hug." Fully, after careful consideration, Kurz decided that he had better come. Vulcan's full hug sounds like a very warm word, but Conrad Kurz, who has experienced it personally, will tell you one thing: that kind of strange power will make your eyeballs fall out of their sockets. Even he can't stand it. It is true that Conrad Kurz can make darkness wrap him up, so that he disappears from the material world for a short time. However, the words of the wizard who brought him back still echoed in his ears. "If you don't want to be found by those illusions again, it's best not to use your ability before I come back." Conrad Kurz was still willing to believe the man's words. "Conrad." Sanguinius smiled and patted his shoulder. "Mind telling us your story after that battle?" "What?" Conrad Kurz showed a puzzled expression. He was not pretending, he was really confused. "Which one?" "The battle where you fought the Titan demon," Khan reminded. "We are all very interested in it, especially the ending." "I have fought many Titan demons, in the shadows on the other side." Korax interrupted him lightly. "I don't think it's necessary. He can be killed by a mortal." "Mortal?" The expression of the Night Haunter looked very intriguing at this moment. He smiled, and his sharp teeth protruded from his lips. but he no longer looked as threatening as before, making him look as scary as a ghoul. His smile at this moment was calm and gentle, but as sharp as a blade. "If you really think so, then you are too ignorant. The person you are talking about is neither nameless nor gendered, Corvus Corax. He is not immortal, not a demon, not a god. I would say he is more like a law of nature." "You are speaking like a normal person now." Kurz's expression was calm, ignoring the Lord of Crow's sarcasm. "I find it ridiculous that you actually call him immortal." His words made the atmosphere at the banquet table a little weird, and the message hidden behind it was accurately captured by the Primarchs. The Khan showed an eager look, very obscure, but still noticed by Kurz. Sanguinius looked unmoved. His expression was calm, but his eyes were bright and a little scary. Fulgrim didn't pay any attention to their discussion at all, and didn't even participate in it. He was standing at the other end looking at the menu provided by the array, thinking hard to decide the main course for tonight from thousands of dishes. He was the only clear stream. The Fire Dragon Lord's reaction was closer to that of a normal person. He frowned and asked, "That wizard did say something similar, but it was far less terrifying than what you described. Are you serious, brother? Even if we join hands?" "Even if we join hands." Midnight Haunter shook his head. "You haven't fought him, nor have you fought alongside him. Words are pale and powerless, and can't even describe 1,000th of what I saw. I can only tell you that he is a walking natural disaster, and it is absolutely invincible to human power. Fortunately, he only targets demons." He paused and actually smiled bitterly. This expression surprised everyone a little. Conrad Kurz used to laugh often, but they were all sneers or crazy laughs. He had never been so humane. Sanguinius shook his head and reminded himself secretly. He knew that Conrad Kurz had changed, but the old ideas of the past were still deeply rooted and could not be easily changed in a short time. "That doesn't cover up the fact that you were consumed by a group of demons and were on the verge of death," Corax said coldly. His words were far beyond the scope of discussion. To put it bluntly, he was just looking for trouble. Sanguinius looked at him strangely, thinking that when Kurz didn't come back, you were indignant about his experience. "Why did you become enemies again after he came back?" "I don't want to argue with you about these things. There is no point. You haven't fought them. No matter what I say, it will probably only sound like an argument to you." "Argument? Aren't we discussing the facts?" Corax's words made Kurz sigh. "Trying to provoke me to find out the truth, Corax? This will not work. You may still think I am the Night Haunter of the past, but I have spent 131 years in New Nostromo. No matter what you do, you will not get the result you want." The Lord of Crows stared at him for a long time before looking away. He didn't say anything, but from the relieved expression, it seems that he is in a much more relaxed mood. "Tsk." Sanguinius sighed inwardly. His brothers were also awkward. Perhaps it was a collective virtue inherited from the Emperor. It had become a fine tradition to not say what they wanted to say. If they didn't do it a few times, they wouldn't be able to highlight their noble status as Primarchs. Of course, some people still like to speak directly. For example, Robert Gilliman, who pushed open the door and walked in. "I went to pay New Year's greetings and came home at 5 o'clock. It's a bit late. I'll write 3 chapters as usual." Chapter 850, The Long Rebirth of Conrad Kurz. He was not wearing a weapon or armor, but he walked out with a sense of being armed. Fulgrim, who turned his attention to him and raised his eyebrows, was attracted by the sound of him pushing the door. "This is quite interesting." Robert Gilliman actually left his desk during working hours. He turned back and glanced at Sanguinius calmly, and the latter gave him an apologetic smile. Robert Gilliman slowly stood in front of Conrad Kurz. There was no smile or greeting, nor any courtesy, only a straightforward question. "Why are you here?" Robert Vulcan tried to interrupt the conversation. "I can roughly guess the reason. After all, I turned down the meeting this morning," Gilliman said calmly, "but I want to hear him say it himself." "Why?" Conrad Kurz asked with interest. "Since you can guess everything, why do you need my testimony? What else do I need to prove?" "Brother," he deliberately stretched the word brother very long, "you have many things to prove, but not to me. To me, you only need to prove one thing." Gilliman replied calmly, "I believe you know what that thing is." "I don't know." Kurz smiled slyly. I don't really want to know, Gilliman. This is your ship. I know. You don't welcome me. I know. But do I look like I care? I have a country to govern. I came back here only because I have some unfinished business. Govern a country? In what way? Skin it? Torture it? Or use orbital bombardment to wipe out the evil country in your eyes? The smile on Conrad Kurz's face gradually disappeared. The orbital bombardment that Gilliman mentioned was the pain of his life, the proof of his failure in the first half of his life. He spent half his life to transform Nostromo, but because of a moment of carelessness, it once again turned into a hell on earth full of sin, so he destroyed it with orbital bombardment. He ordered the nightfall, and every ship of the Night Lords participated in it. Death rained from the sky, and he let his son destroy their home planet with his own hands. What made him most desperate was that no one opposed him. Gilliman carefully and meticulously observed the expression on Kurz's face, trying to find a little desire for violence from it, so that he would have a reason. Apart from this necessary meticulousness, he had to admit one thing: he was very curious about Kurz's current mental state. Now, Kurz's speech was too methodical, and his image looked too clean, completely different from the night wanderer covered in blood, with tangled hair, and mincemeat stuffed in the gaps of armor, with fair laws, Conrad Kurz said softly, and high basic welfare, perfect medical institutions, a beautiful childhood without worrying about the future, public education until college, and a normal world. He stood up slowly. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. After all the demons died, I did it, Robert Gilliman. I did what you didn't do. I built a peaceful country, a world without war in the true sense, and all human beings are united together. Really? Yes. The soft hissing sounded again. Whether you believe it or not, I have a clear conscience. The one standing before you is not a Night Haunter, but the Night Lord, the Lord of New Nostromo. So, give me some due respect, Robert Gilliman. The Lord of Ultramar looked at him for a while, and actually showed an intriguing smile. He nodded. Very good. Although it is a little different from the answer I expected, it is better. You can stay on my ship, Conrad Kurz. Enjoy your dinner. I will go back to work. Aren't you staying with us, Robert? Vulcan asked hurriedly. He was so suffocated. The Lord of Fire Dragons had not interrupted for a long time, fearing that the two of them would fight. Gilliman had not had a good relationship with Kurz in the past. To put it more bluntly, few people had a good relationship with Kurz. Sanguinius might be the only one who was willing to give a smile to the Night Haunter. No, I have to work, Vulcan. Gilliman's words were as cold as iron, just like ice. He turned around, walked out with his head held high, and even remembered to close the door. I suspect he has gone crazy with work. Fulgrim, who had been silent until now, said slowly, instead of delicious food and dinner, someone would rather choose endless government affairs and a cold desk. Stop talking nonsense, Fulgrim. Sanguinius gave him a reproachful look. If Robert quits, who will take over? You? Fulgrim smiled lazily and said nothing. Waking up from sleep has become a difficult task. Aliona almost forced herself to open her eyes. She didn't know if this was a unique mental problem for her. Anyway, this would happen every time she had a good sleep. She had to use a lot of willpower to wake herself up from a peaceful sleep. It sounded like she had conquered sleep and dreams, but it was not the case. The 2-meter-tall captain sat up from her bed with messy gray hair. She turned her head and looked at the notes and books covering the desk, and suddenly realized that time was passing so quickly. Today is the 4th week since she came to Terra Space Station, and the expedition has not started yet. Of course, this is actually a normal efficiency. Based on her understanding of the speed of information transmission between various departments of the Empire, it may take a long time for the expedition to start. Alena thought so, but she would soon find that she still didn't understand the situation very well. The speed of information transmission between various departments of the Empire is indeed very slow, but Robert Gilliman is not. Efficiency is everything in his eyes. A boss who voluntarily works overtime sits at the top, and the people below naturally start endless conscious involution. Of course, this statement is not true for some military officials on the space station. If it weren't for the medical cabin, they would probably have died many times. After a simple wash, she walked out of her room, She planned to go to the temporary naval office as usual to check the fleet's assembly. A seasoned admiral can more or less judge the scale of the war to be faced by the number of ships. Alana dare not say how rich her experience is, but she is here. She is on the Terra space station and has been a member of the Vengeance expedition. Therefore, she can make such a judgment and is qualified to make such a judgment. Walking in the bright corridor, her back is straight and her appearance is impeccable. At this moment, a loud shout came from behind, with a very strong Fenris accent, "Captain Olena." The female captain turned her head sharply, and a tall giant was grinning at her in a friendly manner. His power armor was wrapped with a piece of brown and black animal skin, and there were many small animal tooth-like ornaments on the shoulder armor on both sides. "It's me, Finn of the Blood Claw Squad. Don't you remember?" The Astartes walked up to her familiarly and patted the female captain's shoulder carelessly, causing her to stagger and almost fall to the ground. He was slightly startled, and then immediately helped her up embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." The space wolf who called himself Finn scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I always forget that you are immortal. This is not the place to talk." Alana didn't care about his rough words and careless behavior, but looked around vigilantly. It had not been long since the last secret meeting with Lehman Russ. She didn't know whether the little trouble mentioned by the Wolf King had been solved. After all, she was directly poisoned by the smell of wine. However, according to her subsequent analysis, the Military Affairs Department must not have forgotten this matter. Just like that, she returned to her room when she wanted to go to the office, but this time she brought one more person. "Wenzin, please help me expand the room," Alana said with ease, and even did not forget to ask Wenzin Duobian to bring out a chair for Finn and let him sit down. When everything was ready, the female captain asked in Fenris language very seriously, "Where is the commissioner of the Military Affairs Department? How is the situation?" "How should I know?" the space wolf answered quite honestly. "As soon as I got back to the ship, the old priest beat me with a stick, and the others were almost beaten to death. We were hung up for several days before we landed." "Where's the scout with you?" "Hey, you mean old Torben? He died a long time ago," Finn said in a relaxed tone, pointing to the animal skin on his power armor. "This animal skin is his relic. In fact, there is still some that has not been burned. We thought about dividing it among him. Alas," he sighed, "old Torben died a worthy death. He killed 3 bastards who believed in the blood god by himself, and then was ambushed. I saw him die with my own eyes." "Damn." The old guy's head was half rotten. At this point, he was silent for a while, muttered a few curse words, and then continued, "I was so angry that I took an axe and chopped the bastard who attacked him. I almost died myself, Captain Olena. I was stabbed through with a knife by that bastard." Finn chuckled and gestured at his chest and abdomen. "It was close to killing me. I was transported back to Et and survived." Alana was silent. She had a lot to say, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say a word. Death is commonplace for the soldiers of the Empire, whether they are Astartes or Astra Militarum. Having said that, it is also a sad thing to hear the death of someone you know. How could she remain indifferent? Finn seemed very open-minded, perhaps because he had already taken revenge. Wild Wolf laughed and rubbed his hands. "Well, Captain, what else do you know about this expedition? Although we have been transferred here, we don't know much. You came early. Can you tell me?" "Your accent is too strong, Finn." Alana shook her head helplessly. "Of course I can tell you, but I have to tell you something first." "No, I have to ask you a question first." "What?" Staring into his eyes, Alana said word by word, "There is another chapter of 4K. I have to celebrate the new year tomorrow, and I will update the chapter of 4K after I come back in the evening. The additional chapter may have to wait until this period is over. I used to look forward to the new year, but not now. Now I have to give out red envelopes when I go back." And sigh. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.